Not sleepy again? Gu Yu asked with a smile, looking at little dumpling, who was clearly full of energy, wiggling her bottom and rolling around on the bed. Little dumpling suddenly froze as if pinned in place, then guiltily buried her head in his chest, her freshly washed long hair getting all frizzy from the rubbing. Jiao Jiao is awake now. Little dumpling lifted her head softly to look at him, her dark, bright eyes as beautiful as if they had been washed in water. Gu you couldn't help but laugh. She hadn't even fallen asleep, so how could she be awake? But he didn't know what to do in this situation. Since meeting little dumpling, she had always slept obediently every night and had almost never been this excited. While the old father was worrying, little dumpling was going crazy with happiness. Host! I'm back! 001's calm, waveless mechanical voice suddenly appeared in her mind. Little dumpling could inexplicably feel his excitement, so the slightly sleepy little dumpling also became excited. You're back! Jiao Jiao missed you so much. Little dumpling still remembered what 001 had said about not letting others discover his existence, or else she would be taken away to be sliced up. Although she didn't know what being sliced up meant, she was still scared by 001's serious words and obediently listened. If conditions had allowed, 001 would have wanted to appear before little dumpling with tears streaming down his face. She didn't know what he had sacrificed to find the reason why the world favored Du Xinxin. That was a whole 300 years of free labor. But hearing the little host's soft voice and seeing her innocent face, he weirdly felt that it was all worth it. It definitely wasn't because of that sentence saying she missed him. Thinking about the things he had figured out, 001 was a bit troubled. He didn't know why Du Xinxin had such terrifyingly high favorability points. If the host hadn't appeared, this world would have simply been serving Du Xinxin. It was too terrifying. 001 opened the stats panel with a cold face. Huh? What has the host been doing during this time? Why have the favorability points on Du Xinxin dropped so much? After understanding the cause of the matter, 001 was so excited he wanted to manifest a physical form to give the little host a couple of big kisses. Such a difficult thing had actually been accomplished by her unintentionally. Her luck was too good. She was truly worthy of being his host. Wait. Luck. 001 slapped his non-existent forehead hard. He knew he had forgotten something last time. Host, I forgot to give you the lucky pouch last time. 001 felt a little guilty. Such a low-level mistake had actually happened to the incredibly intelligent 001. Nothing should have happened, right? Little dumpling waited for 001 to sort out what had happened during this time, blanking out on the bed in boredom. It's okay, that's 001's thing. It doesn't matter if you give it to Jiao Jiao or not. Little dumpling closed her eyes and looked at the transparent little ball. She had thought 001 would never come back, and she had felt sad for a long time when she thought about it at night before 001 quietly took a look at the normally fluctuating data. Even without a heart, he felt happy. This proved that the host wasn't lying to him, but really thought so. 1 and 01 had told him before he went on his mission that some hosts were so greedy they wished they could take everything they could from them. No matter how nicely they spoke, they would never give their true hearts. After many systems were deceived, the main system developed a panel that could detect the host's emotional fluctuations. No, I want to give it to you. 001's tone was uncharacteristically willful. Usually, he always pretended to be calm and reliable. Little dumpling blinked. All right then. Host, I've gone through all sorts of hardships and finally found a way to save our lives. As long as Du Xinxin's favorability points do not exceed the limits that humans should have, Gu Yu's family will not become stepping stones for their family, nor will they become so-called cannon fodder. And before Du Xinxin appeared on the show, everyone's favorability towards her had already reached the standard. In other words, as long as Du Xinxin performed normally on the show, everyone would mindlessly like her. But this time, because the host also participated in the show, and of course, there was also his reason involved, Ming Shuyue managed to grab hold of Du Xinxin's weak spot, causing the netizens' favorability towards her to drop bit by bit. Ming Shuyue is simply born with the life of a villain. Without a system or anyone to remind her, she actually vaguely sensed something. She wasn't afraid of things without evidence. Just for that sliver of possibility, she kept a close watch on the Du family and launched a counterattack. Little dumpling grew sleepy as she listened. Her little head was dazed, and she only knew to nod. She had no idea that 001 was excitedly recounting his great plan. Gu Yu felt the hand little dumpling had draped over him and opened his eyes, no longer pretending to be asleep. He felt a bit smug. Little dumpling still wanted to trick him into thinking she was asleep? His daughter was too innocent. He carefully covered her back up with the blanket she had kicked off before falling asleep. 001. The person shown in the data is this man in front of me, right? In the previous life, without Ming Shuyue, how did he manage to bring down Du Xinxin, who was favored by the world? The next day, Director Zhao specifically got up early to see them off, chattering away like an old mother. Don't forget to come for the next episode. Seeing that Gu Yu had the intention to refuse again, he quickly added, it's the final episode, let Jiao Jiao have some fun too. Gu Yu cast a sidelong glance at Director Zhao. He was worthy of being a great director, so sensitive to people's emotions. Director Zhao smiled again and said to Little Dumpling, Jiao Jiao, come back and play in a couple of days. Little Dumpling looked at him with big eyes. Okay. Director Jiao looked at Gu Yu again, clearly saying, your daughter has already agreed, you can't go back on your word. Gu Yu pretended not to see it and slowly put on his sunglasses. His wife was too busy to pick them up today, so he was already in a bad mood. As the group walked out of the hotel entrance, they saw He Ching Sui standing to the side, looking at them anxiously. Gu Yu paused in his steps, but still patted Little Dumpling's head to signal her to look over there. Little Dumpling looked over, bewildered. Then her eyes lit up. She asked Gu Yu to put her down and ran over. Sister He Ching Sui, are you going back too? Little Dumpling tilted her head and asked her curiously. He Ching Sui shook her head. No. Her sister would not go back early. Little Dumpling was puzzled and scratched her cheek, wanting to ask her, then why did you come out? He Ching Sui looked at Gu Yu, who was waiting for them not far away, held Little Dumpling's hand, and whispered, can I go to your house to play with you? After finishing, He Ching Sui didn't dare to look at Little Dumpling's expression. Her face flushed red. She knew this was very impolite, but thinking of what her father, mother, and sister had said, she lowered her head again. She still missed the way her father and mother used to treat her well. You can. Little Dumpling didn't know what she was thinking. Hearing that she wanted to come and play with her, her eyes curved in happiness. He Ching Sui felt even more embarrassed. She had actually listened to her family and used Jiao Jiao's kindness towards her. She was really so bad. Seeing her suddenly shed tears, Little Dumpling anxiously wanted to wipe them away. She wanted to dig through her little bag for a handkerchief but realized the little bag was with Gu Yu. She ran back with a patter and reached out to Gu Yu. Daddy, give Jiao Jiao a handkerchief. Gu Yu held her fair, delicate little hand and asked nonchalantly, what do you need a handkerchief for? Director Jiao looked at He Ching Sui in the distance, then back at Gu Yu, speechless in his heart. Do you really not know? You can't just put on sunglasses and only be able to see your daughter, right? Little Dumpling was so anxious she wanted to shake off Gu Yu's hand, looking at him accusingly. Sister Ching Sui is crying. Gu Yu, oh. He couldn't hear clearly from far away, but he saw He Ching Hui, who was not far from He Ching Sui, very clearly. Her sister was crying, but instead of comforting her, she sent Little Dumpling over. Ha! 001 was checking He Ching Sui's file, and the more it looked, the more shocked it became. What's wrong? Little Dumpling heard the voice and asked it. In her past life, He Ching Sui was actually Du Xinxin's friend, although they had a falling out for some unknown reason in the end. Little Dumpling turned her head to look at the weeping He Ching Sui and was stunned. She knew Du Xinxin was a bad person, but she had never felt any malice toward herself from He Ching Sui. Sister Ching Sui is not a bad person. Seeing that Little Dumpling didn't come over after running away, He Ching Sui was a little afraid that Little Dumpling wouldn't play with her anymore in the future. She walked over and said cautiously, Jiao Jiao, don't be angry. I won't say anything anymore. Little Dumpling blinked and pursed her lips. I'm not angry. Daddy. Jiao Jiao wants the handkerchief. Gu Yu. She was just snapping at him, right? With a straight face, he handed her the handkerchief. His cute daughter had actually learned bad habits from Ming Shuiyue. Little Dumpling took the handkerchief and wiped the tear stains off He Ching Sui's face. As she was led away by Gu Yu, she didn't forget to turn her head and speak to her. Sister Ching Sui, remember to come play with me. He Ching Sui nodded hesitantly, holding the handkerchief. Only after they had disappeared from sight did He Ching Hui come out and ask her hurriedly, what happened? Did Ming Jiao Jiao agree to let you go play with her? That glance Gu Yu had swept over earlier almost made her think she had been discovered. Fortunately, Gu Yu only looked for a moment and then withdrew his gaze. As long as He Ching Sui built a good relationship with Ming Jiao Jiao, she could follow along, take a few photos, and post them on Weibo to create the appearance that she had a good relationship with the Ming family. Wouldn't those good resources come looking for her voluntarily then? He Ching Sui put away the handkerchief with a cute pattern and answered with her head lowered. Yes, she agreed. He Ching Hui hugged her with irrepressible excitement, her tone light. That's great, Ching Sui. I'll tell Mom and Dad. Suddenly hugged by her sister, He Ching Sui's body stiffened. Her thoughts were a bit chaotic as she realized that her sister's embrace was no longer as warm as it used to be, and hearing that Mom and Dad would praise her again didn't make her as happy as before. Ji Yu, you didn't speak the whole way home, not until he saw Ming Shuiyue. He aggressively stepped forward to lean against her, wanting to complain, but Ming Shuiyue dodged his hug. Go take a shower first. Gu Yu? Ming Shuiyue. Although he was angry that she was disgusted by him, he still obediently went to take a shower first. While waiting for the two of them to shower, Ming Shuiyue learned about what had happened between them. As the person who understood Gu Yu best, she knew where the problem lay immediately. After thinking about it, she called the housekeeper and gave an instruction. Mommy. Little Dumpling, washed until she smelled fragrant, rushed into Ming Shuiyue's arms and rubbed against her. Ming Shuiyue was amused by her animal-like movements and responded slowly, noticing the fine sweat on her forehead from the heat. Do you want to cut your hair short? Although summer was almost over, City A was still unbearably hot, and Little Dumpling's long hair, which she had kept for so long, was even hotter in the summer. Little Dumpling raised her head in her arms. No, Jiao Jiao likes it. As she spoke, she reached out to hold her head, fearing it would be cut off in the next second. Gu Yu changed into light-colored loungewear and walked downstairs. Seeing them snuggled together, he hummed and spoke sarcastically. President Ming and little President Ming are in such high spirits. Ming Shuyue glanced at him indifferently. Gu Yu averted his gaze, but then couldn't help looking back, feeling a bit guilty. Whenever Ming Shuyue looked at him like that, it made him reflect on whether he had done something wrong. 001 quietly checked the progress of Ming Shuyue's career and was also startled. With Ming Shuyue messing with Du Corporation like this, it wasn't far from bankruptcy. You are all bullying me. I'm going to tell Mom. Gu Yu was restless. The two of them were quiet and didn't speak, so he decided to take the initiative. After he finished speaking, it was still quiet. He looked up and saw Ming Shuyue leaning lazily against the sofa looking at him, and little Dumpling leaning in Ming Shuyue's arms, also looking at him. Seeing that he was about to go crazy, Ming Shuyue finally spoke to coax him. Don't be angry anymore. I had someone prepare the noodles you like. Gu Yu visibly calmed down. Ming Shuyue added, didn't you say you wanted to eat them yesterday? Gu Yu's eyes flickered, and he looked at her awkwardly. You still remember? He thought that after so many years, Ming Shuyue would have forgotten long ago. Even though she was so busy yesterday, she still remembered what he had said. Without Ming Shuyue needing to say much more, Gu Yu had already conquered himself and was coaxed into a good mood. Ming Shuyue set down little Dumpling from her arms, took Gu Yu's hand, and walked toward the dining table, her tone still calm. I remember everything you've said. Moved, Gu Yu sat down and took a bite of the noodles, but something seemed wrong. He turned his head to look and saw his daughter still sitting on the sofa, blankly watching them. You forgot our daughter. Gu Yu put down his chopsticks, picked up little Dumpling, and placed her on the chair on his other side before he felt at ease. Ming Shuyue paused and nodded. It was my oversight. Baby, do you want to eat something? Gu Yu was worried that his daughter might be hungry too and wanted to eat. Little Dumpling shook her head. Jiao Jiao isn't hungry. In an excellent mood, Gu Yu ate half of it before remembering he wanted to take a photo. His phone was upstairs, so Ming Shuyue handed him her phone to take it. Gu Yu skillfully downloaded Weibo and logged into his account. The phone rang wildly as if it had been invaded by a virus. Click, click, he took 2 photos, and after finishing, he posted them on Weibo. Caption, late night snack prepared by my wife. Nighttime was the perfect time for surfing the internet. As soon as this Weibo post went out, there were thousands of comments. Brother Gu has become a sharing blogger now? My wife, happy again, Brother Gu slashed. Look what I found. So scheming. Those hands visible on the side must be President Ming's. Alright, I already know where the focus of this post is. Let's disperse. This is a relationship blogger, right? Secretly showing off affection. Daily question. When will President Ming dump Gu Yu? President Ming is so devoted, aren't you tired of it yet? Brother Gu, answer us, do you really have a castle? Many people online are trashing the little one. Gu Yu still saw the haters' comment at a glance and snorted coldly. Daddy, when is Sister Qing Sui coming to play with Jiao Jiao? Little Dumpling rested her little face on the table and asked him, turning her head limply. Gu Yu put down his phone, somewhat puzzled. Why do you like her so much? Qing Sui was okay, but her sister was not a good person, and he didn't really want Little Dumpling to play with the 2 sisters. Little Dumpling rubbed her cheeks vigorously. She didn't know either. Sister Qing Sui always looks so sad, and the stars in her eyes have disappeared, but she is very happy when playing with Jiao Jiao. Alright, stop rubbing. Gu Yu pulled her hands away, turning Little Dumpling's rubbed red face over to check carefully if she was hurt. If you want to play with her, go ahead. He still couldn't bear to see Little Dumpling unhappy. Yay! Little Dumpling cheered excitedly upon receiving the answer. In the evening, Gu Yu lay on the bed waiting for Ming Shuyue to finish her shower, boredly picking up his phone to open Weibo and continue reading comments. Seeing that daily question asking when he and Ming Shuyue would get a divorce made him furious. And what was that about Ming Shuyue being infatuated? Clearly, he was the one who was infatuated. Alright. That woman Ming Shuyue was cold as ice. If it weren't for his pestering and Little Dumpling, she really wouldn't have looked back at him. And during the time he was pursuing her in college, don't think he didn't know that Ming Shuyue actually went out to eat with other men. If it weren't for his good looks, he might have been the one rejected. After putting down his phone, the more Gu Yu thought about it, the angrier he became. As soon as Ming Shuyue came out after drying her hair, she saw a large lump on the bed. Feeling a bit unsure about what was wrong with him again, Gu Yu buried himself under the quilt until he almost suffocated. He had heard the sound of the door opening, so why wasn't Ming Shuyue coming over to coax him? He suddenly threw off the quilt and sat up, immediately meeting Ming Shuyue's clear, cold eyes. What are you doing? More than half of Gu Yu's anger vanished. Why didn't you come over? Ming Shuyue looked at him, walked over and said slowly, I was afraid you were doing something rash. Gu Yu. He was doing something rash just so she could go find that man? Who is that man? Just as Ming Shuyue was about to lie down, she heard him speak eerily, her face full of question marks. What man? Perhaps because he understood her subtle expressions very well, Gu Yu saw what she was thinking at a glance and became even angrier. It seems there is more than one man. He gritted his teeth and reminded her, in college you went out to eat with a man in a suit. At that time, he was still a person disliked by everyone in the Gu family. Seeing the person he liked with someone else, his world felt like it was collapsing. Ming Shuyue also sat up, looking at him with hesitation. She hadn't expected him to dig up such old history. Is it really worth remembering for so long just because it was an uncle's son? If he hadn't brought it up, she would have forgotten it. Gu Yu lowered his head and said dejectedly, I have always remembered this. The lights in the room were not turned off. After Gu Yu finished speaking, it became quiet, and the two seemed to be in a stalemate, with neither willing to speak first. It felt like a long time had passed, yet it also felt like just an instant. Ming Shuyue looked at his fair neck, feeling a bit uncomfortable. I had nothing with him, I just listened to my family and had a meal with him. For the first time explaining such a thing to someone, Ming Shuyue ignored the strange feeling in her heart. Gu Yu's eyes were slightly red. He was lifted up by the chin as she held it, and he asked in a low voice, Really? Ming Shuyue nodded. After graduation, she joined the company and didn't even have time to go home, let alone eat out with anyone. Gu Yu's long eyelashes trembled slightly. He leaned over and touched her face, his own face turning red instantly. Ming Shuyue narrowed her eyes at him. Gu Yu avoided her gaze, not looking at her, and turned off the lights. Of course, he knew that Ming Shuyue had nothing with that man, and he knew she had no one else but him, because he had been keeping a close watch. If Ming Shuyue had broken up with him and been with someone else, he didn't know what he would have done. Therefore, they must be together properly. Du Yang has already been discharged from the hospital, and you only tell me now that he is awake? Li Songjia looked at the man in front of him with a gloomy expression and said slowly, the rage in his words making people afraid to look directly at him. Li Gue lowered his head and said nothing. Old Master Du was guarding too strictly. Their people couldn't get close at all, let alone obtain any effective or accurate information, but he couldn't say this out loud right now. You are all a bunch of trash. Li Songjia endured and endured, but still couldn't hold it back. He swept all the documents on the table down, and they fell all over the floor. When is the old man coming back? Li Gue paused. No definite news has been received. Don't know again? If I don't know, all my efforts over these years will be in vain. But fortunately, I made preparations. Li Songjia muttered to himself in the office, laughing like a madman. He had long known that Du Qinqin was unreliable, and he had long made plans. It was just to prevent a day like this. Even if Du Corporation couldn't be his in the end, he wouldn't let his years of hard work go to waste and be handed over to Du Yang. Du Qinqin looked at Du Yang, who was sitting in a wheelchair, with unfocused eyes. Why had everything changed in this life? In her previous life, Du Yang had also woken up once, so she hadn't paid attention before going to participate in the show, but he had passed away shortly after waking up. How could he have been discharged from the hospital in this life? Then what about her father? Could she still be the young lady of Du Corporation in this life? Du Qinqin's mind was in a mess, and she didn't know how to react. Qinqin, what's wrong with you? Du Yang turned his wheelchair to face Du Qinqin and looked at her with concern. Du Qinqin came back to her senses and met Du Yang's deep eyes. I'm fine, uncle. I'm just a little tired. Old Master Du glared and said angrily, You just came back and you're already tired? Old Master Du looked at her with dissatisfaction. His son had just woken up and rushed over to see them as soon as he knew they were back, yet she dared to say she was tired? What an ingrate. Du Yang smiled, his face beaming with a warm smile. It's normal for Qinqin to be tired after just returning from the show. It's my fault for coming at the wrong time. Du Yang interrupted Old Master Du. Du Qinqin looked up at him again. This was the first time she had seen her uncle looking so vibrant, and he was also showing that he liked her very much. Du Qinqin's expression was complex. She didn't know what attitude to use to face Du Yang. When she was young, her parents were very busy, and she was raised by Du Yang. She also liked Du Yang very much. However, after he found out that she was with Li Songjia, he changed his gentle attitude and became tough, demanding that she no longer associate with Li Songjia. Raised being spoiled, how could Du Qinqin listen to her brother, who was usually obedient to her every wish, losing his temper at her? She only rebelled against him more. Even after she finally married Li Songjia, his attitude did not change. It wasn't until the car accident that their relationship eased. She was very grateful that Du Yang had saved her, but he shouldn't have interfered with her life. Brother, your legs. Du Yang looked at his numb legs without changing his expression and shook his head. It's fine. Being able to wake up is already very good. Old Master Du's eyes turned red upon hearing this. Yes, it was already very good that his son could wake up. He was already very content. Du Qinqin nodded indifferently. Yes, it's good that he woke up. With Songjia at the company, you don't need to worry. Just focus on recovering. The smile on Du Yang's face froze for a moment. Old Master Du glared at her. Why bring him up on such a good day? The company belongs to our Du family. What does it have to do with him? How unlucky. Dad, Songjia is our family. Du Qinqin wouldn't have it and retorted loudly. They had been married for so many years. How could they still treat him like this? Even the greatest prejudice should have faded by now. Songjia had endured so much grievance for her sake over these years. Now that Du Yang had awakened, the old master should let go of the past. Besides, how could it possibly be Songja who hired someone to hit them? The fact that they hadn't found any evidence after searching for so many years said it all. Old Master Du was so angry that he almost couldn't catch his breath. He thought to himself, he'd been smart his whole life. How could he have raised someone so stupid? If that Li Songja were a good person, would they have tried to stop her? She really couldn't tell good from bad. Dad, Qin is right. We should be thanking Songja instead. Du Yang suddenly spoke up. Old Master Du turned his head. Li Songja was just putting down some clothes and walking over. His face wore just the right amount of surprise and delight. Big brother, you've woken up. Although Du Yang was smiling, there was not a trace of warmth in his eyes. Although they hadn't found evidence yet, he could confirm that the car accident back then was Li Songja's doing. He was a terrifying and ambitious man lurking in the Du family. Qin wouldn't be able to suppress him. For dinner, the few of them managed to eat a peaceful meal only because Du Yang had just woken up. After eating, Old Master Du flicked his sleeves and left, not giving any face at all. Du Qin looked at Li Songja apologetically. Brother just woke up, Dad won't doubt you anymore in the future. Tears flashed in Li Songja's eyes, and he let out a sigh of relief. I hope so. If Dad minds, I won't stay at Du Corporation. You've worked hard all these years. Du Qin secretly observed the expressions on their faces, then thought expressionlessly that her family actually had two parents who were competing in acting. She wasn't sure how much love her father had for her mother, but her mother, Du Qin, definitely loved her father. It was just that this love wasn't very pure. Baby, shall we go pick up mommy from work? As Gu Yu lay there, he remembered the time he failed to pick her up. He had been thinking about it for a long time. Little Dumpling was engrossed in watching TV and couldn't hear the buzzing in her ears at all. Jiao Jiao put aside his dressing up plans, stepped forward to look at Little Dumpling, and waved his hand in front of her, but she remained unmoved. He tugged at her little rabbit pajamas. Still no reaction. I asked, this pink hair dryer really that good looking? Baby. What is it, Daddy? Little Dumpling rubbed her sore eyes and finally looked up at him. Jiao Jiao crossed his arms and looked down at her. Ming Jiao Jiao, you're addicted to the TV. Little Dumpling immediately hugged his leg, nervously turned her head to look around. No one there. Daddy, don't say such things. Jiao Jiao will get her bottom spanked by mommy. Ming Shuiwe had stipulated that she could only watch for 1 hour a day. Gu Yu sometimes let her watch for an extra half hour, and if mommy found out, she would be in big trouble. Gu Yu kept looking down at her and chuckled. Then do you want to go pick up mommy or not? Yes, Jiao Jiao wants to go. Gu Yu was satisfied and patted Little Dumpling's head. Then go change your clothes. Okay. Little Dumpling ran upstairs with a pitter-patter. The butler watched the whole thing, the corners of his mouth twitching wildly. Since Mr. Gu moved in, he had become more childish day by day. Hopefully, he wouldn't end up being the most childish person in the Ming family manor. Jiao Jiao changed into a casual college student outfit and looked in the mirror. Ming Shuiwe liked it when he dressed like this. He carried Little Dumpling and rushed towards Ming Group. He deliberately didn't tell Ming Shuiwe. She would definitely be pleasantly surprised when she saw them. However, the reality was that they were stopped at the front desk. Sir, you need an appointment to see President Ming. Gu Yu paused while wearing his sunglasses, slowly took them off, and looked at her. Can I go up now? Given how popular he had been online recently, his face shouldn't be hard to recognize. The receptionist was a young girl who had just graduated. She was here to cover for her senior, didn't usually follow entertainment news, and was a very honest and simple girl. She looked at Gu Yu seriously and emphasized, even if you are very handsome, you still need an appointment. Several question marks slowly appeared over Gu Yu's head. He finally took a serious look at the young girl in front of him, feeling quite incredulous. Mr. Gu, you can go up, and little miss too. Receptionist Xiao Zhang had just come back from the restroom and saw them stuck in a stalemate. Thinking of her junior's personality, she rushed over immediately. This was their Ming Corporation's first lady. Gu Yu nodded aloofly, thinking to himself that he must come often in the future so that everyone at Ming Group would know him. Little Dumpling lay obediently in his arms, then turned to lie on his shoulder, smiling silently with her eyes curved, and waved at Xiao Zhang and her junior. Bye-bye. Xiao Zhang held her face, watching their retreating figures with a face full of happiness. So handsome, and little miss is just so tiny, she's too cute, whoa. She didn't know why her senior was so excited. Xiao Zhang said to her, you go back quickly, I ordered coffee for you. After speaking, she turned around and posted in their Ming Group's exclusive Slack-off group. Receptionist Xiao Zhang, something's happening. The First Lady has brought Little Miss here for an inspection. Workhorse Xiao Wang. Really? Woo-woo, doesn't that mean we really have no chance? Wage earner Xiao Zhao. Not allowed to covet our President Ming, even without Brother Gu, it wouldn't be your turn. Secretary Wang. They are coming up. The group went quiet all of a sudden. Secretary Wang looked again and again in confusion, appearing calm on the surface. Very good, he had forgotten to switch to his alt account again. President Ming, Mr. Gu and Little Miss are here. Ming Shuyue looked up, her tone indifferent. Let them in. Otherwise, she would have to coax the big one and the little one when she got home. Jiao Jiao walked in, full of vigor, carrying little dumpling, who hung on him like a fashion accessory. A smile brimmed at the corners of Ming Shuyue's mouth. Why are you here? Can't I come? I didn't say that. Secretary Wang stood quietly to the side, not making a sound. So this is what President Ming is like at home? Wow, the difference is so huge. Little Dumpling, familiar with the routine, pulled Secretary Wang's hand, blinking her big eyes and looking at him silently. Secretary Wang was a bit troubled. Without President Ming's word, he didn't dare to just give her snacks. Ming Shuyue glanced at their actions, her voice light. Secretary Wang, take her. Little Dumpling let go of Secretary Wang's hand and rushed up to hug her. Mommy is the best. A soft, milky-scented ball hugged her. Ming Shuyue reached out and gently rubbed her little head. Go ahead. Secretary Wang looked at the youthful college student like Gu Yu, then at President Ming, whose mood had clearly improved. He seemed to understand. The door was gently closed. Gu Yu propped his hands on the desk and looked down at her. The sun streamed in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, making his half-lidded eyes look bright and beautiful. Are you unhappy that I came? Ming Shuyue? How could you think that? Then why won't you hug me? Ming Shuyue fell silent, then stood up, walked over to him, and gave him a light hug. She looked up at him, her eyes asking, satisfied? Gu Yu raised his arms and held her tight. The scent of Ming Shuyue filled his senses, and he took a few deep breaths, keeping his expression neutral. Looking completely satisfied, and taking advantage of the fact that Ming Shuyue couldn't see his face, he pushed his luck and made a request. From now on, when I come over, you have to hug me. Otherwise, I won't know if you still love me. Ming Shuyue, you're coming again. Before Gu Yu could get annoyed, she added, all right, I'll remember. She stepped back to look at his outfit. Gu Yu had a great figure and was tall. He looked good in anything. However, he had dressed casually for the past few years, so this sudden change in style seemed a bit odd, and strangely familiar. Thinking about it, she asked him, why are you dressed like this today? Gu Yu's rising irritation was smoothed away by her. He blinked, his eyes moist, and said slowly, is it not good looking? Or do you not like this style anymore? Ming Shuyue, it looks good. She paused, then added, I like it. Gu Yu's previously innocent look vanished, replaced by a triumphant and smug expression. I knew you liked this. Ming Shuyue nodded. She did indeed like it. Her taste hadn't changed. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to soften her heart toward him. Daddy. Little Dumpling returned shortly after going out, carrying a full haul, and ran happily toward Gu Yu had spent some time playing on his phone and watching Ming Shuyue work diligently. His mood so pleasant that he had almost forgotten about his daughter. He gave a light cough to hide his guilt. When he looked over, he was shocked. Not only were Little Dumpling's arms full, but Secretary Wang was also carrying a load. What is this? Gu Yu frowned. Did Little Dumpling go out to rob someone? Secretary Wang explained with difficulty. It turned out that when they first left the office, Secretary Wang had mentioned taking Little Dumpling to buy something, and others had overheard. The news that Gu Yu had brought Little Dumpling to the company today had already spread everywhere. Hearing that Little Dumpling was going out, everyone had rushed over. One person after another had stuffed snacks into Little Dumpling's arms, resulting in too much stuff. Gu. Are the employees of Ming Group always this enthusiastic? Gu Yu was happy seeing Little Dumpling smiling like a kitten that had stolen a dried fish. With a wave of his hand, he treated everyone to afternoon tea. Secretary Wang's hand trembled. There were quite a lot of people in their company. Secretary Wang kept a straight face while finding people to distribute the cakes and afternoon tea. Him distributing it was one thing, but why was Film Emperor Gu standing right next to him? And holding Little Dumpling, no less. Wasn't he supposed to have a bad temper? Wasn't he always cold-faced and impatient? Then who is this smiling man with the good attitude? Xiao Zhang quickly pulled out her phone and snapped a photo, then walked up to Gu Yu and asked cautiously, Teacher Gu, could I take a photo with you too? Gu Yu turned his head, recognized her as the receptionist and nodded, sure. Little Dumpling recognized her too and gave her a soft smile. Ah! Xiao Zhang screamed internally. On the surface, she calmly took out her phone, but her hands were shaking uncontrollably, and she ended up with a blurry photo. Even after sitting back at her desk, she still couldn't believe it. She had actually taken a photo with Gu Yu and the little princess. Excited, she posted on Weibo, Teacher Gu treated us to afternoon tea. Xiao Zhang regretted it as soon as she posted it. She wanted to delete it but couldn't bear to. She looked at her single-digit follower count of inactive accounts, struggled for a long time, and decided not to delete it. She had only said, Teacher Gu, so surely no one would recognize him. But she hadn't anticipated the era of big data. It was dug up within minutes, and anti-fans immediately started a carnival party upon discovering the clues. Hashtag Gu Yu visits President Ming at work. Hashtag Gu Yu suspected of marking his territory at Ming Corporation. Hashtag Gu Yu's relationship in shambles. Chases after Ming Corporation to beg for love. Hashtag Gu Yu watched those trending topics with a cold gaze. By the end, they didn't even use the word suspected. He laughed in anger. Agent Li Feng watched the skyrocketing popularity, his eyelids twitching. Gu Yu was currently more of a hot topic than he had ever been at his peak. He didn't know where these anti-fans came from, but they were clinging to him relentlessly. They could almost be considered an alternative type of die-hard fan in the entertainment industry. Calm down first. The company will handle this matter. Agent Li Feng got an even bigger headache when he heard the cold laugh from the other Gu Yu said coldly, "Don't bother." Agent Li Feng. Ha! The call was hung up the next second. Agent Li Feng was going crazy. Was Gu Yu planning to let Ming Corporation's PR team handle it? Did he even remember that this was his company? Gu Yu naturally wouldn't let Ming Shuyue help him solve these trivial matters. She was already very busy. Besides, he was very free right now and had plenty of time to go back and forth with them. He would just treat it as killing time. Baby! Little Dumpling heard his voice and turned to look at him. She was held in Gu Yu's arms, looking completely bewildered, her big eyes staring blankly at the camera. It's nothing, keep eating. Gu Yu finished taking the photo and patted her head. Little Dumpling looked at the remaining small cake and pushed it toward Gu Yu. Daddy, eat it! Gu Yu met Little Dumpling's clear eyes, then looked at the cake that was obviously left over because she couldn't finish it, and gave a light snort. Little Dumpling had been corrupted by Ming Shuyue. She had even learned how to coax and trick people. Ming Shuyue was glared at for no reason, and she calmly withdrew her gaze. Accustomed to Itita Gu Yu decided to ignore them for a while. After Little Dumpling was full, she became drowsy from the sun. Before long, her head began to nod as she started to doze off. Leaning against Gu Yu caught her little head and gently placed it on the sofa, then covered her with a small blanket before looking at his phone. In just this short amount of time, he had been rumored in several more trending topics. He couldn't help but sigh. He really was popular. He leisurely logged into his account and uploaded the photo he had just taken with Little Dumpling, posting the original image directly. That's right, it's me. So the guesses were true? Brother Gu actually went to visit her at work. So sweet. How about this? It's probably not convenient for Brother Gu to bring the little one along when visiting. Just give the little one to me to watch for a day. Did President Ming dump you? Gu Yu is so dramatic. President Ming is so busy, yet he still goes to disturb her. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't be like that. Brother Gu and President Ming are the perfect match. Gu Yu typed away furiously. When Ming Shuyue put down her pen, he also put away his phone. Looking at the screen full of comments and replies, he felt a strange sense of being at work. Ming Shuyue looked up and asked him, "Are you done?" Gu Yu nodded, then felt that something was off. That sentence sounded as if she were waiting for him to get off work. It was clearly him who had come to wait for her to get off work. Just as he was about to say something, Ming Shuyue stood up. "Let's go home." Gu Yu suddenly felt a pop, and his head felt dizzy. He decided it must be because of the sun. It definitely wasn't because of what Ming Shuyue said. "President Ming, the Lin family has invited you to attend their banquet tonight," Secretary Wang reminded her dutifully, maintaining a professional and discreet demeanor. Ming Shuyue paused her steps. She had actually forgotten about this. Seeming to think of something, she said to Gu Yu, "Are you coming with me tonight?" Gu Yu chuckled softly. He had thought Ming Shuyue was going to make him go back alone. It seemed getting the marriage certificate was actually somewhat useful. "I'm going." Why wouldn't he? He had to keep a close eye on this fickle woman. Ming Shuyue did not know she had become a fickle woman in Gu Yu's heart, and she was not surprised to hear him say he would go. However, she was not at ease leaving Little Dumpling home alone. The Lin family had been in chaos lately, and she didn't know what might happen tonight. It wouldn't be safe to take Little Dumpling, and besides, it was too noisy there. After waking up, Little Dumpling lay on Gu Yu, dazed, neither making a fuss nor crying. Seeing Ming Shuyue looking at her, she called out softly, "Mommy." After acknowledging her, Ming Shuyue still decided to bring her along. Leaving her at home alone wasn't appropriate either. Ming Shuyue went without even changing her clothes. Secretary Wang looked at Gu Yu, who was dressed exceptionally casually, and couldn't help but complain internally. This didn't look like going to a prestigious banquet at all. This was clearly a date with President Ming. This family was too casual. The Lin family was, after all, a prominent family in City A. As expected, this world was still ruled by power. It was truly another day that made the working class weep. The scenery outside the window changed again and again, and before long, they arrived at the Lin family's entrance. Crossing the neatly trimmed lawn, the Lin family's eldest son, Lin Zhenghao, came to greet them personally. "President Ming, you've arrived." Lin Zhenghao, in his 30s, was respectful to the 20-something Ming Shuyue. Despite the crowd, no one dared to mock him. They all wanted to meet her and curry favor, but they hadn't even had the opportunity. Ming Shuyue nodded with a cold expression, her attitude somewhat arrogant. Lin Zhenghao was not angry. He smiled at Little Dumpling with his square face. "Is this your daughter? She's so cute." Lin Zhenghao keenly felt that Ming Shuyue's aura softened quite a bit when he praised little dumpling. Gu Yu watched with a half-smile as Lin Zhenghao completely ignored him from start to finish. Lin Zhenghao knew about Gu Yu, as it had been all the talk lately. But he was just a celebrity. Ming Shuyue might just be playing around with him, so there was no need to waste effort building a relationship. Ming Shuyue interrupted him and introduced Gu Yu to him, my husband. Lin Zhenghao paused. Was she dissatisfied with his ignoring Gu Yu? A smile immediately appeared on his face as he said to Gu Yu, it was my mistake for not seeing clearly. This must be Mr. Gu Yu, right? You are indeed a man of talent and appearance. After sucking up to little dumpling, he then heaped praise on Gu Yu. He was a person who knew how to bend and stretch. This moment, the Lin family's second young master, Lin Zhongjia, walked over, approaching with a smile. President Ming. Then he looked at Gu Yu. This must be Mr. Gu? Hello, I am Lin Zhongjia. Gu Yu raised his eyes to look at him. Hello, I am Gu Yu. Lin Zhongjia was slightly better than the seemingly honest Lin Zhenghao, but being able to appear at the perfect moment meant he wasn't a good person either. After saying that, Gu Yu lost interest and went back to playing with little dumpling's chubby hand. Seeing Lin Zhenghao gritting his teeth in anger from the corner of his eye, he felt relieved. This behavior, which seemed impolite and uneducated to others, caused many people to look over and gossip, all waiting to see Ming Shuyue's reaction. After all, they didn't know Ming Shuyue's attitude toward Gu Yu. Lin Zhongjia paused, wanting to speak again, but Ming Shuyue said impatiently, we are going in. First. With that, she didn't wait for their reaction and left, taking Gu Yu and little dumpling with her. Lin Zhenghao sneered. Second brother, you are so fawning over a little girl, you've lost all face and dignity. Lin Zhongjia smiled indifferently, looking disdainful where others couldn't see. Did his big brother think that because he was stupid, he was just as stupid? Although Ming Shuyue was young, she was powerful. Who in City A dared not give her face? Even if the man beside her was dressed so casually, they still had to praise him. Seeing many people curiously approaching, Lin Zhongjia flicked the non-existent dust off his sleeves and replied perfunctorily, big brother is right. I'm going in to entertain the guests. Father and mother are still waiting for me. Lin Zhenghao was trembling with rage. The reason he was the first to discover Ming Shuyue and the others' arrival was that he had actually been sent by his father to greet guests at the door. Which company didn't pass down to the eldest son? Their family was simply a joke to outsiders. His mother had married into the Lin family legitimately. She was different from Lin Zhongjia's mistress mother. Thinking of this, a look of disgust appeared in his eyes. So boring. Gu Yu had only been in for a few minutes before he leaned back on the sofa, bored. People kept approaching Ming Shuyue as soon as she appeared. Hearing Gu Yu's low voice, she gave him a reassuring look in the gaps of talking to others and dismissed the people after a few words. Little dumpling took some food and sat beside Gu Yu, eating in small bites. Hearing Gu Yu's voice, she patted his hand like an adult. Daddy, don't be bored. In a little while, we can go back. When mommy brought her here to play before, it was like this too. Jiao Jiao can go back once she's full. Gu Yu was amused and bent down to look at her. Baby, you have a lot of experience, huh? Little dumpling nodded quickly and proudly puffed out her little chest. Jiao Jiao is very capable. Ming Shuyue watched their interaction, the corners of her lips slightly raised, and she looked less cold. President Ming, we meet again. A familiar voice came from not far away. The smile on Ming Shuyue's face disappeared. She looked up and saw Li Songjia walking over with Du Qinqin. Seeing her, Du Qinqin rolled her eyes as usual and never looked at her directly. Just as Ming Shuyue was about to withdraw her gaze, she saw Du Yang not far away and narrowed her eyes, looking at Li Songjia meaningfully. Mr. Li, long time no see. You must be very busy lately. A flash of panic crossed Li Songjia's eyes, but he calmed down. Ming Shuyue couldn't possibly know what he was doing. President Ming is mistaken. The one who should be busy is you. After all, he had planted a bomb in Ming Corporation. This moment, Du Yang came over in a wheelchair, his eyes looking at them gently. What are you talking about? Ming Shuyue swept a glance over his legs inadvertently. It seemed old Master Du was eager for Du Yang to take over the company, so eager that he hadn't even waited for Du Yang's legs to recover before letting him appear. Although the Lin family was in fierce internal conflict, they had wide connections and resources, and many people would give them face by attending. This was likely the real reason old Master Du brought Du Yang to make an appearance, using this opportunity to tell everyone that the Du family heir, Du Yang, was back. Shuyue, long time no see. Ming Shuyue looked at him indifferently. Long time no see. Gu Yu sat up straight instantly upon hearing the man in the wheelchair address her so intimately. Du Yang felt a scrutinizing gaze from beside Ming Shuyue and caught his eye completely off guard. His eyes were dark and unreadable, and he suddenly flashed him a malicious smile. Du Yang gave a faint nod, turned his head, and averted his gaze. Gu Yu's smile faded. He wondered why he looked so familiar. It turned out Du Yang was the man in the suit from back then. That incident had left him traumatized. Even though Du Yang couldn't stand up now, he could still recognize him. After all, he frequently dragged the man in the suit out in his mind to repeatedly lash him. As for Ming Shuyue, she must have had her reasons. It was all the man in the suit's fault. Du Qinqin looked at Ming Shuyue's casual attire, then at her own meticulously styled makeup and outfit, feeling a bit smug, believing she had outshined Ming Shuyue. On the other hand, thinking about why Ming Shuyue dared to be so casual made her jealous. They were both daughters of wealthy families, yet Ming Shuyue just had to inherit the family business, putting all her peers of the same age to shame. The more she thought about it, the more she couldn't control herself, her heart overflowing with bitter jealousy. Ming Shuyue, do you think this is your home? Is the Lin family's banquet not even worth you putting some effort into dressing up before coming? Du Qinqin rolled her eyes and sneered mockingly. The members of the Lin family who were secretly eavesdropping, they had no objections. Don't drag them into this. Gu Yu sneered. You're better off not dressing up at all. It looks ugly as hell. You. Du Qinqin didn't expect Gu Yu, a grown man, to bicker with a woman in front of so many people, and her face flushed red with anger. Ming Shuyue didn't even bat an eye at Du Qinqin's words, but what Gu Yu said brought a faint smile to her face. Du Yang's face also darkened as he looked at Du Qinqin, his voice dropping slightly. Qinqin, apologized to President Ming. This younger sister of his was truly spoiled rotten. Even if he hadn't woken up, the Du Corporation wouldn't have lasted long under their control. Ming Shuyue was no longer the little girl she used to be. She was now the head of the Ming Corporation. Even he had to address her as President Ming. Du Qinqin's grip on Li Songjia's arm tightened slightly, as if she had witnessed something unbelievable. How did Du Yang dare to speak to her in such a harsh tone? He wasn't like this before. I won't. Du Qinqin glared fiercely at Ming Shuyue, let go of Li Songjia's arm, and stormed off. Apologize to Ming Shuyue? Never in this lifetime. Li Songjia hypocritically put on a troubled look. President Ming, Qinqin just has this kind of temper. She didn't mean any harm, so please don't take it to heart. Gu Yu sneered again, his expression icy. No harm? Her fucking malice is practically hitting the ceiling. As for Du Qinqin, you couldn't even say she bullied the weak and feared the strong. Ming Shuyue was far more powerful than her, yet she didn't seem afraid at all, constantly venting her dissatisfaction at Ming Shuyue. He had tolerated her for a long time. The expression on Li Songjia's face almost cracked. Gu Yu was a public figure, and this wasn't some quiet, secluded place. How did he dare to speak like that? Did he think he could be so arrogant just because he had latched onto the Ming family? I'm sorry. Our Du family will pay a visit to apologize in person, Du Yang said, looking at them apologetically. No need. Ming Shuyue coldly rejected his proposal. Du Yang paused, expressed his apologies once more, and then went with Li Songjia to look for Du Qinqin. Gu Yu was delighted, the subtle smile in his eyes impossible to hide. Just then, Patriarch Lin slowly walked down the stairs with Lin Zhengjie, stood on the high platform, and loudly announced that the heir of the Lin family was his second son, Lin Zhengjie. Everyone applauded with mixed expressions. Although Patriarch Lin's attitude had been made clear over the years, it was still hard to believe now that the day had actually arrived. As expected, a man still loved his first love the most. Lin Zhengjie's mother was Patriarch Lin's first love. Once her husband died, he had eagerly brought her back, showing absolutely no regard for his first wife's dignity. Now, even the family business was given to the son born of his first love, while his eldest son, Lin Zhenghao, received nothing. Lin Zhenghao stood before the crowd, looking at the father and son on the stage in a daze. Was he not a child of the Lin family? Why? He was clearly the firstborn child of the Lin family. At this moment, he suddenly felt a twinge of hatred toward his deceased mother, blaming her for not being capable enough to win the patriarch's heart. Watching this play out, Li Songjia recalled what his daughter had told him before they arrived. Once the crowd dispersed, he quietly approached Lin Zhenghao. Patriarch Lin led Lin Zhengjie over to Ming Shuyue and introduced him. President Ming, Zhengjie will be in charge of interfacing with the Ming Corporation's business in the future. If he does anything wrong, feel free to scold him. Ming Shuyue cast a faint glance at Lin Zhengjie. Lin Zhengjie didn't get angry at Patriarch Lin's words, nor did he put on airs or feel embarrassed just because he was older than Ming Shuyue. Instead, he said with a smile, I'll be in your care from now on, President Ming. To entrust the cooperation between the Lin Corporation and the Ming Corporation to Lin Zhengjie, the onlookers who followed them over were secretly startled. It seemed Lin Zhengjie was truly the next head of the Lin family. What did you say? On the other side, Lin Zhenghao frowned at Li Songjia, his eyes filled with disbelief. How could Lin Zhengjie not be Patriarch Lin's child? Impossible. Lin Zhenghao denied it out loud, but in his heart, he desperately wished it were true. Li Songjia hadn't been sure at first either. When his daughter told him, he had almost laughed out loud, as if he were listening to a joke. How could someone Patriarch Lin raised himself and handed the Lin Corporation over to not be Patriarch Lin's biological son? But seeing his daughter calmly reveal his own secrets, Li Songjia believed her. There were certain things only he knew, things even Li Gue was unaware of, yet Du Qinqin had accurately stated the location and time. Although he didn't know how she found out, seeing Lin Zhenghao's pale face when Patriarch Lin announced the heir, he felt a spark of intent and chose to speak up. Because he alone couldn't deal with the flourishing Ming Corporation, but with more people involved, it would be a different story. Li Songjia, believe it or not, I'm only responsible for telling you this. Lin Zhenghao shook his head, gritting his teeth. I don't believe it. Li Songjia sneered. No need to pretend in front of me. You desperately wish this were true, don't you? The expression on Lin Zhenghao's face froze. Dropping his exaggerated act, he asked, "What are your conditions?" Li Songjia was somewhat famous in their social circle. They could all see his ambition, yet the eldest Miss Du was completely infatuated with him, swearing that they were true love. Unfortunately, although Li Songjia's ambition was written all over his face, Du Qinqin still thought he was innocent and wronged, so, him providing such important information definitely meant he had an ulterior motive. Li Songjia smiled, but his eyes were ice-cold. "I want your Lin family to terminate its cooperation with Ming Shuyue." Lin Zhenghao didn't know the importance of the cooperation with the Ming Corporation. Feeling that his family's company was not inferior to the Ming Corporation, he thought terminating the cooperation was no big deal. Fine. Hearing him agree so easily, Li Songjia found it somewhat hard to believe. Just like that. He wasn't lying to him, was he? Looking up at Lin Zhenghao, who had an expectant look on his face, Li Songjia fell silent. Could he really compete against Lin Zhengjia? Ming Shuyue had agreed to Patriarch Lin's request. There was no need for her to personally keep an eye on such a minor matter. When Patriarch Lin left with Lin Zhengjia, many people wanted to come over and strike up a conversation. Opportunities to meet Ming Shuyue were rare. After hesitating for just a few seconds, Ming Shuyue left with the man beside her and the little dumpling. Gu walked slowly while holding the little dumpling. Having just had a bit of wine, his face was flushed. President Ming is truly busy with a myriad of affairs. Even at a banquet, she hadn't stopped. Everywhere she turned, people were looking to discuss business with her. For the first time, he realized that Ming Shuyue had changed immensely from before. Just by standing there, countless people flattered her, even begging her for just one more opportunity. Would such a dazzling Ming Shuyue really be with him? He seemed to have nothing, and his personality wasn't great either. No wonder so many people didn't favor their relationship. If he were in their shoes, he wouldn't favor it either. He fell silent after saying those words. "Daddy, are you unhappy?" Bubbles were rubbed into the little dumpling's hair. Gu Yu used a towel to wipe away the foam that had gotten onto her face. In a low voice, he said, "I'm not unhappy." The little dumpling scratched her cheek in distress. "But you're all gray. Being gray means you're unhappy." The little dumpling's face crumpled with worry, not knowing how to comfort him. Steamed by the heat in the bathroom, Gu Yu felt even dizzier after stepping out. Placing the clean, sweet-smelling little dumpling into the blanket, he reached out to pat her head and said softly, "Go to sleep now." It was already 10 o'clock tonight, past the little dumpling's usual bedtime. The little dumpling was so sleepy she could barely keep her eyes open, yet she still refused to let go of Gu Yu's hand, holding on to him stubbornly. Her voice was light. "Daddy, you still haven't told me why you're unhappy." Seeing her like this, the gloom in Gu Yu's heart dissipated a little, and he laughed softly. "Daddy is not unhappy. Seeing my little princess Jiao Jiao every day is Daddy's happiest moment." Sensing that the gray aura around him had faded a bit, the little dumpling finally succumbed to her sleepiness and drifted off. Gu Yu sat by the bed, watching her tenderly for a long time, only leaving once she started snoring softly. "Good night, baby." Returning to the room, Ming Shuyue was leaning against the headboard reading a book. Seeing him return, she asked casually, "Why are you back so late?" Gu Yu's hand holding his pajamas paused. He marched over to her, his beautiful face completely flushed, even the corners of his eyes red. "Do you not want me anymore?" Ming Shuyue looked up at him in amusement. "Are you drunk?" Gu Yu blinked slowly and shook his head. "I'm not." Well, he had a few drinks and got drunk. Ming Shuyue put her book aside and looked at the pajamas in his hand with some concern. "Can you take a shower by yourself then?" Gu Yu nodded, his voice raspy. "Yes." "Then go quickly. It's time for bed." Gu Yu bent down and leaned close to her. His left hand slid down her arm to take her hand, their fingers intertwining. "You still haven't answered me." After drinking, his scent seemed even stronger. He looked down at the woman sitting on the bed. Her face was fair after her shower, looking as if nothing could ever faze her. A sudden impulse surged in his heart. He wanted to make her show some other expression because of him. Gu Yu's gaze was glued to her, and the atmosphere instantly became intimate. "Take a shower first." Ming Shuyue calmly reached out to block his kiss, gently pushing away his beautiful face that was way too close. You didn't get angry at being pushed away." He nuzzled against the hand she used to push him, stubbornly demanding an answer. "Why aren't you answering me? Is it that hard to answer?" Ming Shuyue withdrew her hand, feeling a tickling sensation in her palm. "I didn't say I don't want you." The lights in the room were bright. Ming Shuyue pinched her earlobe, which felt a bit hot. The sound of running water came from the bathroom. Ming Shuyue calmly lowered her hand, lay down quietly, and pulled up the blanket. Gu Yu rubbed his face hard. His eyes instantly cleared up, as if the man with the hazy gaze from just now had never existed. He looked at himself in the mirror and curled his lips into a smile. Unsurprisingly, Ming Shuyue woke up late the next day. The little dumpling was huffing and puffing as she ate her breakfast, while the butler stood aside watching her with a face full of affection. For once, Gu Yu didn't sit next to the little dumpling, staring blankly at some unknown spot. Hearing the sound from the stairs, he turned his head to look. Ming Shuyue was standing by the dining table in her loungewear, looking at him expressionlessly. Jiao Jiao smiled at her, his eyes full of warmth, as he scooped a bowl of porridge and placed it in front of her. President Ming, please eat. The little dumpling also offered her egg. President Ming, please eat. Ming Shuyue, facing the two attentive souls, what else could she say? Seeing that she was almost done eating, Gu Yu finally spoke. Are you going to the office today? Why? This meant she was going. Gu Yu shrugged. Your precious baby wants to invite He Qing Sui over to play. Hearing this, the little dumpling was immediately full. She raised her little hand high, her voice bursting with excitement. Invite Sister Qing Sui. Jiao Jiao likes Sister Qing Sui. Ming Shuyue pondered for a moment, then looked apologetically at the little dumpling. You can invite her. How about having Daddy play with you guys? The house had a small amusement park and several greenhouses built for the little dumpling by the old man. Even if they didn't go out, they could have a great time at home. The little dumpling nodded both happily and disappointedly. Okay, she knew Mommy was very busy. Unsurprised by her words, Gu Yu nodded calmly to show he understood. After breakfast, Ming Shuyue went upstairs to change. Gu Yu escorted her to the door and helped tidy her clothes. Ming Shuyue paused as she looked at her neat clothes, but for once, she didn't say anything. The little dumpling sneaked up behind them, covering her face with her hands and peeking at them through the gaps in her fingers. Jiao Jiao leaned down to plant a kiss on Ming Shuyue's forehead, his voice cheerful. President Ming, come back early for dinner. The little dumpling came running over, saying anxiously, Jiao Jiao wants to kiss Mommy too. Looking at the little dumpling who was jumping up and down in anxiety, Ming Shuyue bent down to let her smother her face with drool. Only after the father and daughter finished their farewell ritual did she smile helplessly. I'll be back early. Once Ming Shuyue left, the little dumpling hugged herself, trying to keep a cold face, and huffed at Gu Yu. Daddy kissed Mommy secretly without telling Jiao Jiao. Daddy is bad. Gu Yu laughed out of sheer exasperation. That's my wife. The little dumpling was indignant, but she's my mommy. Gu Yu gritted his teeth and threatened her. Do you still want to see your sister Qing Sui? The little dumpling cried out in frustration. The butler on the side. Childish. After teasing Little Dumpling for a while, Gu Yu reluctantly and slowly called He Qing Sui's home. Little Dumpling stared at him with bright, shining eyes. Daddy, hurry up and call. Gu Yu. Fine. The number saved before they parted ways was He Qing Hui's. Gu Yu decisively put down his own phone and chose to use the landline at home to make the call. Soon, He Qing Hui's voice came from the other end. Hello, may I ask who you are looking for? Her voice was very polite and pleasant, but Gu Yu still didn't want to speak, so he shoved the phone into Little Dumpling's hand. Little Dumpling held the phone in a daze and blinked, until He Qing Hui's questioning voice came through again. Hearing a familiar voice, Little Dumpling didn't mind her old father's actions anymore. Sister Qing Hui, it's me. I want to invite Sister Qing Sui to come over to play. After she finished speaking, she worried that He Qing Hui wouldn't let He Qing Sui come out, so she waited anxiously for He Qing Hui's reply. He Qing Hui's voice was gentle. Jiao Jiao? Qing Sui is doing her homework in her room. I'll go ask for her opinion. Little Dumpling replied in a soft voice. Okay. He Qing Hui's hands were trembling with excitement, but she still remembered to control her voice to keep it steady. It was worth waiting for this call for so long. Over the past 2 days, she had answered countless unknown calls, patiently asking each time. Fortunately, she had finally waited for the call from the Ming family. He Qing Hui knocked on He Qing Sui's door. Qing Sui, Jiao Jiao is looking for you. Every action she took fulfilled the persona of a good sister who respected and cared for her younger sister. He Qing Sui had just been scolded by her parents and was feeling down. Hearing He Qing Hui's words, she was slightly excited. She looked at He Qing Hui's expression before she dared to take the phone. Hello? Sister Qing Sui. Jiao Jiao misses you so much. He Qing Sui's ears turned slightly red. I miss you too. Little Dumpling pouted and complained to her. It's all because Daddy wouldn't let Jiao Jiao call you. Hey, Gu Yu raised an eyebrow, feeling that it was time for the child to experience some real, fatherly love. He Qing Sui was in a dilemma. She couldn't just agree and say bad things about Uncle Gu. Fortunately, Little Dumpling was just saying it offhandedly, and under the pressure of her old father's gaze, she stopped bad-mouthing him. Sister Qing Sui, come to Jiao Jiao's house to play. Jiao Jiao will be waiting for you at home. Okay. He Qing Sui felt like she was floating as she listened to the busy signal on the phone. Seeing the phone screen go black, He Qing Hui snatched it away and carefully saved the Ming family's number. This was her only way to contact the Ming family. Soon as little dumpling finished speaking, Gu Yu immediately hung up the phone. He had a bone to pick with her. Ming Jiao Jiao, when did I ever stop you from making a call? Little dumpling felt guilty and didn't dare to look at him. She opened her big eyes and looked to the left and then to the right, but just wouldn't look at him. The little ball of a child was very cowardly. Why aren't you speaking? Gu Yu stared at her with a half-smile. The little one had clearly forgotten on her own, yet she had learned to shift the blame onto him. Little dumpling rolled her eyes, threw herself into his arms, and rubbed her head against him ingratiatingly, her voice soft and sweet. Daddy, don't talk about it anymore. Gu Yu let her roll around in his arms like a little pig, and only after a cold snort did he dig her out. After thinking about it, he asked her, do you want to invite other people too? After all, inviting only He Qing Sui meant that he would have to spend time alone with He Qing Hui, and just thinking about it made him feel uncomfortable. It would be better to invite everyone. One more wouldn't make a difference, and one less wouldn't either. Gu Yu made up his mind. Even if little dumpling didn't agree, he would persuade her until she did. Little dumpling was dug out with her hair all messy. Upon hearing this, she tilted her head, thought of Lu Yuanjin who had been in low spirits during the last episode, and nodded, okay. When they were participating in the show, brother Yuanjin also seemed a bit gray. Having received this answer, Gu Yu found the numbers in the group chat and called them one by one. Lu indicated that they had plenty of time and could come over whenever. Ren Pingon was visiting a friend's house and would arrive a bit later. As for Du Qin and Du Xin, he hadn't even considered inviting them, and little dumpling hadn't thought of them either. Before the guests arrived, the butler was in the kitchen directing, his forehead sweating. Finally, just before the doorbell rang, everything was served, filling a large table to the brim. The first to arrive were actually Lu and Lu Yuanjin. Lu was amazed all the way. The Ming family was truly the #1 wealthy family. Even the place they lived had so many designs, and the fragrance of flowers along the way was intoxicating. She had already fallen in love with this place. Seeing Gu Yu open the door, she hurriedly explained why they had arrived so quickly. It turned out that when she received the call, Lu was accompanying Lu Yuanjin at a bookstore buying books. She was looking at the growing pile of books with a headache, terrified that her son would bury himself in books. When she received Gu Yu's invitation, she agreed without even asking. Gu Yu looked down and saw the few books in Lu Yuanjin's hands, nodding in understanding. After the two entered, Gu Yu pointed to the snacks, cakes, and other food that were almost too much to fit on the table and said, help yourselves to whatever you want to eat. Lu swallowed her saliva and shook her head with difficulty. She had been on a diet recently, and in order to participate in film shooting after director Zhao's show ended, she couldn't get any fatter. Little dumpling had been attracted by the fresh scent and had long since sat in her seat. Hearing the sound, she looked up at them, a bit of cream on the corner of her mouth, and said in a sweet voice, Auntie, brother Yuanjin, come and eat cake quickly, it's delicious. Normally, her daddy and mommy wouldn't let her eat too much. Today, seeing so much was like a mouse falling into an oil vat. Her eyes were squinting with excitement. Lu couldn't control her footsteps and moved forward half a step. She wasn't very good at resisting in the first place, and seeing the sweet little dumpling sitting at the table calling them, she couldn't hold back any longer. Besides, for a family as big as the Ming family, the chefs must be 5-star chefs. No wonder her soul was being seduced just by standing here. Before she could finish struggling, Lu Yuanjin moved. He put away the books in his hands, sat in the seat next to little dumpling, and carefully took a tissue to wipe the cream off the corner of her mouth. Little dumpling touched her clean mouth and smiled at him with her eyes curved. Thank you, brother Yuanjin. Lu Yuanjin's cheeks turned slightly red, and he said softly, you're welcome. Little dumpling held up the half-eaten cupcake in her hand to him, strongly recommending, brother Yuanjin, eat, it's delicious. Gu Yu? Lu Yuanjin took the cake from her hand and put it in front of her, then picked up the same kind of cupcake to eat. Gu Yu's squinted eyes relaxed a bit. This kid was sensible. Little dumpling looked at him expectantly, as if asking him if it was delicious. Lu Yuanjin nodded vigorously. His dull eyes lit up and he nodded vigorously. Delicious. Lu watched her son, who usually didn't like desserts, devouring them. She finally couldn't help but curiously pick a smaller one. After tasting a bite, her movements silently accelerated until she finished the cupcake. It's too delicious. What kind of things had she been eating before? This is what you call dessert. With tears in her eyes, she asked Gu Yu, holding a glimmer of hope. Teacher Gu, is the dessert in your home made by your family? What if it was bought outside? Gu Yu dashed her hopes and glanced at the kitchen. It was made at home. This was a master chef Elder Ming had specially invited from abroad for little dumpling. Even though little dumpling could only eat a few puddings a day, he hadn't dismissed the person. Looking at this table full of desserts, the old master must have felt the itch to cook. Lu's heart shattered into pieces with a snap. She decided to eat a bit more later. Things like losing weight had to be done slowly. How could she have the energy to lose weight if she wasn't full? Lu found another perfect excuse for herself. Not long after, the doorbell rang again, and the butler opened the door to welcome the He Qing Hui sisters inside. He Qing Hui had thought they were the only ones invited, but upon entering, she saw that Lu and her son were there too. The smile on He Qing Hui's carefully made-up face stiffened. She looked again in disbelief, confirming it wasn't a hallucination, because Lulu was waving at her. Since Gu Yu said it was Little Dumpling who invited them, he really let Little Dumpling host them herself. While he leaned back on the sofa with his eyes closed, lost in thought, He Ching Hui brought He Ching Sui over to Lulu and feigned surprise. Sister Lulu, why are you here too? The smile on Lulu's face faded slightly. Jiao Jiao invited us. Gu Yu had indeed said that when he called, so it wasn't technically a lie. He Ching Sui pulled her hand away and ran over to sit on the other side of Little Dumpling. Jiao Jiao, I've come to play with you. Little Dumpling happily stood up and hugged her. Sister Ching Sui, eat. Little Dumpling recommended the things she liked to eat, just as she had done before. He Ching Sui felt a bit embarrassed. They hadn't brought any gifts. Just as she was thinking about how to decline Little Dumpling's enthusiastic invitation, she saw the cake with only a few bites left in front of Lu Yuanjin. She was puzzled. Was it really that delicious? Because her parents hadn't paid much attention to her since she was young, she had learned to read their expressions and tried her best not to make them angry. Seeing the expression on Lu Yuanjin's face right now, she knew he truly thought it was delicious. Most importantly, he rarely ate sweets on the show. He Ching Sui cautiously took the cookie Little Dumpling had recommended and took a light bite. Her eyes instantly lit up, just like Lu Yuanjin's had a moment ago. It was so delicious. He Ching Hui stiffly put down her designer bag and sat beside Lulu. After a while, she asked, Sister Lulu, besides us, did Brother Gu invite anyone else? Lulu glanced at her. I don't know. If she wanted to know, she should ask Gu Yu. Why ask her? Was this her house? He Ching Hui frowned at the table full of desserts and said to Lulu, these desserts are simply stumbling blocks on our path to losing weight. Lulu silently looked at the cake in front of her. Not her. She wasn't on a diet. It's very delicious, and you aren't fat either. Lulu looked at her figure, not understanding. He Ching Hui didn't film TV shows or movies. As a singer, it wouldn't matter if she gained a little weight. The requirements in the entertainment industry these days were truly becoming more and more outrageous. He Ching Hui insisted on not eating. She had to maintain her figure. Lulu just let her be. After all, it wasn't her loss whether she ate or not. After the children had finished eating, Little Dumpling acted as a little tour guide and led them toward the amusement park at home. On the way, Lulu bent down to look at the flowers planted all over the manor. She reached out and poked one. Good heavens, they were real flowers. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Comparing people to one another was infuriating. She had worked herself to the bone to finally own a small home in the fast-paced city A, yet a casual manor of the Ming family had such a huge land area. It was simply inhumanly wealthy, plus, the sea of flowers that stretched as far as the eye could see were all real. One didn't need to think to know that the cost was an astronomical figure. Where are we going? Lulu asked Little Dumpling curiously. Little Dumpling pointed her chubby finger toward the amusement park not far away. We're going here. He Ching Hui looked in the direction she pointed and almost stopped breathing. The Ming family manor had actually built such a large amusement park in the back? This was too doting. Wow. Even though Lu Yuanjin was usually calm, he couldn't help but open his mouth wide at this moment. Little Dumpling stood at the entrance, waved her little hand, and lifted her chubby chin slightly, signaling that they could play with whatever they wanted. He Ching Hui took out her phone, wanting to take a few photos. Turning her head, she instantly met the butler's eyes. Her movements paused, and she smiled and asked, May I take a few photos? The butler smiled politely. You may ask our little Mississippi. He Ching Hui, okay. After receiving permission from Little Dumpling, she took photos all around. The more she took, the more excited and jealous she became, jealous that Little Dumpling actually possessed such a good family background and such doting love. Over here, Little Dumpling pulled her two friends and ran to the carousel, where a servant was standing by waiting. Although an amusement park had been built, for safety reasons, there was nothing that children couldn't play with. The thing Little Dumpling rode the most was the carousel. He Ching Sui had never been taken to an amusement park because her family didn't prioritize it, and Lu Yuanjin himself hadn't been because he didn't like places that were too noisy. Thus, Little Dumpling took her two friends who had never been to an amusement park and sat on the most beautiful carousel. With the servant's help, He Ching Sui sat on it and gripped the pole in front of her, feeling a bit nervous. Listening to Little Dumpling's crisp laughter in her ears, she also slowly relaxed, and gradually, the laughter of the three children drifted out. Lu looked over with surprise in her eyes. Indeed, agreeing to come to the Ming family was the right choice. Look at her son, he was so happy his teeth were showing. She had never seen that at home. It wasn't until she had finished playing with her little friends and returned to rest that Ren Pingon and Ren Tu arrived late. Being young, Lu Yuanjin couldn't help but show off to Ren Tu about what they had just played at the amusement park. Ren Tu was incredibly envious, then looked at Ren Pingon accusingly. It's all my dad's fault for wanting to drink some tea, that's why we came so late. It made him miss the time with Jiao Jiao at the amusement park. Ren Pingon pushed up his glasses, feeling a bit embarrassed. As he got older, he liked to go to friends' houses to drink tea, but he hadn't expected his chubby son to blurt it out so brazenly. Little Dumpling felt that she had a heavy responsibility, because Dad said it was because she wanted to invite friends over, so she had to be responsible for taking the children to play. Jiao Jiao was the little host today. Seeing Ren Tu's unhappy chubby face, Little Dumpling thought for a moment and invited them to her toy room. Ren Tu seemed to come back to life. squeezing next to little dumpling, wanting to be closer to her, only to find that no matter how he squeezed, he couldn't get in. Looking up, he saw that Lu Yuanjin was standing firmly beside little dumpling, and no matter how he squeezed, it was useless. All right, Ren Tu gave up. Upon entering, Ren Tu's eyes lit up again and again. All kinds of airplane and car models were coolly displayed in their exclusive spots. Yiqing Sui was also stunned looking at the wall full of dolls. She had only ever had one doll in her entire life. Liu Yuanjin's eyes were fixed tightly on a puzzle that couldn't be bought on the market, his eyes full of excitement. Little Dumpling stood in the center and said to them in a soft and cute voice, "Everyone, feel free to play." Ran Tu got so excited that stars practically popped out of his eyes. "I declare. From now on, Jiao Jiao, you are my best friend for life." Lu Yuanjin tried his best to control himself and politely promised, "Thank you, Jiao Jiao. I won't break it." Yiqing Sui hesitated for a moment, then took Little Dumpling's hand. "Jiao Jiao, what do you want to play? I'll play with you." It was enough that she had one doll at home. She was here to keep Jiao Jiao company. The butler followed behind, quietly glancing at Yiqing Sui, and couldn't help but pay a bit more attention to her. Judging by her clothes, she didn't come from a wealthy family, yet she could resist the temptation of the little Mrs. Toy Room. Just the toys on display were incredibly valuable, not to mention their appearance. Almost any child who came over would love them. Little Dumpling turned her chubby little face toward her and, with a serious expression, led her over to a wall of dolls. "Sister Qing Sui, let's play together." She had seen Sister Qing Sui looking at this just now. Jiao Jiao wanted to take care of her guests. Thinking of this, Little Dumpling puffed out her little chest, trying her best to keep a serious face while constantly checking if they were having fun. She was incredibly busy. Yiqing Sui carefully picked up a doll. It wore a small crown on its head, and its clothes were adorned with various gems of different sizes. She touched it gently. It felt completely different from the feather-light doll she had at home. Her heart trembled. These couldn't be real, could they? Yiqing Hui had once brought home a gemstone necklace sponsored by a brand. It didn't even look as big as the ones on this doll. Back then, when she had curiously reached out to touch it, her parents scolded her before she could even make contact, slapping her hands until they were bright red. That was the first time her sister hadn't stopped their parents from hitting her. "Sister Qing Sui, do you like this?" Seeing her standing there blankly without saying a word, Little Dumpling plucked a gem from the doll and placed it in her hand. Feeling the cool touch in her palm, Yiqing Sui snapped out of it. The gem from the doll had been plucked off by Little Dumpling and stuffed into her hand. Yiqing Sui's eyes widened. She looked at Little Dumpling, then at the gem in her hand, unsure for a moment whether to be shocked by Little Dumpling's strength or her generosity. "I don't like it. Thank you, Jiao Jiao." Yiqing Sui placed it back in Little Dumpling's palm and whispered to her, "Don't just give these things to others so easily. They were very expensive. But Jiao Jiao likes Sister Qing Sui, so that's why I want to give it to you." She wouldn't even let other people in here to play. Yiqing Sui's cheeks turned slightly red. "I like Jiao Jiao too, but you still shouldn't just give things to me." Jiao Jiao seemed a bit silly. Yiqing Sui began to worry if Little Dumpling would get tricked by others in the future. Looking at Little Dumpling's unhappy, pouting little mouth, she felt as if fireworks were going off in her heart. Bang, 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 making her very happy. Even the matter she had always kept in her heart gradually blurred, replaced by the image of Little Dumpling's crescent-shaped, smiling eyes. When Gu Yu came upstairs, he saw Little Dumpling's tiny figure busily weaving through the toy room. She was smaller than everyone else, yet she was as busy as a little bee, her chubby face flushed red and wearing a bright smile. This was much more interesting than sitting downstairs having awkward small talk with that crowd. With a mischievous grin, he knocked on the door and called out casually, "Little President Ming, stop playing." The butler watched the mischievous grin on the man's face, his temples throbbing, and turned his head away. Out of sight, out of mind. Ren Tu was startled by the voice. Standing up abruptly, he accidentally bumped into a photo album on the table. The photo album fell to the floor and flipped open. As Ren Tu reached down to pick it up, he saw a photo of them standing in front of a castle. Pointing at the photo, he asked excitedly, "Jiao Jiao, is this your family's castle? That is way, way, way too cool." At his words, everyone looked over. Little Dumpling stared blankly at the photo he was pointing to, then shook her head. "That's Uncle's house." She added, "Jiao Jiao's home is smaller than Uncle's." Even if it was smaller than the big castle in the photo, it was still a castle. Ren Tu excitedly rushed over to Little Dumpling and knelt on one knee. Looking up earnestly, he asked, "Lady Jiao Jiao, would you be willing to let me be your knight?" Not to be outdone, Yiqing Sui also knelt on one knee before Little Dumpling. "Jiao Jiao, I want to be your knight too." Lu Yuanjin, should he do it too? Ren Tu shouted at her, "Girls can't be knights." Yiqing Sui yelled back at him, "Why not?" Neither was willing to back down. Their necks stiffened like two bickering primary schoolers. Gu Yu's face had darkened the moment Ren Tu spoke. Seeing them argue more and more fiercely, he stepped forward and pulled them apart. Ren Tu wanted to keep wailing in protest, but looking up and seeing Gu Yu's expressionless face, he instantly behaved himself. Yiqing Sui also lowered her head and stopped talking. Hearing his son's voice, Ren Pingan's heart skipped a beat. Reluctantly putting down his cup of fine tea, he rushed over, with Yiqing Hui and Lu Lu following behind. As soon as they entered, they saw Gu Yu standing among the group of children. The kids all had their heads bowed, not daring to speak, making the scene incredibly quiet. Little Dumpling blinked and made a shocking statement. Do you all want to be Jiao Jiao's knights? Sure. Jiao Jiao has lots and lots of castles. Little Dumpling thought they were fighting to be knights because they wanted to live in a castle, and she didn't want them to argue. Gu. You really are generous. Seeing Gu Yu, Ren Tu didn't dare to speak loudly anymore, but he still looked at Little Dumpling and asked, Jiao Jiao, do you really have a lot of castles? How come his family didn't even have one? When he got home, he was definitely going to make his dad buy one. Thinking of the castles Miss Wan Yi had taken her to see, Little Dumpling nodded. Yes, a lot. She couldn't even count them all. Ren Tu let out an envious wow. Seeing Ren Pingan appear at the door, he cried out, Dad! I want to buy a castle too. Ren Pingan's lips twitched. Even if I sold myself, I still couldn't afford one. Yiqing Hui had also overheard their conversation. It only took her a few minutes to go from intense jealousy to complete numbness. Now, she felt that even if Ming Jiao Jiao had her own airplane, she wouldn't find it strange. It would be stranger if she didn't. Lu Lu looked at the tiny little dumpling in surprise. There wasn't even a hint of boasting in her words, she was simply stating a fact. If someone asked her, she would probably ask in return, why? Doesn't your family have one? The heights she spoke of so casually were something ordinary people could never reach in a lifetime. No wonder the wealthy traveled with bodyguards. Just stating facts was enough to make others lose their minds with jealousy. Miss Ming is back, the butler said after receiving a message. Gu Yu glanced at the time. 5:30. It seemed Ming Shuiwei really did come home early today. His brief moment of happiness quickly soured when he realized Ming Shuiwei had only come back so early for these people. She had never come home this early for him. The others didn't know why he was suddenly radiating cold air, leaving only the butler standing aside in silent amusement. Lu Lu and Ren Pingan exchanged a glance, confused. Could it be that President Ming and Gu Yu weren't getting along? In that case, should they stay for this meal, or stay? President Ming. Everyone was very reserved now that Ming Shuiwei had returned. When they were just with Gu Yu, they could at least manage a few words. Ming Shuiwei's expression was indifferent, her voice cool. Hello. Lu Lu grinned, her smile a bit stiff. Hello, President Ming, I'm Lu Lu. Ren Pingan followed suit. Hello, President Ming, I'm Ren Pingan. Seeing Ming Shuiwei, Yiqing Hui was incredibly nervous. Her eyes shimmering, she said softly, President Ming, I'm Yiqing Hui, we met last time. Gu Yu? He watched Yiqing Hui's performance with cold eyes, that blushing face, those hesitant, longing gazes. Was she trying to rush in and destroy their marriage? Ming Shuiwei nodded at them and politely invited them to take their seats. Gu Yu stood still, holding Little Dumpling. Little Dumpling bent down to look at her old father's expression, then quickly raised her head again. Daddy's face is so dark, it's scary. Ming Shuiwei felt a chill behind her. She turned around to see Gu Yu looking at her resentfully from behind. She was a bit surprised, turned around, walked up to the two of them, and asked, What's wrong? Little Dumpling pouted and reached out for a hug. Ming Shuiwei took Little Dumpling. With his arms now empty, Gu Yu looked up at her. He knew Ming Shuiwei was a woman who flirted with everyone. Ming Shuiwei was confused, but she still pulled his hand. Let's go eat. Seeing them approach, the group immediately turned their heads in perfect unison, showing great tacit understanding on this matter. Eating the dishes prepared by the chef, Lu Lu was lost in thought. Finally, she gathered her spirits and secretly vowed that she must hire the chef to cook at home. It was just too delicious. Her son even ate an extra bowl of rice. Neither Gu Yu nor Ming Shuiwei were the type to make small talk, so the dining table was once terrifyingly quiet. President Ming, can we post the photos we took? The first person to speak was Yiqing Hui, who had mustered the courage to ask. Ming Shuiwei glanced at her indifferently. Suddenly, her hand was held by someone, which surprised her, but she answered Yiqing Hui first. Suit yourself. Looking down at her hand being held under the table, Gu Yu looked calm, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. Ming Shuiwei lowered her eyes and pondered for a while, but still couldn't figure out why Gu Yu was acting crazy. After a silent and oppressive meal, Lu Lu immediately said goodbye, taking Lu Yuanjin with her. She left quickly, carrying the packed desserts. The food was delicious, but they couldn't handle the aura of the two big shots. When Ren Pingon left, the housekeeper gave him some tea. This was tea that Gu Yu had bought for Ming Shuiwe, but which she didn't like. Ren Pingon loved it. When He Qinghui left, Little Dumpling gave He Qingsui a doll she liked. Sister Qingsui, be happy. He Qingsui wanted to refuse, but seeing Little Dumpling's smiling face, she couldn't bring herself to say it. She took the expensive doll, her eyes moist. Thank you, Jiao Jiao, I will take good care of her. No one had ever kept reminding her to be happy. Jiao Jiao was so kind. Little Dumpling nodded with satisfaction. Okay. Once they got into the car sent by the Ming family to take them back, He Qinghui took out her phone and immediately posted the Weibo she had already drafted, just waiting to be sent. Thanks to Brother Gu and Little Jiao Jiao for the invitation, she attached a 9-grid collage of photos below. She posted photos of the sea of flowers and the amusement park, without revealing the location, so fans assumed they had secretly gone out to play somewhere. Such beautiful flowers. Where is this? Brother Gu? Is it Gu Yu and the others? Don't doubt yourself, upstairs, it's definitely Gu Yu. Ha! But President Ming doesn't look like the type to go to an amusement park. Why didn't you take a group photo while you were out? When is the next stream? It's been several days since we last saw you. Sob sob sob. Oh my god, is that bag the new model from Z? So expensive. Is President Ming easy to get along with? Watching the comments and likes continue to climb, He Qinghui was excited. She bit her lip, thinking that posting it would definitely attract a lot of people to watch, but she hadn't expected so many. Her highest performing Weibo posts only had a few thousand comments, but this one had reached 10,000 in just a few minutes. Is this the power of Gu Yu, the top celebrity? Even though he's semi-retired, his traffic is still this good. It's really enviable. He Qinghui carefully replied to a few familiar fans. We didn't go out to play, we are at President Ming's house. The Sea of Flowers and the amusement park belong to little Princess Jiao Jiao. The bag is indeed the newest model. You have a sharp eye. President Ming is very nice. The netizens who received her replies exploded again. Why does this look like Chinese? That huge Sea of Flowers and the amusement park all belong to Ming Jiao Jiao? No, this area, damn, you can't even see the end of it. What a niche share. Next time just post this on your private moments. Damn it, I knew rich people would never be bored staying at home. Why didn't you take more photos? Let me see where my nanny room is. I'm going to go work as a stone lion. Miss, are you still hiring? Did I ask to see this? You just had to post it. Sister. He Qingsui tugged at He Qinghui's clothes. He Qinghui put down her phone and looked at her. What's wrong? Can we invite Jiao Jiao to come play at our house? He Qinghui looked at her as if she were an idiot. Do you think Jiao Jiao would be willing to come to our house? Their family was just an ordinary household. The house wasn't big, just enough for the 4 of them to live in. What could they do if they invited them over? He Qingsui pulled back her hand, feeling intimidated by her gaze. She lowered her head, feeling a bit unconvinced. Jiao Jiao said she would come. He Qingsui's voice was a bit loud. Fearing the driver would hear, He Qinghui pulled her anxiously, using quite a bit of force, causing He Qingsui to stumble. In order to keep her from saying anything else, He Qinghui lowered her head and coaxed her. Yes, yes, Jiao Jiao will definitely come. Ming family manner. What was wrong with you earlier? Ming Shuiwe was just planning to take Little Dumpling out for a walk when she suddenly thought of the person who had been unusually silent tonight. That person looked up at them, his phone clearly displaying He Qinghui's Weibo page. His usually flamboyant eyes drooped, and he drawled, President Ming is very nice, Ming Shuiwe. That familiar scent is back again. Little Dumpling leaned over, looking at Gu Yu curiously, feeling that Daddy was sour right now. Daddy, do you want to eat some candy? She didn't know where she pulled a piece of candy from, then ran over to him with her short legs, her little pigtails bouncing with her movements. Gu Yu's anger was interrupted by her. Looking at Little Dumpling's innocent, worried face and Ming Shuiwe's confused expression, he suddenly wasn't angry anymore. They were now a legal family. Not long after He Qinghui posted on Weibo, Du Qingqin also updated her Weibo. In the photo, she was wearing sunglasses, lying by the pool. The sunlight cast down, making her skin appear fair and her figure curvaceous. Her chin was slightly raised, looking arrogant yet beautiful. She captioned it, the large flat brother gave me, I like it very much. After Du Yang returned from the Lin family, he scolded Du Qingqin a few times. But as soon as she got angry, he couldn't bear to keep scolding her, and immediately gifted her a luxury mansion under his name as an apology gift. Du Qingqin thought to herself, whatever Ming Shuiwe has, she must have too, and even more. A big reason Du Qingqin gained fans online was her identity, a wealthy heiress braving the entertainment industry. Many fans loved watching her show off these luxury mansions and designer goods. As soon as this Weibo post went up, many people noticed it. Does the young miss have any more brothers? So doting. Can I really not have a brother like that? Another day of daily envy for the young miss. Woo. The wealthy in City A each own several large mansions. Turns out I'm the only truly poor one. I get it. The person above is talking about that person, right? Gu Yu wasn't paying attention to the fermenting public opinion online. At that moment, he was sitting in Ming Shuyue's study, keeping her company while she worked overtime. Before Ming Shuyue could coax him, he had already coaxed himself. Looking from his angle, Ming Shuyue was sitting upright at the computer desk, her head slightly lowered, her expression focused. Gu Yu was somewhat mesmerized, his gaze tracing her features inch by inch. Their dynamic seemed unchanged. No matter how long it took for him to go from angry to coming to terms with things, Ming Shuyue would always be waiting behind him. He only had to turn around to see her. Ming Shuyue wouldn't say sweet nothings, nor would she bow her head or soften her stance, but as long as she stood there, he would fall in love with her, hopelessly. Ming Shuyue had a fatal attraction for him. What's more, she was already this perfect. What would happen if she also knew how to say sweet things? So it was better for her to just stay an ice cube. The clock ticked slowly, alternating with the sound of typing in the quiet study. Thinking this, Gu Yu laughed very softly, which sounded exceptionally abrupt. Ming Shuyue's hands paused, then continued as if nothing happened, until 10 o'clock, when she finally closed the computer. She stood up and walked over to him, looking down to ask, "What are you laughing at?" And laughing so foolishly that Gu Yu didn't get up, looking up into her eyes, his voice lazy. "Nothing." He then asked her, "Are you done?" Ming Shuyue looked at him quietly. Gu Yu's eyes were undoubtedly beautiful. At this moment, there was no coldness or irritability in them. His whole person had softened, and his eyes seemed to have scattered starlight fallen into them, lazy and alluring. Ming Shuyue didn't press him on what he was laughing at, just reached out her hand and said, let's go back." Gu Yu lowered his eyes to look at the palm in front of him, laughed softly, and gripped her hand. "All right. Daddy." Early in the morning, Gu Yu was almost scared to death on the spot by Little Dumpling's loud voice. He took a deep breath and chanted silently in his heart, "This is my own flesh and blood. This is my own flesh and blood." Seeing him not speak and even close his eyes, Little Dumpling jumped onto him in confusion and asked with concern, "Daddy, are you going to sleep again?" Gu Yu, if he remembered correctly, it should be 8 o'clock in the morning. "What is it?" Gu Yu opened his eyes and asked her. If he didn't pay attention to her, he didn't know what other questions she would ask that would make his blood pressure soar. Little Dumpling, full of energy, grabbed his neck and shook him back and forth. "When are we going out to play?" "Gu Yu, when did we say we were going out to play today?" He pondered that his little Dumpling was chubby and fair, with a small face that was very innocent and cute, but he didn't know when she learned to spout nonsense. Little Dumpling saw him playing dumb and angrily put her hands on her hips to accuse him. "Daddy, you said it to Jiao Jiao in my dream yesterday." Gu Yu felt relieved. Mystery solved. "Are you going or not, Daddy, are you going or not?" Gu Yu smiled slightly. "Going. After all, a dream daddy is still a daddy." "Yay!" Little Dumpling, having received her answer, happily smeared saliva all over his face. Gu Yu calmly wiped it clean. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Gu Yu put her hat on, along with her little outing bag, checked that nothing was missing, and then carried her out to set off. The housekeeper stood behind them, wanting to say something but stopping. Ever since Mr. Gu moved in, the frequency of Little Miss going out had increased significantly. Their Little Miss hadn't stayed home for a whole day in a long time. Today, Little Dumpling had 2 braided pigtails hanging in front of her chest, with a pretty flower clip on each end of her hair, and wearing a small straw hat. She was the spitting image of someone dressed for an outing. Gu Yu crossed his long legs and leaned back lazily. With a slide of his body, he leaned over to Little Dumpling's side and teased her slowly. "You ask it, magic mirror, who is the cutest child in the world?" Little Dumpling was very satisfied with her outfit today. As soon as she got into the car, she took a small mirror out of her little bag to admire her own beauty. Upon hearing his words, Little Dumpling puffed up her little face and looked at him, looking very serious. "Jiao Jiao is already an adult. These are all things used to trick children." Gu Yu slowly lowered his head to look at her and raised an eyebrow. Fine, he was the childish one. He leaned against the car seat and closed his eyes. Before long, Little Dumpling's soft, sweet voice came to his ears. She even cleverly lowered her voice. Magic mirror, is Jiao Jiao the cutest child in the world?" The corners of Gu Yu's mouth, as he pretended to be asleep, curled up wildly. Just before they arrived at the company, he pretended to have just woken up. Little Dumpling had long since put away the small mirror and was holding her arms, angry. She just knew this was for tricking children. "What's wrong, baby?" Gu Yu held back his laughter and asked her with concern. Little Dumpling shook her head guiltily. "Nothing." Gu Yu nodded without exposing her. Little Dumpling was led away by him, feeling depressed. Her little hand suddenly clenched tight. She decided to ask every mirror in the house when she got back. It must be that Jiao Jiao's mirror was too small. Gu Yu took Little Dumpling and walked swaggeringly into the entertainment company the Gu family had stuffed him with. Wu Jiang received the message and waited downstairs, so excited he chugged several cups of hot water. Great, his boss was back. Who could understand? He stared at the entrance without even blinking, fearing that if he blinked, Gu Yu would fly away. Therefore, he noticed Gu Yu the moment he walked in. It had been a month since he last saw Brother Gu, and he was so excited that tears were almost falling. Brother Gu, you're finally back. Gu Yu dodged Wu Jiang's unstoppable figure with disdain, and incidentally picked up Little Dumpling. Wu Jiang rushed past them, then gave a silly chuckle and retreated back. Just as he was about to say something, he met Little Dumpling's curious eyes. The smile on his face paused, then instantly became even brighter. Brother Gu, tired from carrying her? Let me carry Jiao Jiao. Gu Yu looked at his foolish appearance and averted his gaze, unable to bear watching. I know you. Little Dumpling saw Wu Jiang lower his head in disappointment and said to Wu Jiang with a smile. Wu Jiang looked up at her, moved, his eyes brimming with tears. Little princess is the best, Wu Wu. He asked her with a look of hope. Then who am I? Little Dumpling, Uncle Wu Jiang. Wu Jiang's eyes widened. He had thought Little Dumpling was just saying that to comfort him. He hadn't expected her to actually remember his name. Even though she was so tiny, like a small doll in Brother Gu's arms, she was as warm as a little sun. This must be the reason why Brother Gu had changed so much. Someone who had been by Brother Gu's side for a long time, he could see the changes in Brother Gu at a glance. He was no longer as repressed as he used to be. If he had previously been a broken kite with a severed string, he was now a repaired kite connected to a string, having something to hold on to. Snapping back to reality and realizing he had been left behind, he hurriedly chased after them. Brother Gu, wait for me. The boss had just returned, so he had to work hard. Wu Jiang rushed into the elevator just before the doors closed. Before he could even catch his breath, he heard Gu Yu ask, nothing happened at the company, right? Wu Jiang almost wept with joy. The big boss finally had the motivation to work hard and knew how to care about the company. This must be due to President Ming's excellent guidance. After going crazy in his heart, he answered seriously, nothing happened, it's just, with Brother Feng watching over the company, nothing major could go wrong. However, that woman Lu Cece didn't know what she had told the other executives, but she was actually allowed to have priority in selecting company resources. As time went on, others became unwilling to accept this, but Lu Cece wasn't a well-behaved person and went around the company showing off. Gu, just what? Wu Jiang gritted his teeth and told him the whole story. Gu gave him a cold look. I don't know her. He kept himself clean and only liked Ming Shuiwei. Where did such an idiot pop out from, using his name to show up at his doorstep? Wu Jiang made a bitter face. It was useless that he and Brother Feng didn't believe it. Many of the old men in the upper management believed it, pouring all the resources onto Lu Cece. She had now gained some fame, and other artists in the company didn't dare to speak up after having their resources snatched. They even wanted to stuff people into the show Gu Yu was participating in. If it weren't for Brother Feng's strong opposition, Lu Cece would have been on Director Zhao's show. Since Director Zhao wouldn't refuse if he heard it was Gu Yu's wish, Lu Cece had calculated everything perfectly. Gu Yu frowned and asked him, couldn't you have asked me? Wu Jiang, you were the one who said we couldn't disturb you with company matters. The elevator doors opened. Gu Yu, with his broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs, had a perfect physique. His appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention, except for Lu Cece, who was still showing off. Of course my relationship with Gu Yu is very good. He was the one who recommended me to join the company. We have known each other since we were kids. After we grew up and he got together with President Ming, we stopped keeping in touch. I have kept him in my heart for so many years, and now, I can only wish him happiness. Lu Cece continued to talk, enjoying the feeling of being fawned over. She had observed for so long that Gu Yu never returned to the company, so no one would know if what she said was true or false. Besides, what she said was a fact. They indeed knew each other since childhood. Oh, is that so? A deep voice sounded from behind. Lu Cece admitted without thinking, of course it's true. Only after she finished speaking did she realize what had happened. Annoyed, she turned around, wanting to see who was speaking. She had said it so many times. How could someone still be questioning her? Gu Yu's expression was extremely cold. His pitch-black eyes were like ice, devoid of any warmth, yet the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Lucc met that face, and her pupils shrank. Scared, she retreated several steps, her face turning pale. When did Gu Yu arrive? Gu Yu pressed forward step by step, his expression cold and stern, no longer smiling. You know me? Our relationship is very good. I recommended you to join the company. Facing Gu Yu's interrogation, Lu Sisi was too afraid to look into his eyes, her body trembling uncontrollably. Gu Yu's face suddenly revealed a malicious smile, and he said lightly, Do you even deserve it? Seeing this, everyone understood what had happened. It turned out that Lu Sisi, who had been exploiting them for so long, was a big liar. They didn't like this green tea acting woman Lu Sisi in the first place, but who told her to be the boss's friend? They had endured it for so long only to find out they had been deceived. Lu Sisi, are you sick? Are you happy to have been playing us for fools? And we even sympathized with your situation. The colleagues who used to fawn over her were now all scolding her with anger. Lu Sisi looked like she couldn't stand, swaying as she said with tears in her eyes, I have my reasons. Please believe me. The colleagues who realized they had been deceived for so long wished they could go up and slap her a few times. If they couldn't hit her, couldn't they at least scold her? Immediately, they scolded her even more enthusiastically. Gu Yu held Little Dumpling and retreated to the back of the crowd to watch the show, looking at Lu Sisi being accused by everyone with amusement. Wu Jiang was dumbfounded. Brother Gu's mood swing was too fast, right? Looking at Lu Sisi's teary-eyed, innocent flower appearance again, Wu Jiang rolled his eyes heavily. He was Brother Gu's assistant. Because Brother Gu didn't ask him to follow along to participate in the show, he would just look around the company and help wherever they were busy, but he didn't expect Lu Sisi to call him a mere handyman. That would have been fine, but later she would ask him to buy coffee, buy meals, and even drive her around. Whenever he wanted to refuse, she would say he had nothing to do, so what was wrong with helping her? It almost made Wu Jiang die of anger. What are you arguing about? Do you think this is a wet market? If you don't want to work, just leave. A pot-bellied, greasy man walked in with a stern face and roared. The colleagues who had finished scolding returned to their workstations. Some were still dissatisfied and pointed at Lu Sisi, saying, Manager Wang, Lu Sisi and Brother Gu don't know each other at all. She is lying to us. The tears that Lu Sisi had been holding back fell the moment she saw the man. She denied it, crying pitifully, Manager Wang, I really have met Gu Yu. She didn't dare to say she knew Gu Yu anymore, changing her words to say she had met Gu Yu. Realizing that what she said was different from what she had emphasized before, the colleagues all looked at her with disgust. Manager Wang, don't believe her. She is full of lies. That's right, Brother Gu has already denied knowing her. So disgusting, she even wanted to ruin Brother Gu's image. Manager Wang's overly fat face wrinkled. He put on a cold face, but because of his excessive fat, it made his expression look even more ridiculous. Enough! Lu Sisi is our colleague. We should believe her and cannot accuse her because of some false rumors. Manager Wang spoke with spit flying everywhere, and finally stepped forward to take Lu Sisi's hand, patting it as if to comfort her. Gu Yu watched this scene, his eyes narrowing dangerously, and he smiled with an ambiguous meaning. Who is this? Wu Jiang knew he didn't pay attention to the people in the company, so he explained, This is the nephew of Director Wang. Gu Yu suddenly let out an ah, a sound that twisted and turned with 1,000 curves. Wu Jiang scratched his head. Brother Gu, do you know him? Gu Yu, I don't. Wu Jiang. He knew it. You'll know him in a moment, Gu Yu said before turning and walking away, holding Little Dumpling. Wu Jiang chased after them. Brother Gu, wait for me. Amidst the noisy crowd, Manager Wang successfully caught the sound of Brother Gu. He looked up and glanced around as if facing a formidable enemy, a look of panic flashing in his eyes. Brother Gu? Could it be the Brother Gu that Uncle mentioned? Lu Sisi's hand was held by Manager Wang. She forced herself to suppress her disgust. Seeing Manager Wang suddenly freeze in place, looking around, and no longer speaking up for her, her heart tightened. Could it be that even Manager Wang wouldn't help her? Manager Wang, you have to believe Sisi. Lu Sisi squeezed out a tear and said weakly and coquettishly to Manager Wang. Upon hearing the little beauty's voice and seeing her looking at him with such trust, Manager Wang forgot all about any Brother Gu and held the beauty's hand, comforting her profusely. Sisi, I believe you. After saying that, he looked around the office, his tone firm. Sisi must have been wronged, don't say anything more about it in the future. Others. After Manager Wang finished speaking, he reluctantly let go of Lu Sisi's hand and left. After Manager Wang left, Lu Sisi thought her problem was solved. She looked up and saw everyone in the office looking at her with inquisitive and disgusted eyes. Lu Sisi's heart skipped a beat. Something seemed wrong. Although Manager Wang got in through connections, the fact that he had connections meant his backing was strong. Surely he couldn't even suppress these small fries? Otherwise, why would she be bored enough to curry favor with Manager Wang? The more she thought about it, the better Lu Sisi's complexion became, and eventually, she returned to her usual spoiled self. She huffed and left as well. What does Lu Sisi mean? If I remember correctly, doesn't Manager Wang have a wife? TSK, I was wondering how Lu Sisi dared to be so arrogant. So she climbed up to Manager Wang. Brother Gu, where are you going? Wu Jiang asked, confused, seeing that the direction he was walking wasn't toward Agent Li Feng's office. Gu Yu didn't answer his question. Holding the quiet little dumpling, he kicked open the conference room door with a gust of wind. Go, notify everyone to have a meeting, right now. Wu Jiang felt a pang of pain watching him kick the door. Brother Feng was going to have a headache again. Upon hearing what Gu Yu said, he immediately reacted. All right, Brother Gu. After saying that, he trotted out to make arrangements. Little dumpling poked her head out curiously from his arms. Gu Yu's chin was tickled by her fluffy hair, so he raised his hand to press down on her restless little head. What's wrong? Do you want to get down? Could it be that he wasn't holding her comfortably? Little dumpling shook her head and didn't speak. Jiao Jiao looked down at her and pursed his lips. Are you scared? Gu Yu felt a wave of annoyance. He must have scared Little Dumpling by kicking the door just now. Since reuniting with Little Dumpling, this was the first time he hadn't controlled himself. Gu Yu blamed this entirely on the people in the company who lacked common sense. Before long, the company's executives arrived one after another and took their seats, each one trembling with fear, not daring to look too much at the man sitting in the main seat, for fear of being fired if they made eye contact. Agent Li Feng had learned about this from Wu Jiang. Mentally prepared, he felt relaxed as he pulled out the seat no one dared to sit in and sat down calmly. He could even leisurely look at Little Dumpling, who was sitting on Gu Yu's lap. A meeting was fine. It would keep these old men in the company from getting too comfortable and forgetting who was who. Just looking at the Lu Sisi incident was enough to show that they were even challenging Gu Yu's bottom line. After everyone arrived, Gu Yu didn't speak, just stroked Little Dumpling's hair over and over again, until Little Dumpling grabbed his hand in anger, not letting him touch her anymore. Before he stopped, he looked at Little Dumpling with a hint of regret in his eyes as she protected her hair by holding her head with both hands. The conference room was so quiet that even breathing could barely be heard. Everyone kept their heads down, sweating profusely. Jiao Jiao was a person who was rarely seen on weekdays. Whenever he appeared, something big was bound to happen, so no one dared to stick their neck out. Jiao Jiao admired their posture for a while, then leaned back, relaxed and leisurely. Those who have helped Lu Sisi stand up. The executives below looked at each other upon hearing his words. No one dared to stand up before figuring out what he meant. Jiao Jiao tapped his slender fingers on the table, starting a countdown, and didn't stop until the last number. The executives became more and more afraid as the numbers progressed, not knowing what big move this person was holding back. No one. The man's faint voice rang out. Manager Wang kept his head down tightly. From the moment he walked in and saw Gu Yu, he knew it was over. In his mind, he recalled the brother Gu he had faintly heard earlier. It turned out that what he heard was true. Director Wang didn't understand why he was trembling, assuming it was just because he was afraid of seeing Gu Yu for the first time, so he didn't take Manager Wang's abnormality to heart. He was an old-timer in the company. Gu Yu couldn't pull any stunts on him. Director Wang sat calmly, even having the mood to drink water. Don't make me say it a second time. Gu Yu withdrew his hand from the table, his gaze sharpening as he swept across them one by one. Many of those he stared at slowly stood up, their faces pale. Jiao Jiao asked Agent Li Feng to see if there was anyone else who wasn't self-aware. Agent Li Feng looked and shook his head. That group of people who relied on their seniority all stood up, but their expressions were not very good, as if they had suffered some great humiliation. Jiao Jiao nodded with satisfaction, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. All those standing, go back. Director Wang asked in confusion. Why should we go home? They didn't need to ask for leave to go home. Hearing his question, Gu Yu clapped his hands, his voice lazy. Good question. But you have been fired, so you can only go home. The executives who stood up looked up at him in astonishment, as if they had heard something unbelievable. President Gu, we haven't done anything wrong. That's right, we've been managing the company all these years, and you've never come here. On what grounds are you firing us? We won't leave without a reasonable explanation. As they spoke, some people already looked over with dissatisfaction. Jiao Jiao waited quietly for them to finish before looking up, looking over nonchalantly. Are you all done? On what grounds am I firing you? He seemed to have heard some huge joke, and his low laughter echoed in the conference room. It seems that my absence from the company over the years has given you some illusions. On what grounds? Just because this is my company, Gu Yu's company. As for you, you are just employees invited to help with work. You haven't forgotten that after sitting in your positions for so long, have you? Besides, firing you doesn't require a reason. The man's voice even carried a smile, yet it made those below feel cold all over. How could they forget that Gu Yu was the real boss, and they were indeed, as Gu Yu said, just employees of the company. The executives who understood turned pale, and those who hadn't stood up gave themselves a warning in their hearts. Some, unwilling to give up, said, we just thought Lu Sisi was your friend, so we took extra care of her. That's right, President Gu, we were all deceived by Lu Sisi. Give us another chance. Gu Yu watched as they seemed to have found an excuse, their ugly faces full of eagerness to shift the blame, and raised his hand. The chattering executives fell silent. Even if they didn't listen to Gu Yu, he still had the backing of the Gu family and the Ming family. With the strength of these two families, if they were blacklisted in City A, they wouldn't be able to survive. Deceived? That's truly pitiful. A troubled expression appeared on Gu Yu's face, and before those below could be happy, he added, but what does that have to do with me? When he said this, his expression was cold and ruthless. President Gu. Gu Yu became impatient and irritably threw the document onto the table, making a huge sound. For a moment, the conference room was frighteningly quiet. Leave the company immediately today. I don't want to see you again. Truly annoying. It was hard enough to come to the company, and he had to encounter such troublesome things. Seeing the expression on his face, no one dared to speak again. After resolving it easily, Gu Yu left with Little Dumpling. Yu Sisi waited anxiously outside. She didn't know why Gu Yu could go in for a meeting. A vague thought stirred in her heart, uneasy and afraid to believe that it was what she had guessed. The one who came out after him was Director Wang. As soon as he came out, he saw Lu Sisi waiting outside, and his face suddenly turned black. If it weren't for her, President Gu wouldn't have fired them all. Lu Sisi was just about to go up to them when she noticed they were all looking at her with ill intent. Her footsteps faltered slightly, and alarm bells rang in her heart. If the executives in the company knew the true relationship between her and Gu Yu, no, wasn't Gu Yu just a popular star in the company? How could he make Director Wang and the others this nervous? Even that disgusting dead man, Manager Wang, had a gloomy face. Usually, he would come over lecherously when he saw her. Director Wang walked up to her in a rage and shouted, Lu Sisi, you bitch, how dare you deceive us? Lu Cece frowned and stepped back, not forgetting to act pitiful. Director Wang, what are you talking about? Cece doesn't know. Director Wang sneered. You don't know? If you hadn't said that you were friends with President Gu, would we have given you all the company's resources? Lu Cece looked up in shock, losing even her facial expression management. President Gu? What President Gu? Wasn't Gu Yu abandoned by the Gu family? Why did Director Wang call him President Gu? Seeing her reaction, everyone understood. Claiming they were friends, she didn't even know that Gu Yu was the company's boss. They had actually been played around by such a woman. Very good. Just you wait, let's see if you can still survive in this entertainment industry. This time, Lu Cece was truly panicked. Without this group of people helping her, let alone the entertainment industry, she wouldn't be able to find a job in reality. A group of people walked past her with ugly expressions. Lu Cece grabbed Manager Wang's hand, her expression sorrowful, and a tear slid from the corner of her eye. Manager Wang, you have to believe me, I really didn't know Gu Yu was so heartless, I really do know him. It was the first time Manager Wang had his hand actively held by Lu Cece, and for the first time, he felt a rare sense of disgust in his heart. He violently shook her off and pointed at her, cursing, I helped you so much, and you actually deceived me. Now we have all been fired by President Gu. Are you happy now? Lu Cece stumbled from being shaken off. Just as she wanted to say something, she heard what he said and asked him in disbelief, her voice no longer able to maintain its affected tone. You said Gu Yu fired you all? Impossible. How could Gu Yu have such great power? Even if the Gu family felt guilty towards him, it was impossible for them to give him such a large company. Manager Wang and the others must have made a mistake. But the expression on Manager Wang's face told her that all of this was true. After leaving the company, Gu Yu took little dumpling out to play for a while, and when the time was about right, he went to Ming Group to wait for Ming Shuyue to get off work. On an ordinary afternoon, Gu Yu received a call from Director Jiao. Knowing that they were going to film the last episode tomorrow, he wanted to refuse again. Director Jiao seemed to know what he was thinking and quickly spoke up. You promised me last time, and Jiao Jiao agreed too. Gu Yu, I didn't say I wasn't going, what are you rushing for? Director Jiao agreed repeatedly, secretly thinking, you didn't refuse, but you probably already thought about how to pay the breach of contract penalty. Hanging up the phone, he found that Ming Shuyue and Little Dumpling were both looking at him. He sighed and said, have to go to work again. Little Dumpling's eyes sparkled, and she clenched her fists. Jiao Jiao is going to work too. Gu Yu looked at the silly Little Dumpling and decided to ignore her. Little Dumpling didn't let him go. She climbed onto him and shook his neck. Doesn't Daddy want to work with Jiao Jiao? But Jiao Jiao really wants to work with Daddy. Gu Yu. Could he say he didn't want to? Little Dumpling was really too rowdy. He didn't know where she got so much energy. Gu Yu could only coax her. I want to. How could Daddy not want to work with Jiao Jiao? Little Dumpling was happy, laughing and shaking her head, revealing her white little teeth. Fortunately, the rowdy Little Dumpling reached her nap time before long. Gu Yu carried her into the room to sleep, and only after coaxing her to sleep did he return downstairs. Ming Shuyue was still sitting on the sofa. Hearing his footsteps, she turned her head slightly to look. Is she asleep? Gu Yu nodded and sat back in his original position. After a while, he suddenly sat up and asked her, if I stop working, will you still want me? Although Ming Shuyue was speechless, she still answered him seriously, yes. Not to mention that Gu Yu had his own money, whether he worked or not was his freedom. Even if he had no money and didn't want to work, it was fine. It wasn't like she couldn't support him. Gu Yu was satisfied and lay back down. Before long, he sat up again and asked, will you miss me when I go to film the show? Ming Shuyue, yes. Gu Yu was a little dissatisfied. He stared at the woman's side profile. Then why did you hesitate just now? Ming Shuyue looked at him with a calm expression. Because I was thinking about you just now. Gu Yu's expression paused, his mouth corners curling up wildly while he tried hard to restrain it. All right. Are you sure you really want to do this? Li Songjia looked with a complex expression at his daughter, who hadn't even reached his thigh height. Du Xinxin, I have a premonition that this time is our last chance. Once this is done, there will be no room for regrets. Li Songjia didn't consider himself a good person, but he wasn't deranged enough to lay a hand on a baby. His daughter, however, was truly ruthless. A trace of madness flashed in Du Xinxin's eyes. Vaguely, it seemed as if someone was telling her that if she missed this opportunity, she would be suppressed by Ming Jiao Jiao forever and never be able to regain everything she had in her past life. I don't regret it. As long as she could trample Ming Jiao Jiao under her feet, what was there to regret? Ming Jiao Jiao, oh Ming Jiao Jiao, you died in your past life without me even having to lift a finger. How can you be so disobedient in this life? Then let me help you. Li Songjia lowered his head in thought. From the day Du Xinxin revealed his secret, they had been in the same boat. Moreover, she was actually able to foresee certain events in advance, and through his verification, these things really did come to pass. A dark glint flashed in Li Songjia's eyes. This was the reason he was willing to listen to Du Xinxin. Foreseeing the future. How tempting it was. With such an ability, was there any need to fear that he wouldn't get his hands on Du Corporation? Fine, Daddy will arrange it for you. Seeing other expressions on Ming Shuyue's cold face would surely be interesting. It was truly something to look forward to. Who told you to change the location? Director Jiao sat in his office, desperately suppressing his anger. He had long since selected the location for the final episode and had already planned the task content. They were supposed to start filming tomorrow, and now they were telling him to change the location? The others kept their heads down, not daring to speak, fearing they would be caught in Director Zhao's crossfire. This moment, someone said weakly. It was the assistant director who said we had to change it. They were also very helpless. The equipment and sets had already been set up, and with one word from the assistant director, they had to move. He even said that everything was ready over there and they just needed to go. The assistant director?
Where is he?
The smile was gone from Director Zhao's face as he asked the person who spoke, his expression blank. Before the person could answer, the assistant director pushed the door open and walked in. As soon as he entered, he looked at Director Zhao with a complicated expression. Director Zhao, you've come just in time. Why did you change Qixia Village? The assistant director, who was Director Fong, looked at the people sitting in the office and felt a bit awkward, wanting them to leave first. Director Zhao said straightforwardly, whatever you have to say it right here. Seeming to be thinking of the program, Director Fong smiled and said, we don't have much budget left. Although Qixia Village has convenient transportation, it costs a lot of money. So, I specifically found a place that is just as good as Qixia Village, it's just a bit further away. Cut the crap. Do I not know whether my own program has a budget? Director Zhao sneered and cursed at him. Not to mention the sponsorship from Ming Corporation, many people had invested a significant amount before the show even aired just because it was his program. Let alone how popular it was after it started airing. Now he was saying there was no money? Who are you trying to fool? Director Fong was shocked by his uncivilized and boorish behavior and pointed a trembling finger at him. You? What you mean? Let me tell you, if it weren't for me, could you have ever made such a popular program in your life? I let you take such a huge advantage, you should just be laughing secretly. Now you dare to interfere with my decisions? Next time, are you going to kick me out? Director Fong was pointed at and scolded, his face turning green and then white. The staff below lowered their heads even further. Was this something they were supposed to hear? Would they get fired later? Contact the person in charge of Qixia Village for me immediately. We are filming the next episode there. Director Zhao made the final decision, ignoring Director Fong's expression. After a while, a staff member came in with a bitter face. Director Zhao, Qixia Village has been booked by someone else. Director Zhao turned his head sharply to look at Director Fong, roaring at him in anxiety and anger. This is all you're doing. His new movie was about to start filming, so the final episode of the program had to be finished within a week. If this dragged on, he didn't know when he would be able to start filming. When Director Fong heard that Qixia Village had been booked by someone else, his brow twitched. Could it be something he had done? Director Zhao, let's go to Yungan Village. It's the same as Qixia Village. Director Zhao closed his eyes with a headache. After a moment he said, I haven't even looked into Yungan Village. How can we film there? Director Fong signaled to someone, who stood up and turned the laptop in his hand toward Director Zhao. Director Zhao, this is the information on Yungan Village. Take a look and see if it's suitable before we make a decision. There was really no other way. Director Zhao looked at it carefully. It was indeed similar to Qixia Village. The only difference was the transportation and the distance. Yungan Village was in the mountains, and the transportation was not developed. Director Zhao, helping any village is still helping, and Yungan Village needs help even more than Qixia Village. After a long silence, Director Zhao agreed. He carefully checked the information online and then hurriedly led the team to Yungan Village to make preparations. After receiving the message from Director Zhao about the change of location, Gu Yu tossed his phone aside. He gave an irritable tisk. Qixia Village was already far enough, and now that it had been changed to the even further Yungan Village, he wanted to go even less. Little Dumpling was lying on him drawing. When Gu Yu moved, the drawing went crooked. She puffed up her cheeks and said, Jiao Jiao drew it crooked. Gu Yu looked up at the drawing Little Dumpling held in front of him. It was colorful, and one could vaguely make out several little figures. The figure with black was colored outside the lines. I'm sorry, baby. Daddy didn't mean to. Gu Yu apologized sincerely and pointed at the little figures on the painting, asking, What did you draw, baby? Can you tell Daddy? As expected, Little Dumpling's attention was diverted. She pointed at a short, colorful blob and said, This is Jiao Jiao. She pointed at the taller colorful blob next to it. This is Mommy. Gu Yu looked at the person on the other side that had been painted mostly black and fell silent. If he wasn't mistaken, this must be him. Little Dumpling's fair, tender little finger pointed to that blob. Her voice was as soft and sweet as ever. This is Daddy. Gu Yu's temple throbbed violently. He asked, "Am I that dark in your eyes?" He started to doubt his own pale skin. Since his debut, he couldn't even remember how many people had complimented him on his fair skin. Even when filming, he would have it intentionally darkened, but now his daughter had drawn him as black. Upon hearing this, Little Dumpling raised her eyes. Her large, black eyes looked at him carefully. A few minutes later, she stopped moving. Gu Yu straightened his posture and asked her again, "How is it? Is Daddy not black anymore?" He suspected that Little Dumpling thought he was dark because she had seen the dramas he acted in before. Surely she wouldn't think that now. Little Dumpling nodded seriously. "Daddy is not that black anymore." Gu Yu was satisfied. He knew it. He used sunscreen every day. How could he be dark? Little Dumpling took another look at the black aura on Gu Yu's body. She didn't know what he had been happy about recently, but the black aura had faded quite a bit. "Daddy, when are we going out to play?" Little Dumpling stopped dwelling on it, tossed her pen aside, and leaned against him to ask. Gu Yu closed his eyes, feigning sleep. The thought of leaving Ming Shuiwe to go so far away made him feel miserable. He let out a faint sigh and discussed it with Little Dumpling. "Do you want to go out and play? Then let's not participate in the show." Little Dumpling shook her head. "But we have to go." "Heh, she's quite greedy." Gu Yu opened his eyes to look at Little Dumpling, who was squirming on him, and made her choose. "Are you choosing to go play, or are you choosing to participate in a program that is very tiring, very exhausting, and where you won't be able to see Mom?" Little Dumpling thought for a moment, her eyes sparkling. "Participate in the program." Gu Yu. Utter defeat. Early the next morning, Director Jiao brought Director Fong to wait for the others at the village entrance. As for why it was the village entrance, Director Jiao looked at the small muddy path beneath his feet. The cars simply couldn't drive in. After the site inspection, Director Zhao's expression finally improved. Yungan village was indeed as Director Fong had described. Aside from the inconvenient transportation, everything else was quite good. "Director Zhao, it's not that I'm complaining, but has our show really become so poor that it's come to this?" Lulu pulled her suitcase, which was missing a wheel, and said breathlessly, "This road is too difficult to walk on. Even the cars were blocked outside, and we still have to walk for 10 minutes to get there. And this little mountain village is surrounded by mountains on all sides. The environment is nice, but there are even more mountain roads." Director Zhao chuckled and stepped forward to pull the suitcase for her. "There were some issues, but I guarantee this episode will be fun." Lulu was checking to see if Lu Yuanjin had any injuries, and without turning her head, she said, "You might think it's fun, but we might not." She thought the last episode was great, eating and drinking just like a vacation. If only this time were the same. Director Zhao smiled and didn't say anything more. The second to arrive was Ran Pingon. The cuffs of his white trousers were splattered with mud, and his glasses were fogged up. It was a rare moment of dishevelment for him. Ran too seemed to have become a bit more sensible. He actually took the initiative to help Ran Pingon pull the suitcase. "Teacher Lu, Director Zhao." Ren Pingon greeted them. Lu asked jokingly, "Teacher Ren, how are you feeling this early in the morning?" Teacher Ren gave a wry smile, looked at the mud spots on himself, and shook his head helplessly. "I feel all right." Ren too was sweating profusely from the heat. He unzipped his jacket, leaned over to Lu Yuanjin, and whispered, "This place is so hard to walk through. My dad had to rest many times before we could get here." After spending time together these past few times, Lu Yuanjin didn't dislike Ren too as much. Hearing this, he nodded in agreement. "Same for us." Yungan village was built on the side of a mountain. To get to the village, one had to climb the mountain. Along the way, there was only a small path worn out by people, filled with rocks and grass everywhere. Their suitcases had broken after hitting large rocks on the side of the path. Ren too put his hands behind his back, assumed a profound expression, and gazed at the green mountains. "I wonder how Jiao Jiao and He Qing Sui are going to get up here." Lu Yuanjin thought about it too. He felt that Jiao Jiao would definitely be carried up by Uncle Gu. As for He Qing Sui, he frowned slightly and didn't say anything. The third to arrive were Gu Yu and Little Dumpling. Gu Yu was dressed in black clothes and black trousers. It was rare to see him not wearing a hat. He carried Little Dumpling with one arm and pulled the suitcase with the other, looking as relaxed as if he were walking a runway. Little Dumpling was wearing a pink tracksuit, and her hair was tied up, making her look fresh and neat as she appeared on camera. She greeted them obediently. Gu Yu's expression wasn't good. His blindingly fair, handsome face was tightly set. Those who knew him knew he was unhappy. Those who didn't might think he was about to get into a fight. "Director Zhao, is this the surprise you were talking about?" After putting Little Dumpling down, Gu Yu asked Director Zhao, who was hiding behind Director Fong, his tone icy. Seeing he couldn't hide, Director Zhao walked out as if nothing happened and explained with a smile. "There was a little accident, just a little accident." This was the reason he hadn't agreed to film at Yungan Village initially. Their production team had a big sponsor. Yungan Village was really too shabby for them, especially with so much money invested. But now, there was really no other choice. Little Dumpling stood clean and neat between Lu Yuanjin and Ren Tu, obediently letting them look her over. They had climbed up themselves, and their bodies were more or less covered in mud and grass clippings. Only Little Dumpling was as clean as a doll. Brother Ren Tu, are you very hot? Little Dumpling also looked at them and asked curiously when she saw the jacket Ren Tu had taken off. It was still a bit chilly in the mountains in the morning. Ren Tu nodded vigorously. I helped my dad pull the suitcase up, so I'm a bit hot. Little Dumpling let out a wow and looked at him with wide eyes. You're amazing. Ren Tu held his head high after being complimented, looking smug as he added, It's nothing, it's mainly just that my dad is too weak. Ren Pingon, listening from the side, twitched his mouth. He really wanted to say thanks. Using your old man's reputation as conversation fodder, ha 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 ha, Ren Tu is still so funny. Why didn't they start filming from when the guests climbed the mountain? I really wanted to see that. I want to see it too, it must be very interesting. Even though I haven't seen them for a few days, it feels like everyone is already very familiar with each other. Ha 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 ha. This show is so pleasing to the eyes, it really takes care of my eyes. Filming started very quickly this time, praise to director Jiao. But why choose such a remote place? It doesn't feel very clean. Why haven't the other two groups arrived yet? Nothing happened, right? Seeing Little Dumpling chatting enthusiastically with Ren Tu, Lu Yuanjin lowered his head, feeling a bit disappointed. He wasn't good with words and was boring. It was only natural that Jiao Jiao didn't like playing with him. Brother Yuanjin. Ha! A soft voice suddenly rang in his ear, and Lu Yuanjin responded subconsciously. Little Dumpling circled around him and stopped. You weren't talking just now. Lu Yuanjin looked at her, embarrassed. Sorry, I didn't hear you just now. He was a little nervous, thinking Little Dumpling would be angry, but she just nodded. Half an hour later, He Ching Sui and the others finally arrived, all of them covered in quite a bit of mud without exception. He Ching Sui even had mud on her face. It was unclear how that happened. Surprisingly, Du Qin had actually arrived with them. Perhaps because Director Zhao had given a heads up beforehand, she wasn't wearing high heels or a dress this time. Du Qin's face was terrifyingly dark. When she saw Director Zhao, she said, What kind of crappy place is this? If someone gets hurt or falls, wouldn't it be impossible to get medical attention immediately? In such a dilapidated mountainous area, there might even be bugs. Du Qin frowned. She didn't want to film anymore. Director Zhao still smiled and said, There was a little accident, but safety is absolutely guaranteed. Our medical staff is on standby at all times. From the moment she got off the car, Du Qin had been unable to contain her excitement. She hadn't expected the location to be changed so easily. It was only natural for some accidents to happen in the big mountains. Director Zhao looked at the disheveled state of the guests and decided not to make them continue carrying their own suitcases into the village. Staff members rode motorcycles, bumping along as they hauled their suitcases away. Lu was dumbfounded. Wait, Director. Other than when she was filming, she had never seen mountain roads like this, nor had she ever seen any child variety show come to a place like this. The director said with a calm expression, That's right, this is where we will be. Staying. The motorcycles were fuel-guzzling. After the staff drove off, billows of black smoke drifted toward them. Daddy, it's the same color as you. Little Dumpling excitedly pointed at the black smoke filling the Gu. I thank you so much. Sister Ching Sui, your face is dirty. Little Dumpling looked around curiously, and upon looking down, she spotted He Ching Sui and pulled out a handkerchief to wipe her face. Little Dumpling stood on her tiptoes, but for a moment, she couldn't control her strength and slapped He Ching Sui in the face. Fearing she might fall, He Ching Sui reached out to steady her, leaving a small red mark on her face from the impact. Yet Little Dumpling, oblivious, wanted to continue wiping her face. Gu Yu couldn't watch any longer and pulled her back. If she kept going, He Ching Sui would be wiped until her entire face was covered in red marks. Daddy, what are you doing? Little Dumpling kicked her little feet in the air a few times, wanting Gu Yu to put her down. She hadn't finished wiping Sister Ching Sui clean yet. Gu Yu picked her up and gave her bottom a light pat. Behave yourself and let Ching Sui wipe it herself. Although Little Dumpling was unhappy, she obediently let He Ching Sui wipe her own face. He Ching Sui hesitated. She wanted to say it was fine and that it didn't hurt. Du Qin endured walking for a while, but after stepping on another stone and stumbling, she stopped moving entirely. Ren Pingon was walking behind her. The mountain path was only wide enough for one person, so when she stopped, everyone behind them was forced to halt. Ren Pingon waited patiently for a while. Gu Yu had fallen behind while holding Little Dumpling and talking to He Ching Sui. When he caught up, he discovered they were blocked on the path. He frowned as he looked at the group that wasn't moving. Could there actually be a traffic jam on a road like this? There were too many people in front for him to see the situation clearly, so he whispered to the director, What's going on? The director was speechless after receiving the message from the staff up ahead. If you didn't want to participate, you shouldn't have come, but what's the point of throwing a tantrum after you've arrived? I don't know what's wrong with Teacher Du. She suddenly stopped. Director Zhao didn't say anything, but another staff member carrying equipment couldn't help but speak up. Unlike the guests who were unencumbered, they were carrying heavy equipment and naturally wanted to reach their destination as quickly as possible. Du Qin stopping on the path meant they had to carry their loads for several more minutes. Gu Yu's brows furrowed tightly after hearing this, and he suppressed the irritation in his heart. A few minutes later, the director returned with a dark expression, and the team continued forward. We've finally arrived. Lu stood in the village and looked down. They had arrived early, and the morning mist had not yet dissipated, swirling around Yungan village and making it look as beautiful as a legendary fairyland. Except for the fact that the road was incredibly difficult to traverse, Lu silently complained to herself. Director Zhao's stout body was exhausted from walking such a stretch of road. He rested for a while before picking up the megaphone to announce what would happen next. Last time, we said that houses would be selected based on performance rankings, but due to an oversight by our production team, we won't be selecting houses this time. The houses arranged for all the guests are the same. The journey was already long, and the living conditions weren't great. Making people stay in dilapidated houses was something Director Zhao couldn't agree to, regardless of what anyone else thought. They were here to participate in a show, not just to suffer, so he had prepared 5 houses with similar conditions. Although the houses are similar, their locations differ, so the children will still draw for the house keys. Little Dumpling's feet hadn't touched the ground since entering Yungan village. Upon hearing that they were going to draw for houses, she anxiously patted Gu Yu's hand, asking him to put her down. Daddy is too clingy, Little Dumpling thought with distress. Gu Yu put her down. His brows had been furrowed tight ever since they entered Yungan village and hadn't relaxed once. When they said Yungan village was surrounded by mountains, they meant it. It was the kind of deep, dense forest mountain range. Looking around along the way, there weren't many young people in the village. It was mostly elderly folks and a few children who hadn't even learned to walk yet. If there was one advantage to this place, it was that the air was good. While he was observing his surroundings, Little Dumpling drew the map for their house and ran back to hug him. Daddy, let's go. Gu Yu withdrew his gaze and looked at Little Dumpling. She was carrying a little rabbit backpack, and her tied-up long hair swayed behind her. The little bundle hugged Gu Yu's leg. Gu Yu didn't pick her up. Instead, he let her hang onto his leg as he walked a few steps. Is it fun? It's fun. Gu Yu scoffed. You're like a little piglet, all chubby. Little Dumpling was unhappy. She let go of his leg and stomped her feet in anger. Jiao Jiao is not a piglet. I'm going to tell Mommy. Gu Yu immediately pulled her back and smiled. Okay, Daddy was wrong. This map was much more detailed than the last one. After Director Zhao finished speaking, he let them go find their houses on their own. Gu Yu is too mean. Whoa, my poor baby is being toyed with by him. Gu Yu's personality has become much more lively. Participating in this show was worth it. Oh my god, what kind of deep, dense forest did Director Zhao find? This is terrifying. This is really far away, but Yungan village sounds so familiar. I feel like I've heard of it somewhere. Can city people adapt to this kind of environment? Never mind these big stars. I wouldn't even be able to adapt to this. To be this disheveled on the first day, Director Zhao really knows how to film. The guests' houses were all very far apart this time. From where they were standing, they had to head in different directions. Yiqing Sui, who was holding Little Dumpling's hand, was stunned. She had assumed they would be staying in the same place as Little Dumpling this time, just like before. When Yiqing Hui called her over, she reluctantly let go of Little Dumpling's hand. Jiao Jiao, wait for us to find our house, and then we'll come find you to play. Little Dumpling nodded vigorously. Okay. Gu Yu pulled his suitcase and walked expressionlessly in the direction marked on the map. Along the way, he noticed quite a few elderly people in the village. They would glance at them from time to time, but would immediately look away when they met his gaze, appearing very shy of strangers. Gu Yu narrowed his eyes and walked up to them with the map to ask for directions. Do you know where this is? The elderly person he asked paused, then waved his hand. I can't see. Us old folks don't know how to read. Feeling a bit uncomfortable being stared at by Gu Yu, the elderly person returned the map to him and left. Gu Yu put the map away and watched his retreating figure. He was walking hurriedly, and upon closer inspection, it was evident that his legs seemed to have been injured, making his gait unsteady. Daddy, let's go. Little Dumpling looked at the elderly person who had walked away, then looked back at Gu Yu, and couldn't help but tug on his clothes. She still had to wait for Sister Qing Sui to come find her to play. Gu Yu bent down and picked her up, the corners of his mouth lifting. He temporarily set aside his feeling that the village was a bit strange and said helplessly, All right, princess, I'll take you to find our house now. The house they drew was in the last row of Yungan village. It was a wooden structure with a front yard surrounded by a fence covered in green plants. Wow! Little Dumpling suddenly let out a cry of amazement. Gu. What are you gasping about now? Jiao Jiao likes this little house. Is there anything you don't like? No matter how dilapidated the house was, it seemed that in Little Dumpling's eyes, it would always be a like. Little Dumpling didn't catch her father's rhetorical question and nodded earnestly. Jiao Jiao likes them all. Gu Yu couldn't bear to look at her silly expression. He walked past her, pushed the door open, and went inside. At a glance, the room matched his impression of Yungan village. Everything was dusty, and the floor was covered in the same tiles as the yard, with dirt everywhere. Daddy, wait for Jiao Jiao. Gu Yu replied slowly. I'm waiting. After walking around the dilapidated house, Gu Yu opened his suitcase and skillfully took out the bedsheets to make the bed. Oh my god, this show has trained my brother Gu into a good family man. This level of skill is comparable to my mom making the bed. Gu Yu himself probably wouldn't believe he would ever see this day. Seriously, is the production team really short on money? Why did they find such a crappy house? I seriously suspect they used up all the budget in the last episode. This house is too crude. After making the bed, Gu Yu looked around, satisfied, and exited the room. Turning around, he saw little Dumpling crouching in the main room like a little mushroom. What are you doing? Hearing his voice, little Dumpling looked up at him, her face full of excitement, and opened her hands to show him what she was holding. Jiao Jiao is pulling weeds. It moved into our house. Gu Yu? Aren't children this age supposed to like making friends with flowers and grass? Why did his child pull her friends out? Gu Yu began to doubt whether the parenting manual Wu Jiang found for him was authentic. Gu Yu deliberated before asking her, don't you think they are friends? Little Dumpling shook her head. They are friends, but Jiao Jiao didn't invite them. Gu Yu. You're quite principled, then. Plucking others just because they weren't invited. In the afternoon, Director Zhao called everyone to gather, the loudspeaker crackling loudly. What are we doing? Lulu asked again, thinking she had misheard. Director Zhao pointed to the large orange grove behind him and picked up the loudspeaker. We are going to help the villagers pick oranges this afternoon. We sell as many as we pick. Ren Pingon frowned slightly. Do we have to take them to the town to sell ourselves? Lulu also recalled the difficulty of the journey up the mountain and was uncharacteristically resistant to the director's decision. We won't even be out of the mountains before it gets dark. How are we supposed to sell them? He Qinghui stopped pretending to be introverted. She looked at the orange grove in the distance and said, we won't be able to pick that many just by ourselves, right? Although she was from an ordinary family, her family had never let her do chores since she was young. Besides, picking oranges was clearly manual labor. How much could they actually do? Her hands were meant for playing the piano, not for picking oranges. Director Zhao waited for them to finish before speaking. The production team has arranged for villagers to pick with you. You aren't doing it alone. Later, the production team will post a link on the live stream for online sales, so you don't need to take them to the city to sell. Yungan Village is a poor mountain area with only elderly people and children left behind. They cannot transport these oranges out, and we cannot buy them, so the task for this episode is to help the left-behind elderly sell their oranges. After Director Zhao finished speaking, everyone fell silent, as if shocked by his words or perhaps not knowing what to say. I am the quiet. Gu Yu suddenly chuckled. So we're just manual laborers for this episode. Du Qingqin said impatiently, what does it have to do with me if they can't sell them? The fruit she ate was always carefully selected, not these oranges from some Yungan village. She, the young lady of the Du family, actually had to help these people sell things? If word got out, people would die laughing. Director Zhao gave a chuckle, seemingly having anticipated these two tough nuts to crack, and said with a smile, all the proceeds from this episode will be donated to charity to help left-behind children in the mountains. I believe you two won't refuse, right? As expected, Gu Yu fell silent. Du Qingqin also fell silent. Director Zhao felt pleased with himself. Little punks, I can handle you. Gu was a person who didn't care about external opinions and did as he pleased. If it were before, he might not have been able to handle him. But now that he suddenly had a daughter, he might not actively participate upon hearing about helping mountain children, but he certainly wouldn't refuse. As for Du Qingqin, it was much simpler. Although she was also wealthy, she was more hypocritical than Gu Yu and cared a lot about how others viewed her. Therefore, as long as charity was mentioned, she would definitely agree. After all, it was a good deed that brought both fame and fortune. Director Zhao scanned the room, and when no one spoke again, he began to introduce the villagers waiting behind him. Yungan Village was also called Huang Family Village because everyone in the village had the surname Huang. Director Zhao called up the 5 representatives chosen by the villagers. Liu Lu was assigned to the mountain area managed by Huang Y. Gu Yu was assigned to the mountain area managed by Huang Air. Ren Pingon with Huang San, He Qinghui with Huang Si, and Du Qingqin with Huang Wu. To avoid wasting time, after the assignments were made, Director Zhao told the guests to go back, change their clothes, and head up the mountain to pick oranges. Huh? What's going on? The variety show I'm watching suddenly turned into a charity channel? This orange grove looks like it hasn't been tended to for many years. How are they going to pick them? Although I know Director Zhao means well, isn't this episode exploiting the guests too much? Suddenly it's become so high-minded. What about the kids? Du Xinxin and Ming Jiao Jiao are only 3-something years old, right? What help can they be? Just film a casual variety show properly. Why pull this stunt suddenly? Although Gu Yu and Du Qingqin said things that sounded unpleasant, they were right. What does it have to do with them? Each person was assigned such a large area. How long will they have to work? Gu Yu held Little Dumpling's hand as they walked back. He was uncharacteristically worried. He looked down at Little Dumpling and then let out a deep sigh. Hearing the sound, Little Dumpling immediately looked up and asked him, "Daddy, what's wrong? Baby, are you a bit short?" Why did she look shorter than the orange trees? If he remembered correctly, Du Xinshin was in the same class as her, and he saw that Du Xinshin was a head taller than her. Little Dumpling didn't get upset this time. Instead, she said with a serious face, "Mommy said the bad people wouldn't give Jiao Jiao food, that's why Jiao Jiao couldn't grow taller." Gu Yu's footsteps faltered. He wanted to slap himself. How could he have forgotten about this? When Ming Shuyue told him, she had only mentioned a part of it lightly. He had thought it was the nanny's negligence that caused Little Dumpling to lose her appetite. He hadn't expected that they actually wouldn't give her food. Gu Yu frowned, his heart feeling sour and aching as if soaked in water. He rubbed her head and said in a low voice, "Daddy was wrong. Jiao Jiao is growing very tall and will soon be taller than Daddy." Watching the live stream, Ming Shuyue's eyebrows twitched. Taller than Gu Yu? Let's forget about that. Then, after another thought, they were both quite tall, so it was not impossible. Ming Shuyue, does it look good? Gu Yu had changed Little Dumpling into a black denim jumpsuit and put gloves on her. He placed his hand on her head as a pivot point and spun her around. This was an outfit he had specially bought. He was wearing the same set himself. Little Dumpling was spun until she was dizzy. Seeing double of Gu Yu with stars in her eyes, she said, It looks good." Gu Yu raised an eyebrow and boasted, "Of course it looks good, I picked it out. Looks great. I want to buy the same style too. Why does this kind of clothing look so good on them?" Gu Yu is getting more and more disrespectful to our baby. The mom fans strongly condemn him. Sobbed. Brother Gu is too bold. I demand President Ming make him kneel on a keyboard when they get back. Am I the only one who heard what the baby said? Who dares to not let her eat? No way, right? Could someone from a family like the baby's be abused? She must have misspoken. The oranges here are actually quite famous. They are just sold for a very high price. Yes, I knew it sounded familiar. So it is that expensive orange. I will grit my teeth and buy a few orders later to support Brother Gu. Huang Er was a middle-aged man with an honest face. He had changed his clothes and was waiting outside. Seeing them come out, he stood there a bit restrained, not knowing what to say. Ji Yu carried Little Dumpling behind him. Along the way, there were only Little Dumpling's curious questions and Gu Yu's low-voiced answers. After arriving at the orange grove that Huang Er was responsible for, Gu Yu found a clean spot and set Little Dumpling down. Huang Er came over with a large basket and a small basket. He did not quite dare to look at them. "Yo, you can put the oranges you pick inside." Gu Yu nodded, took them and said casually, "Thanks." Hearing this thanks, Huang Er's hands hanging by his sides twitched. He lowered his head, replied that it was no trouble and left. "Daddy, is this for Jiao Jiao?" Little Dumpling pointed at the other small-sized basket and asked him softly. Gu Yu expressionlessly put the small basket into the large basket. "No." Little Dumpling rolled her eyes, pointed at someone in the distance, and said, "Why does that big sister have a small basket? Jiao Jiao wants one too." Gu Yu looked in the direction she was pointing. A thin, frail little girl was wearing ill-fitting old clothes. Her complexion was sallow, but she was carrying a basket bigger than herself on her back. She skillfully used scissors to cut the oranges and put them into the basket, her speed not losing to an adult's at all. Ji Yu withdrew his gaze and said slowly, "Children shouldn't be working, so this is for Daddy." Little Dumpling was unconvinced. She tugged on his shirt hem and pointed at herself. "Jiao Jiao is small, so the basket should be small too." So this basket was for her. Gu Yu's steps faltered from her tugging. He showed a gratified smile on his face, but in reality, he gritted his teeth and asked her, "Where did you learn such crooked logic at such a young age?" In the end, Gu Yu still gave her the much smaller basket. He worriedly instructed her not to take off her gloves or she would get scratched, to stay where she was and not wander off, and so on. Little Dumpling took the small basket and nodded obediently, showing no trace of the way she had been clamoring for the basket. Just a moment, Jiao Jiao put on his gloves and proceeded to pick oranges from the nearby orange trees. Little Dumpling was in front, and he could see her whenever he looked up. He was tall, and he could easily pick them just by raising his hand. As Gu Yu started picking oranges, the link went up, and it was sold out within a second. The screen was flooded with question marks. What is going on? No, I thought it would be hard to snag, but I did not think it would be this hard. I got all the way to the payment step and it told me the product was sold out? Excuse me, I blinked and it was gone? What is going on? Is there a problem with the link? Director, please take a look. Did you put up the wrong link? Yeah, it must be the wrong one. The other live streams did not have this situation at all. Director Zhao's eyes widened. He stared at the link the staff had put up, and it was gone in less than a second. As the voices of doubt grew, Director Zhao had the staff post a message on Gu Yu's live stream. The link is fine, it really did sell out in seconds. Out of the 5 live streams, only Gu Yu's had this explanation. My brother Gu is truly a top-tier celebrity. Who can compete with this kind of traffic? Brother Gu has not been out filming for so long that we all forgot he is a top-tier celebrity. Who would not buy it? It is Gu Yu's first time live stream selling. If it were me, I would snatch it too. Really, it seems like Gu Yu is live streaming to sell things for the first time. I want to buy it too. Director Jiao is too cunning, actually using the show as a way to get Brother Gu to sell products. Ah, does this count as Brother Gu's merchandise? Brother Feng, I cannot snag any. In the office, Wu Jiang watched the link sell out in seconds and was so angry his hair stood on end. Who on earth was spending so much money to buy oranges? It had sold out in seconds several times already. Agent Li Feng slowly let out a breath. Looking at the lonely one order placed on his computer screen, he took off his glasses, feeling a headache. Try snagging a few more times and see. He had originally wanted to support Gu Yu and buy one order for everyone in the company, but now it seemed Gu Yu did not need their support at all. Ming Group. Secretary Wang walked in excitedly. President Ming, we managed to place our orders. Fortunately, he had found a few colleagues with fast hands who often sniped tickets to place the orders beforehand, otherwise, they would have been the ones flooding the screen begging for a single order. Ming Shuyue gave a cold and said calmly, keep ordering. Secretary Wang looked at the tens of thousands of orders already placed. Yes. However, can Film Emperor Gu withstand President Ming's heavy affection? Gu Yu, who was being talked about, stopped his aching hand and narrowed his eyes as he looked at Little Dumpling. Little Dumpling guiltily closed her eyes and silently chanted, can't see me, can't see me, can't see me. Gu Yu said with a fake smile. Do you think your daddy is blind? Hearing his words, Little Dumpling opened her eyes and looked at him anxiously. Daddy, are you blind? Gu Yu. Gu Yu closed his eyes, deciding not to bicker with a child. How did you walk over there? Little Dumpling giggled, pointed to a very short orange tree behind her, and said, Jiao Jiao wants to pick oranges too, to help Daddy and the big sister. Gu Yu put down his scissors and walked to the orange tree she mentioned. It was indeed a height that Little Dumpling could reach. However, he crouched down, removed a blade of grass that had floated onto Little Dumpling's head, and asked nonchalantly, and who is this big sister? How did she get to know a big sister in the short time he did not keep an eye on her? Little Dumpling obediently let him tidy her clothes, then leaned into his ear and whispered to him, it is just the big sister who picks oranges. Gu Yu glanced at her. Did you steal something? Otherwise, why are you whispering like that? Little Dumpling asked in confusion. Jiao Jiao didn't steal anything. After saying this, she put on a straight, chubby face to lecture him. Teacher said that stealing is wrong, and Daddy can't steal things either. Gu Yu, he felt like he'd been stabbed by the knife he'd thrown out himself. Stealing is wrong. Little Dumpling nodded in satisfaction and praised him. Daddy is a good boy. Gu Yu smiled helplessly. Looking at Little Dumpling's innocent face, he sometimes really wondered if she was a natural-born troll. How could she say such infuriating things? Then how did you meet that big sister? Speaking of this, Little Dumpling took a mud-stained orange out of her bag and said to him proudly, Big sister's orange ran away, and Jiao Jiao helped her pick it up. Gu Yu resisted the urge to take the orange and wipe it clean, asking her, then why didn't you give it back to her? The smile on Little Dumpling's face became even brighter, her eyes curving as she laughed. Big sister said it's for Jiao Jiao to eat. Gu Yu, understood. The other person thought it was gross because it fell on the ground and didn't want it anymore, yet this little fool was treating it like a treasure and couldn't bear to eat it. Daddy will get you a fresh orange to eat. You wait here and don't move. Little Dumpling held the dirty orange and nodded. Okay. Such a familiar back viewed. A father's back view. Ha 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 ha. Gu Yu, you finally have a day where you get lectured. Ha 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 ha. Baby, speak more, keep speaking. Brother Gu, don't rest yet. I haven't snatched an orange yet. Woo woo woo. Is it sour? Gu Yu took the orange he had just picked, peeled it, and fed a segment to Little Dumpling. He had seen others eating them while resting earlier, so they should be sweet. Little Dumpling had something in her mouth so she couldn't talk, but she nodded vigorously to indicate that it was very sweet. It's sweet, she said loudly after swallowing. Jiao Jiao pressed down her hands as she gestured excitedly. All right, I know. I'll buy it, okay. Stop seducing me, whoa whoa. Is it really that sweet? I want to buy it too. The marketing is not bad, even I want to buy it. If I buy it, can Brother Gu feed me? Ha 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 ha. Stop dreaming, let's see if you can even manage to snatch one first. After picking oranges all afternoon, Gu Yu took Little Dumpling home to bathe and change clothes. He laughed when he saw the few oranges in her basket. Because of Little Dumpling's height, she could only reach the small oranges under the tree that didn't get any sunlight. Some were still green, and just looking at them made his teeth ache. Jiao Jiao carried her little basket and walked slowly down the mountain with Little Dumpling on his back. Seemingly thinking of something, he said to her, Baby, how about we send these oranges to Mommy to eat? He found it funny just thinking about Ming Shuyue eating the sour oranges with an expressionless face. Little Dumpling hugged his neck, waving to that big sister behind him. Hearing what Gu Yu said, she turned back and lay flat against him. Okay. Jiao Jiao likes Mommy, give it to Mommy to eat. He had originally wanted to tease Ming Shuyue, but hearing Little Dumpling agree without hesitation, why did he feel like he was the one who had eaten the sour oranges in the basket? He couldn't help but say sourly, I know you like Mommy the best. Little Dumpling was very sensitive in this regard. As soon as Gu Yu opened his mouth, she knew how to coax him. Jiao, you had been picking oranges all day, and there was sweat on his face. Little dumpling, not minding at all, gave him a big kiss on the face. Jiao Jiao likes daddy the best too. Gu Yu's heart instantly stopped feeling sour. He suppressed the corners of his mouth from curling up, tilted his head, and moved a little further away from her. Dirty. In the mountains at dusk, night was gradually falling. Walking on the road, one could still hear the sound of frogs and the chatter of Yungan village villagers carrying tools down the mountain. Several people met at the village entrance. Lulu was so tired she couldn't even lift her hands. This is too tiring, Lulu sighed weakly, with Lu Yuanjin supporting her from the side. Qinghui felt the stickiness of the sweat on her face and felt a bit anxious. She wasn't the type to be a great beauty. Usually, she needed to rely on her hairstyle and makeup to maintain her appearance. Appearing disheveled on camera was not very friendly to her. Just as Lulu said this, she continued, everyone is working hard to live, and nothing is easy to do. She had to maintain her persona. Ren Pingon wiped the sweat off his face. It really is hard work. My back aches after just one afternoon. Du Qingqin didn't speak. She walked at the very back with a cold face. Jiao Jiao, are you tired? Ren Tu trotted to catch up with Little Dumpling and asked with concern. Ren Tu had spent the whole afternoon acting as a mukbang streamer. He was still reluctant to leave when coming down the mountain. Lu Yuanjin and He Qingsui had helped pick oranges and hadn't recovered yet. Both children were exhausted today. Little Dumpling looked down from Gu Yu's back. Ren Tu's chubby little face was sunburned red, and he was currently looking up at her. She shook her head, hesitated for a moment, and whispered, Brother Ren Tu, your face is red, you need to wear a hat. Otherwise, you'll become ugly. Hearing Little Dumpling caring about him, Ren Tu smiled, revealing a mouthful of big white teeth. Then I'll wear a hat tomorrow. He Qingsui spotted Ren Tu talking to Little Dumpling, and she wasn't tired anymore. She gritted her teeth and ran over to occupy the other side of Little Dumpling. Little Dumpling's eyes lit up when she saw her, Sister Qingsui. He Qingsui also called to her, Jiao Jiao. Lu Yuanjin looked at his friends in front and then at the obviously exhausted Lulu. He hesitated for a while but didn't follow. Moving slowly with the crowd, Du Xinxin watched their backs, her eyes flickering. She kept her head down and followed by Du Qingqin's side, playing the part of a well-behaved child. Du Qingqin's steps were steady, forming a contrast with the weary and floating steps of Lulu and He Qinghui. This scene is like a movie. Lulu really worked hard today. She didn't rest many times. He Qinghui is the same. She's so tired her makeup is ruined, and He Qingsui has been working hard picking oranges too. Why does it look like Du Qingqin just went for a stroll? Her hair isn't even messy. Did she do any work? Du Qingqin didn't do any work. She was slacking off. She didn't even fill a basket the whole afternoon. Ha, really? Really, I went to watch the clips. Who said Sister Qin didn't do any work? She did do some, okay. She's a rich young lady. What more do you want from her? It's already good enough that she did anything. Why talk about Sister Qin? Ming Jiao Jiao didn't do any work either. Why aren't you scolding her? Are you crazy, Du Qingqin fans? Jiao Jiao can't even reach the tree. What work do you expect her to do? Du Qingqin's fans comparing her to a 3-year-old, it's hilarious. Gu Yu took the cleaned-up Little Dumpling and lay on the rocking chair in the courtyard to watch the stars. The scene was very warm and beautiful for a moment, until Little Dumpling pointed at the stars in the sky and said they were hers. Gu Yu? Who bought them for you? Little Dumpling looked at the sky with sparkling eyes, her voice crisp. First uncle, second uncle, third uncle. Gu Yu gritted his teeth and said sourly, then Daddy will buy them for you this year. Little Dumpling ruthlessly shattered his fantasy. Grandma is buying them for Jiao Jiao this year. Gu Yu, may I ask when it will be his turn? Gu Yu was silent, lost in deep self-doubt. Why you, hello, it's time to eat. Huang Er stood at the courtyard gate, calling out to them nervously. Gu Yu snapped out of it and scooped up Little Dumpling. Let's go eat. Huang Er led the way, saying nothing else besides inviting them to eat. Fireflies. Little Dumpling excitedly stretched out her finger from Gu Yu's arms, pointing at the flickering fireflies in the distance. Gu Yu pulled her hand back to prevent her from falling in her excitement. Fireflies. Gu Yu's slightly perfunctory response didn't quiet Little Dumpling down. Even with her hand held back, she strained her head to get a better look. Gu Yu, are you a turtle? Little Dumpling retracted her head and looked at him conflictedly. Gu Yu was puzzled and felt a bad premonition. What's wrong? Then is Daddy a turtle? Gu Yu's eyelid twitched. Why do you ask? Bunny babies have bunny daddies. And then. So Jiao Jiao is a turtle, and Daddy is a turtle too. Gu Yu fell silent. His silence was deafening. After a long while, he spoke her name, Ming Jiao Jiao. Little Dumpling was looking around curiously and turned back to look at him upon hearing her name. Gu Yu was expressionless. Did you do that on purpose? Intentionally taking a roundabout way to insult him. Little Dumpling wore a puzzled little face. What is on purpose? Gu Yu. Fine, you win. Huang Er, walking in front, clearly heard what they said. Although his face couldn't be seen, the frequency of his trembling shoulders showed just how much he was laughing. Gu Yu didn't say another word, keeping his mouth tightly shut. He was afraid that if he kept talking, he would become the laughingstock of the entire internet by tomorrow morning. Ha 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 ha, oh my god, I love this little one's mouth so much. Gu Yu, look who's having a taste of their own medicine. You didn't think this day would come when you were roasting our idol back then, did you? Brother Gu, silence is the Cambridge of tonight, lights a cigarette. It's over, the anti-fans are going to have a new nickname for you, ha 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 ha. He's definitely going to go back and cry in President Ming's arms. The mountains were very dark at night. Yungan village had no streetlights, so they walked to Huang Er's house by the moonlight. Huang Er's home was also a wooden house, even more dilapidated than the one the production team had prepared for them. Gu Yu frowned as he looked at the house, which seemed to let the wind in, and highly doubted it could withstand a strong gust of wind. Huang Er noticed his expression and felt embarrassed to invite them in, lowering his head even further. After all, they didn't look like people who lived in the village. It was normal for them to be disgusted. Just as he was thinking this, a dark shadow swept past him. Huang Er looked up to see Gu Yu entering the house with little dumpling in his arms. Smile appeared on Huang Er's face, which was tanned dark red from years of working in the fields. Soon as Gu Yu entered with little dumpling, he saw the thin little girl. She was carefully carrying a bowl of soup to the table, her hands flushed red from the heat. Huang Er warmly invited them to sit down. Gu Yu looked at the chair, which was relatively clean, and sat down in silence. Dehua, go call your grandma for dinner. Okay. Dehua, who was a little girl, lowered her head and went out. Little dumpling wanted to get down to talk to Dehua, but was held firmly in Gu Yu's arms. She looked up and saw Gu Yu staring expressionlessly at the dishes on the table. Little dumpling turned her head to look at the food too. There were only 4 dishes on the table, a greasy vegetable soup, some black-looking stir-fried cured meat, some unknown leftovers, and a plate of scrambled eggs. Before long, an old lady with a sharp, mean-looking face came in. Dehua followed behind, covering her ears, her eyes red as if she had been crying. Huang Er frowned when he saw the old lady. He wanted to say something but held back because Gu Yu and the others were present. The old lady plopped down beside Huang Er. As soon as she sat down, she ordered Dehua around, her voice sharp. You dead girl, what are you standing there for? Why aren't you serving me rice? Do you want to starve me to death? Hearing this, Dehua trembled in fear and silently sped up her movements, placing the rice in front of the old lady. So this is the great benefactor who helped us sell oranges, right? After bossing Dehua around, the old lady turned her head to look at Gu Yu. The old lady didn't have much meat on her, she was bony and gaunt, her eye sockets deeply sunken, looking exceptionally eerie under the dim light bulb. Little dumpling was scared and buried her face in Gu Yu's chest, and Gu Yu gently patted her back to comfort her. Seeing that Gu Yu didn't reply to her, the smile on the old lady's face gradually faded. Huang Er told Dehua to sit down and eat, looking at the old lady with a headache. Mom, Mr. Gu Yu is a good person. He helped them pick oranges for free and helped them sell them. The director said they sold the fastest, which had made Huang Er happy all day long. The old lady glared at him. Did she not know they had helped? If it weren't for that, she wouldn't have let Huang Er fry the cured meat and eggs. Using so many of the family's good things at once made her heart ache terribly. Dehua sat carefully on Huang Er's left side. Little dumpling secretly observed her from the gap in Gu Yu's arms. Although this big sister's face was dark, she gave oranges to Jiao Jiao. Dehua felt someone looking at her. She turned her head and met little dumpling's curious big eyes. Dehua's hand holding the chopsticks paused, and she quickly looked away as if she had seen something. Little dumpling tugged on Gu Yu's clothes and whispered to him, Daddy! Oh, so this is a little girl. The old lady interrupted before little dumpling could finish speaking. She raised her voice, sizing up little dumpling. Little dumpling was wearing a tracksuit and being held in Gu Yu's arms. Plus, it was dark, and the old lady had poor eyesight, so she hadn't noticed at first. Besides, what family carries their little girl everywhere they go? The old lady felt a pang of pain looking at the dishes on the table. If she had known there was a little girl, she wouldn't have sliced so much meat. Gu Yu ignored the old lady and asked little dumpling in a low voice, What's wrong? Little dumpling leaned against Gu Yu's ear, and this movement allowed the old lady to see the glittering diamond hair clip on her head. Looking at the clothes and hair clip on little dumpling, which clearly looked expensive, the old lady said sourly, Why is a little girl dressed so well? It would be better to save that money to buy delicious food for a son. Huang Er felt the temperature around him suddenly drop. He opened his mouth to scold the old lady. Mom, stop talking. Having spent time together, he could feel how much Gu Yu valued and cherished his daughter. He wasn't like the men in the village who didn't like their daughters. Jiao Jiao looked up at the old lady and curled the corner of his lips, but there was not a trace of a smile in his dark eyes, as if he were looking at a dead object. The old lady shuddered under his gaze and didn't dare to look at them anymore. Jiao Jiao's voice was calm. Yeah, if you had that money, it would be great to save it to buy a coffin for your son, but it's a pity you don't even have that much money. You can't live in a good house while you're alive, so don't end up unable to afford a decent coffin when you die. The old lady's hands trembled. She was so angry that she rolled her eyes and almost fainted. Gu Yu's tongue is like it's been dipped in poison. Ha ha ha. Finally know where the little one learned to say things that can piss people off. Turns out it's hereditary. Damn it, I couldn't watch anymore. What era is this? Still pushing this, prefer sons over daughters nonsense. Look at how skinny that little girl Dehua is. Brother Gu, well done, consistent performance. There are so many old ladies like this in the village, cursing so nastily and loving to spread rumors. Looking at Dehua's age, she must be in 3rd grade, right? But she's been picking oranges all afternoon. Did the old lady not let her go to school at all? I was treated like this before. I want to sponsor Dehua. If it's true, I'll sponsor Dehua too. Sponsor what? She has a dad. Huang Er is too spineless. Huang Er didn't dare to refute Gu Yu after what he said. For the first time in so many years, Yungan village hadn't been squeezed by middlemen. The oranges sold just this afternoon were worth more than an entire year's worth of income in the past, so he didn't dare to say anything. How can you, a young man, speak like this? The old lady said, pointing at Gu Yu after she recovered. Gu Yu lifted his eyes, devoid of any emotion, and nodded knowingly. Oh, I forgot to remind you, remember to prepare a good coffin for yourself too. The old lady rolled her eyes and fainted for real this time. Mom! Huang Er shouted and hurriedly helped the old lady who had fallen to the ground. Director Jiao seemed to have anticipated this. As soon as the old lady fainted, the production team's medical staff arrived. In the chaos, Gu Yu took little dumpling out of Huang Er's house, slowly stepping into the moonlight as they walked back. Hua took a glance at their backs during the commotion, her eyes filled with envy and sadness. Under the moonlight, her shadow was stretched very long, and the spot where she stood was connected to the eaves of the Huang family's house. The shadows linked together, inseparable, just like her relationship with her family, so awesome. So it's true that Gu Yu's mouth can make people faint from anger. Serves her right, this kind of old lady should be taught a lesson to behave. Director Jiao is so calm. Ha 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 ha. Won't the old lady be okay? I'm afraid Gu Yu will be blackmailed by them. Don't worry, upstairs, this kind of person usually wakes up after arrest. Shouldn't this behavior be condemned? Why is everyone praising it? Go ahead and condemn it, you'll understand when you encounter people like this. Dad, are we not eating? Little Dumpling asked him, clutching her shrunken stomach. When the old lady fainted, Little Dumpling had been pressed into Gu Yu's arms. She only heard the chaotic footsteps, and by the time she opened her eyes, they were already outside. She puffed out her cheeks, unhappy. She hadn't said goodbye to the big sister. Why eat Gu Yu pinched her puffed out cheeks, his tone lazy. Your dad wouldn't let you go hungry. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to enter the Ming family's gate when he returned. Are we not eating at the big sister's house? Little Dumpling asked him hesitantly. Gu Yu asked back. Do you want to eat there? Little Dumpling shook her head violently. Although Jiao Jiao wanted to say thank you to the big sister, she didn't like the food at her house. Gu Yu hummed as if he had guessed it long ago. The reason he didn't turn around and leave immediately when he saw the dishes on the table was because the eggs and cured meat were placed in front of them. Although the food wasn't great, at least he could see the sincerity. He hadn't intended to eat at Huang Er's house with Little Dumpling, he just wanted to wait until everyone was there to say a word before leaving. Thinking of this, Gu Yu scoffed. He hadn't expected the old lady to be so angry she fainted. The next day, Gu Yu appeared in the orange grove on time, and Huang Er was so flattered he didn't know what to say. He thought that after yesterday's incident, Gu Yu wouldn't come today. After all, Gu Yu had no obligation to help them, and Huang Er's eyes welled up with tears of gratitude. Gu Yu arrived at the mountain and started picking oranges, completely focused. Huang Er thought for a long time and was just about to speak, but seeing Gu Yu like this, it wasn't easy to disturb him. Gu Yu couldn't be bothered to look at him, his heart and mind full of the image of Little Dumpling softly saying goodbye to him before he left. He was somewhat dissatisfied with Director Jiao for assigning other tasks to the child. What kind of task could his daughter do at such a young age? Without Little Dumpling around, Gu Yu was cold and ruthless. Snap, snap, 2 oranges fell. In Yungan village. Director Jiao looked at the plan Director Fong had made last night and felt it was worth filming. The children couldn't help in the orange grove and were bored staying there, so they could try to learn more about plants. It just so happened that Yungan village was in the middle of the mountains. Children, did you like the food you ate yesterday? Ren 2. It wasn't good. He Ching Sui. It was alright. She wasn't a picky eater. Lu Yuanjin. It was, okay. He could manage to eat it. Little Dumpling. It was yummy. The food Dad made is yummy. Du Xin. It was delicious. Yeah, right? The children looked at each other after speaking, all confused, doubting themselves, and chatting away in discussion. Director Jiao coughed. No one paid him any mind, so he coughed harder, and still, no one paid him any mind. He didn't believe it and took out a megaphone to cough, and this time they all turned to look at him. Director Jiao was satisfied, put down the megaphone in his hand, and said with a smile. Then how about the production team prepares the dishes the children like? Tonight. Okay. Director Jiao continued, but there are conditions. You have to complete a task to order food. Do the children have confidence? Yes. Director Jiao looked at the little radishes, each more excited than the last, and announced the rules of the task. Each child must take 10 photos of plants and mushrooms and go into the forest to find them. After finding them, they must take a photo with the plant in the picture. Whoever finishes first can order 3 dishes, second and third place can order 2, and the rest can only order 1. Considering Little Dumpling and Du Xin were the youngest, their photos were of conspicuous and common mushrooms and plants. Each child had a photographer following them, and Director Jiao confidently let the little radishes go. Little Dumpling carried the bag Gu Yu had prepared for her before leaving and obediently said goodbye to He Ching Sui. Goodbye, Sister Ching Sui. He Ching Sui looked at her little map and tearfully said goodbye to Little Dumpling. Liu Yuanjin became visibly confident after seeing the plants in the photos. He recognized all of them, so finding them would definitely be fast. Jiao Jiao, wait for me to finish finding mine and I'll come help you. Ren 2 felt like he couldn't do anything and scratched his head in anxiety. Seeing the other 2 leave, he quickly followed. He didn't want to eat such bad food again. In the end, only Du Xin and Little Dumpling were left. Director Jiao thought it wasn't good to let 2 3-year-olds be alone in the forest, so he specially arranged the same route for them. Little Dumpling looked at the direction of the little figure on the map and skipped forward. Du Xin stood in place and watched her walk in step by step. At this moment, the forest entrance looked gloomy and terrifying, and Little Dumpling, wearing a pale yellow outfit, slowly disappeared like a butterfly. The cameraman following Du Xinxin saw her standing still and thought she was afraid, so he gently reminded her, Xinxin, we need to go in. Du Xinxin came back to her senses and gave him a bright smile. Okay, uncle. Carrying the camera on his shoulder, the cameraman followed behind her and thought silently, this child Du Xinxin is smiling exceptionally genuinely today. La la la. La la la. Little Dumpling shuttled through the forest holding a picture larger than her face, not knowing what she was giggling about, humming an off-key tune. Sunlight filtered through the dense leaves, casting dappled light and shadows, appearing even more vibrant under the sun's radiance. A breeze blew, causing the leaves to rustle, and the air was filled with the scent of grass and the fragrance of flowers. Suddenly, a child's tender voice came from the quiet forest. Is this the mushroom that Jiao Jiao is looking for? Little Dumpling asked the cameraman, holding the picture of the colorful mushroom. The cameraman firmly remembered what Director Jiao had said before setting off, holding back from speaking, dutifully acting as a tool. Tell her. Aren't you soft-hearted when these big eyes look at you? Tell her quickly. Woo-woo, such a cute baby, let me tell her. The baby really looks like a little elf in the forest. So what lesson does this teach us? If you want your daughter to be good-looking, you have to find a handsome husband. The cameraman really couldn't resist Little Dumpling's blinking big eyes and nodded slightly. Little Dumpling was so happy to find the first one that she jumped up and asked the cameraman to take a picture of her. Thank you, uncle. The cameraman felt lightheaded hearing this thank you and couldn't help but say, you're welcome. After speaking, he felt a chill down his back and tightly shut his mouth again. Director Jiao stared at their live stream channel, squinting slightly, and secretly made a note to deduct 100 when paying salaries. As time slowly passed, the scorching noon sun made it feel sweltering even in the forest. Little Dumpling took a handkerchief from her bag to wipe the sweat off her face. Only one last one remained. She held the simple children's map in her hand, looking at it over and over, and once again bent down to look for it in confusion, but couldn't find it. Little Dumpling squatted down and sat on a rock, punching her legs, which were sore and numb from standing for too long. The action of punching her legs pulled at her sleeves, and her fair, tender hands had been bitten by mosquitoes, leaving several large welts, as if she had just noticed. She stared at her swollen and red hands, seemingly frozen in shock. Director Jiao was shocked, standing up so abruptly that his chair was knocked over to the ground. It's over, it's over. He was done for. How could he have only circled the safe areas in the mountain and forgotten about the poisonous mosquitoes inside? If Gu Yu saw this, wouldn't he come back and fight him to the death? Contact the cameraman following Jiao Jiao and have them come back. Just say the time is up. He had to make amends immediately and drag her back to apply medicine. Okay, Director Jiao. The staff member immediately contacted the cameraman. The cameraman was anxious after hearing this and said to Little Dumpling, Jiao Jiao, our time is up, let's go back. Little Dumpling put down her itchy and painful hands and looked up with teary eyes, but Jiao Jiao hasn't finished looking yet. As she spoke, tears flowed out. The cameraman was anxious and didn't know what to do. He wanted to help her wipe away her tears, but he didn't have any tissues on him. Jiao Jiao, be good, don't cry. Upon hearing this, Little Dumpling cried even harder. She felt both aggrieved and uncomfortable. Her hands had been bitten by mosquitoes, and she hadn't completed the task yet. Woo-woo, Jiao Jiao is useless. Daddy won't be able to eat. Woo-woo-woo. Just when the cameraman was at a loss, Du Xinxin appeared. She stepped forward and asked with concern, Jiao Jiao, what's wrong with you? Little Dumpling was crying miserably, her thick eyelashes wet with tears, her hands covered in mosquito bites, sitting in the grass as a tiny little ball. The moment Du Xinxin saw her, a secret sense of pleasure surged in her heart. The excitement in her eyes was almost impossible to hide. Fearing that others would see, she pinched her palm hard to keep herself calm. Seeing her, Little Dumpling silently turned around, keeping her back to her, clearly still remembering what happened before. The atmosphere became awkward for a moment, leaving only the sound of cicadas and the wind blowing through the leaves. The cameraman had to explain to her, Jiao Jiao was bitten by mosquitoes. It was unknown whether the mosquitoes in the mountains were too poisonous or if Little Dumpling had a special constitution, but the bitten hands were becoming increasingly red and swollen. The cameraman watched with a racing heart, wishing he could throw away the camera in his hand and carry Little Dumpling back to apply medicine. Du Xinxin was not angry. Instead, she leaned in to look at the hand Little Dumpling had been bitten on, her face full of worry. Why is it so severe? Little Dumpling pulled her hand back, not letting her look, and watched her vigilantly. Don't get too close to Jiao Jiao. Du Xinxin obediently took a step back without asking why, and instead said to Little Dumpling's cameraman, I have medicine in my bag, but my bag isn't here. After saying this, she frowned in distress. If we delay any longer, I don't know if it will get worse. The cameraman wanted to say that they should go back and apply medicine now, but for some reason, the words on his lips turned into, Where is it? I'll go get it. Du Xinxin took the map and pointed out the location to him. The cameraman, carrying the camera, was about to leave when he seemed to be struggling with something. Finally, he put down the camera, pointing it at Little Dumpling. Jiao Jiao, wait here, Uncle will come back with the medicine right away. Little Dumpling watched his back, blinking in a daze, not really understanding why Uncle Cameraman had left her here alone. What the hell? Just left the baby here and walked away? Shouldn't he have taken the baby with him? Is the cameraman sick? Stop arguing, she isn't the only one there. Aren't Du Xinxin and her cameraman still keeping Jiao Jiao company? This is too irresponsible. Director Jiao looks like a reliable person. How did he instruct his staff? It's one thing that the production team didn't rush to take the baby back after she was bitten like this, but now they actually left her in the forest. Het. Never mind that Du Xinxin is there, I wouldn't even be at ease if her mother were there. Brother Gu is helping Yungan village do charity work with the production team, and his daughter is being treated like this. They don't value the child's personal safety at all. Honestly, if the baby weren't there, Gu Yu would have quit long ago. Who else could make him diligently pick oranges for a whole day? The production team really needs to reflect on themselves. Oh, Director Jiao was stunned with anger. He looked at the lonely little dumpling in the frame, and on the ground were the fragments of a cup he had smashed in his extreme rage. At this moment, no one dared to make a sound. Now, immediately, contact him for me right away. Tell him to get back here. He had thought and thought, even imagining many accidents that could happen, but he never thought that a staff member would leave a child alone in the mountains and walk away. Never mind what would happen if President Ming and Gu Yu saw this scene. Even he himself was furious just seeing it. Director Zhao knew why Gu Yu had come to participate in this program and why President Ming had invested in it, and he believed he could handle the program well. But what was happening now was simply like dragging his face through the dirt. A staff member tremblingly picked up the walkie-talkie to contact the cameraman, but after a moment, he suddenly stood up and said anxiously, "The cameraman for Jiao Jiao's group cannot be reached." Hearing this, everyone's expression turned grave. The equipment they were carrying had cost a fortune, so there shouldn't be any issues with signal loss or inability to make contact. Director Zhao kept staring at the people on the screen, struggling to suppress his anger. Take the security team and bring Jiao Jiao back immediately. Regardless of whether something had happened to the cameraman, he had to get the child back first. Fortunately, Du Xinxin and the others were still there, and the camera had been left in place so he could monitor Little Dumpling's safety at any time. Du Xinxin sat not far from Little Dumpling, as if she were keeping her distance because Little Dumpling didn't like her. Little Dumpling sat on a rock, curled up into a ball. From a distance, she looked like a little mushroom in its own world. A few minutes later, Du Xinxin clutched her stomach, her face pale, and tugged on the cameraman's clothes. "Uncle, Xinxin's stomach hurts." The cameraman's expression tightened. Before they set off, Director Zhao had strictly instructed them to take good care of the children and to prioritize the children's safety no matter what happened. Although he didn't know what had happened to Little Dumpling's cameraman, he couldn't let anything happen to Du Xinxin. He wanted to take Du Xinxin away but was concerned about Little Dumpling. He wanted to have Little Dumpling come back with them. No matter what, he couldn't leave a 3-year-old child alone in the big mountains. Suddenly, his mind went blank. When he came to his senses, he saw Du Xinxin's face covered in sweat from pain, so he hurriedly picked her up and strode away. Carried by the cameraman, Du Xinxin appeared pale, but her eyes were glaring viciously at Little Dumpling, who was getting further and further away. Everything should be like this. Having used her inexplicable ability twice in a row, Du Xinxin felt waves of pain in her body, but she was very satisfied. It didn't matter if there were deviations in this life, she would make them all return to their rightful places. And for some reason, she felt something fading from her body, so she had to get rid of Ming Jiao Jiao as soon as possible. Her intuition told her that all of this was because of Ming Jiao Jiao. I take back what I just said, the production team is sick. Oh my god, this is so ******ing insane. This behavior is so baffling. They just leaving? Why didn't they take Jiao Jiao with them? What the hell? No one is watching the baby anymore. Brother Gu, stop picking oranges. Your daughter is being abused. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to report this to President Ming. Impressive. Those 2 staff members are brainless, like they've been cursed. Little Dumpling watched their receding figures, wiping away her tears aggrievedly. Alone in the forest, the clawing branches seemed to become terrifying. Little Dumpling wanted to follow them, but then remembered the cameraman telling her to wait here for him to come back. After hesitating for a moment, Du Xinxin and the others disappeared from sight. She curled herself back into a ball, burying her head between her legs in fear, and said in a muffled, tearful voice, "Jiao Jiao doesn't want to participate in the program anymore." She wanted to see her parents and tell them that Jiao Jiao's hands were itchy and painful, and that they didn't want Jiao Jiao anymore. Director Zhao was numb with anger. He threw down the walkie-talkie. "Everyone stop working, just wait to go home and farm." Even if he were blacklisted, he would accept it. "Director Zhao!" a panicked voice shouted. Director Zhao looked over, full of irritation, and just as he was about to ask what was wrong, he saw the staff member pointing at the screen with trembling hands, as if he had seen something terrifying. Director Zhao's heart skipped a beat, and he turned to look. There was no longer any sign of Little Dumpling on the screen. After the camera had fallen over, only one cute white sneaker remained, all alone. "Where is she?" he asked, swallowing hard, his throat tight. The staff member's hands were shaking as he tried to show him the playback, but he missed the button several times, so Director Zhao pushed him aside and clicked the playback himself. On the screen, a sound of footsteps could be heard. Little Dumpling looked up, a surprised smile freezing on her face. The next second, the camera seemed to be kicked over, followed by the noisy sound of the microphone being ripped off Little Dumpling's body. Finally, the footsteps faded away, leaving behind one of Little Dumpling's shoes. Director Zhao collapsed into his chair. Call the police quickly. When is baby Jiao Jiao coming back?" Guli asked boredly in Ming Shuyue's office. She had come back specifically to celebrate Little Dumpling's birthday. Ming Shuyue had just finished a meeting. She had felt extremely annoyed and anxious during the meeting, and seeing Guli when she came out made her expression even colder. "President Ming?" "Ming Shuyue." Guli waved her hand in front of her, feeling a bit surprised. This was the first time she had seen Ming Shuyue distracted. "Why are you so restless?" Ming Shuyue ignored her and skillfully opened the live stream, but the stream, which was usually on at this hour, was actually turned off. Frowning, she was about to call Director Zhao to ask about the situation when he called her. After answering the call, Ming Shuyue's face became increasingly icy, her eyes dark and unreadable. After hanging up, she stood up without a word and walked outside. Ji Yuli stopped her and asked cautiously, "What happened?" To be able to make Ming Shuiwe show such an expression, I'm afraid. Jiao Jiao has had an accident. Ming Shuiwe brushed her hand away and left quickly with Secretary Wang. Ji Yuli was stunned, her head a little muddled. What did she mean Jiao Jiao had an accident? Wasn't she participating in the program with Gu Yu? How could she have an accident? She had many questions, but no one could answer her. After Gu Yu picked an orange, his eyelid kept twitching. He reached up to press it, but suddenly there was a snap, and along with the orange, blood from his hand fell down. After a while, seemingly thinking of something, he turned around and asked, "Where is Jiao Jiao?" According to the time, it should be time for little dumpling to sleep. The staff member hurriedly hung up the phone, walked up to Gu Yu, and said in a very panicked tone, "Teacher Gu, Jiao Jiao is missing." Gu Yu furrowed his brows tightly and dropped the scissors in his hand. "Who did you say is missing?" The staff member only then noticed the wound on his hand. "Teacher Gu, you're hurt. I asked you who is missing." "Jiao Jiao is missing." Gu Yu strode toward Yungan village with a group of staff members following behind him. Huang Er saw their backs. Although he didn't know what had happened, seeing their ugly expressions, he hesitated for a moment and followed them down. The mountain road was difficult to walk on. Gu Yu ran and almost fell down the mountain several times, making the staff behind him watch in terror. Director Zhao was waiting for them at the entrance of the village. As soon as he saw Gu Yu, he went up to meet him and quickly told him what had happened without holding anything back. This matter was no longer something they could resolve. Gu Yu listened in silence, and after a long pause, he asked, "Where is the video?" Director Zhao did not waste any time and immediately took him to the production team's filming location, where he had already had the staff edit the video. Seeing little dumpling all alone and looking so aggrieved, the veins in Gu Yu's hand gripping the mouse bulged, and Director Zhao was afraid he might crush it. Director Zhao stood to the side and whispered, "We have already called the police." He paused and then added, "We have also notified President Ming." Gu Yu ignored him and watched the video repeatedly. The more he watched, the more his expression resembled the calm before a storm. "Do you have a cigarette?" After a long time, he lowered his eyelids to hide the emotions in his eyes, his voice raspy. Director Zhao was secretly surprised. He had known Gu Yu for so long and had never seen him smoke. "Yes." Gu Yu took the cigarette Director Zhao handed him, took a deep drag, and the exhaled smoke blurred the expression on his face. He stood up, walked out of the courtyard, and took out his phone to make a call. "Hello, this is the—" Gu Yu interrupted him. "Put Gu Shao on the phone." "What is it?" Before long, a man's deep and steady voice came from the other end. "I need you to help me with something." Gu Shao waved his hand, signaling the others to leave. This was the first time his younger brother had asked him for help. "What is it?" "My daughter has been kidnapped." "Oh, your daughter." Gu Shao suddenly realized something. "Since when do you have a daughter?" After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Gu Yu to answer and asked, "Where?" "Send me the location." After hanging up with Gu Shao, he called Ming Shuiwe, but no one answered. Ji Yu put one hand on his hip, irritably raking his hair back, and paced around the courtyard in a frenzy. "Mr. Gu, my daughter is missing." Huang Er ran in, crying and wailing, his face covered in tears and snot. Ji Yu frowned. "What happened?" De Hua was at home cutting pig feed today and didn't go to help at the orange grove. By lunchtime, she still hadn't returned, and I've searched the whole village but couldn't find her. She has never been like this before. "Mr. Gu, I know you must have a way. Please help me." Huang Er's honest face was filled with pleading. His wife had married into Yungan village but couldn't stand it and ran away after 2 years. He only had this one daughter. After listening, Gu Yu's brows furrowed tightly. "Are there any other children missing in the village?" Huang Er raised his hand to wipe away his tears, his voice choked with sobs. "No." He had specifically checked on the other children in the village while looking for De Hua. They were all playing. Everyone was there except for De Hua. When he asked them, they all said De Hua hadn't returned from cutting pig feed, which was why he was so panicked. De Hua was very sensible and never made him worry. Ji Yu frowned and lowered his eyes in thought. He had carefully observed the place where Little Dumpling had disappeared. Other than Little Dumpling's shoe and the camera, there was nothing at the scene. The grass was dense, and not even footprints were left behind. Were the people who took Little Dumpling and the people who took De Hua part of the same group? Beehive Villa District. "Third brother, help me catch someone." Ming Shuiwe spoke as soon as she saw him, her speech extremely fast. Mu Yangqi was somewhat surprised by her urgency and nodded slightly to indicate his agreement. He smiled, his face gentle, with a red mole between his brows. "What happened that could make you so anxious?" "Jiao Jiao is missing." Mu Yangqi slowly sat up straight, the gentle and harmless aura about him vanishing completely. His dark pupils shifted slightly, and he lowered his eyes, his tone light and soft. "Who is it?" "Li Songjia." At this moment, Little Dumpling, who was being worried about by everyone, was looking at the unconscious De Hua in the car. She opened her eyes wide in slight shock, her little head filled with big questions. Why is big sister De Hua here? Perhaps because they saw she was too small, Aunt Sun and the others didn't take her seriously. The rope was loosely tied around her hands, and with a gentle movement, it loosened. Little Dumpling looked down at her wrists, which had been chafed red by the rope. Her skin was tender, and the rope was too rough. Even just being looped around them, it caused a stinging pain. She pouted aggrievedly, her eyes moist, but she didn't dare to cry out. She held back her tears and pushed De Hua, whispering in her ear, "Big sister De Hua, wake up." She had heard the bad people in the front say that if she cried, they would sell them off, and then they would never see their parents again. Aunt Sun, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked fierce. Drive to the cliff ahead and throw the little one down. This was what the employer requested. Those in their line of work took money to do jobs. As long as it was needed, they could even throw them into the sea to feed the fish. The young man driving was clearly someone who had not joined them for long and hesitated. Sister, he's giving so much money, won't this be a big problem? Aunt Sun rolled her eyes. She had said that young people couldn't accomplish anything big. With such a small amount of courage, they still wanted to make money. In this day and age, money wasn't that easy to earn. What kind of big problem could there be? It's just a kid, how much ability could she have? The young man wanted to say something more, but seeing Aunt Sun's impatient expression from the corner of his eye, he shut his mouth. Aunt Sun was a big shot in the organization who had a say. He had been called on temporarily. Aunt Sun's old partner had suddenly gotten diarrhea before getting in the car, and the boss had pointed at him at random. Anyway, they only needed a driver. The young man drove fast and steadily, and soon they reached the location specified by Aunt Sunday. The car twisted and turned, finally stopping at the edge of a bottomless cliff, surrounded by dense, tall trees that completely obscured their figures. Aunt Sun pulled open the car door and met Little Dumpling's red eyes, which were swollen from crying out of fear. She paused for a few seconds, then reached out and pulled Little Dumpling out. Little Dumpling was pulled out of the car forcefully, and since she only had one shoe on, her bare foot was scraped by the sharp pebbles on the ground. Her hands, which had been raised to be chubby and fair by Gu Yu and Ming Shuiwe, were pulled bright red, and Little Dumpling shed tears from the pain. The young man, who was Xiao Zhang, saw the tears on Little Dumpling's face. His mouth opened and closed. But in the end, he didn't say anything. He turned his head away, unable to bear it. He was just a handyman in the organization. He couldn't do anything. Aunt Sun dragged Little Dumpling to the edge of the cliff and said viciously, "We take people's money to resolve their troubles. You're just unlucky. Don't blame us." Little Dumpling turned pale with fear when she saw the cliff in front of her, sobbing, "Mommy, Jiao Jiao is scared, woo-woo." Suddenly, a flash of light appeared on her body, and Aunt Sun's hand, which she had steeled herself to push her down with, stopped. "Ah, Jiao Jiao, my poor little host, how did you get kidnapped?" 001 had just returned and saw the scene where Little Dumpling was almost pushed off the cliff, and was so scared that it almost materialized. Little Dumpling's crying paused, and hearing the familiar voice made her feel even more aggrieved. "Uncle System, Jiao Jiao doesn't know." She had been sitting there waiting for Uncle Photographer when suddenly some men with their heads covered appeared, covered her mouth, and dragged her away. P.S. Writing this plot on Children's Day, I really deserve to die, so I delayed it. I hope all children in the world grow up safe and healthy. System 001 scanned the wounds on Little Dumpling's body and cast a pain-relieving healing halo on her. "Jiao Jiao, don't be afraid. Uncle will protect you." "Aunt Sun, what are you doing?" Xiao Zhang looked at Aunt Sun, who was bringing Little Dumpling back to the car, and was confused. Aunt Sun was considered ruthless in the organization. No one knew how many people had died at her hands, so why was she having a soft heart this time? Aunt Sun stuffed Little Dumpling back into the car without changing her expression. "I have other plans." Xiao Zhang looked at the steep cliff and then at the expression on Aunt Sun's face. He broke into a cold sweat for Little Dumpling, unable to tell if this was a good thing or not. When Ming Shuiwe arrived at Yungan village, Gu Yu was talking to someone in a police uniform with an irritable expression. "Young Master Gu, our people have already set off. Gu Yu, when will you be able to find her?" "This." The person in the police uniform looked troubled and couldn't answer. It was very difficult to find children who went missing in their mountainous area. There were no surveillance cameras on the mountain, the terrain in the forest was complex, and finding someone was not an easy task. The reason so many people were dispatched this time was because of orders from above, commanding them to find the missing child as soon as possible and sending many investigators over. Even so, they couldn't guarantee when they would be able to find her. "Gu Yu." Ming Shuiwe called him. Gu Yu was still thinking about calling Gu Xiao to scold him for being useless, but when he suddenly heard Ming Shuiwe's familiar, cold voice, he abruptly raised his head to look over. Ming Shuiwe was dressed in black, her hair neatly tied up, standing under a tree and looking at him quietly. For once, Gu Yu didn't rush over immediately. He stood there holding his phone, stunned like a fool. Ming Shuiwe frowned slightly. Gu Yu noticed immediately, walked up to her, and then fell silent. "Are you stupid?" Ming Shuiwe reached out to touch his cheek, wiping away the mud he had accidentally gotten on his face. Gu Yu lowered his head, letting her work on his face. The guilt and bitterness reached a peak the moment he saw Ming Shuiwe, and his throat felt blocked. "I'm sorry." It was his fault for not taking good care of their daughter. It was his fault for taking Little Dumpling out and failing to protect her. All of this was his fault. The emotions he had been keeping tightly reined and collapsed the instant he saw Ming Shuiwe. Feeling the dampness of tears dripping onto her neck, Ming Shuiwe pinched his chin and lifted his face up. She sighed, wiped the tears from his face, and comforted him. "It's okay. Third brother has already gone to pick up Jiao Jiao." Gu Yu cried until the corners of his eyes were red, teardrops still hanging on his eyelashes, looking at her with misty eyes. "Really? Really?" All of Little Dumpling's clothing, including her hair clips, had exclusive trackers. No matter where she went, they could find Little Dumpling at the fastest speed. This was also the reason Ming Shuiwe could remain calm. "Then let's go find Jiao Jiao quickly." Gu Yu anxiously grabbed her hand and wanted to leave. Ming Shuyue held his hand back and tugged it gently. Don't rush, I still need to see someone. After confirming that Little Dumpling and Dehua were missing, Director Jiao urgently shut down the live stream and called all the guests back. They were all gathered in Director Zhao's office. After hearing the heavy news from Director Zhao, everyone fell silent. Liu Lu's eyebrows furrowed. Thinking of that cheerful and cute little dumpling, she felt a wave of distress in her heart. We need to go find her immediately. She disappeared in the forest, so she might not have run far yet. Ran Pingon nodded in agreement. No matter what, they had been filming the show together for so long. If he could help, he definitely would. Du Qinqin was stunned when she heard the news of Little Dumpling's disappearance. When she heard what Lu said, she snapped back to reality and looked completely disapproving. What if we run into danger while looking for her? I'm not going. He Qinghui spoke after careful consideration. I agree with Sister Qin. Although we are all very worried about Jiao Jiao, what if we encounter danger on the way? Wouldn't that just add more trouble for everyone? Although she really wanted to suck up to the Ming family, this clearly looked very dangerous, and she still wanted to live to go back and enjoy life. Director Zhao took in everyone's expressions. What you all say makes sense. The production team has already called the police. For safety, everyone should just stay in Yungan village. He Qingsui broke free from He Qinghui's hand, her eyes full of tears. Uncle Director, when will Jiao Jiao come back? Ran Tu and Lu Yuanjin also ran over, looking at Director Zhao with eager eyes, wanting to get a definitive answer from him. Director Zhao silently patted each of their heads, saying nothing. Du Xinxin lowered her head, her hands on her lap clenching into fists. The frantic excitement in her eyes was suppressed by her with all her might. It succeeded. Ming Jiao Jiao really disappeared. According to the plan, she should be dead by now. So what if Ming Jiao Jiao is found? Du Xinxin sneered in her heart. If she is found, I'm afraid it will only be a cold corpse. A knock on the door rang out, and Ming Shuyue's cold, aloof voice came through. Excuse me. Not at all, not at all. Please sit, President Ming. Director Zhao sidestepped a few little ones and invited Ming Shuyue inside. Ming Shuyue walked in slowly with Gu Yu. Her gaze swept over everyone and finally stopped on Du Xinxin. A cold gaze carrying invisible pressure fell on Du Xinxin. Du Xinxin lowered her head and naturally moved a step closer to Du Qinqin, using Du Qinqin to block part of the view. She was feeling uncertain and suspicious in her heart. What does Ming Shuyue mean by this? Could she be suspecting her? No, that's impossible. Everything was handled by Li Songjia. No matter how they investigate, they won't be able to trace it back to her. After all, Du Qinqin looked at her own fingers, which belonged to a child. She was still just a child. Who would suspect her? Ming Shuyue, what kind of look is that? Du Xinxin avoided Ming Shuyue's gaze and looked at Du Qinqin. She was stared at until she had goosebumps all over, and she angrily said loudly to Ming Shuyue. When she said this, everyone looked at them, not understanding what had happened. Ming Shuyue ignored her and walked to Du Xinxin's side, looking at her indifferently with cold eyes. You certainly have your methods, but you are still too immature. She said this calmly and coolly, not at all like words spoken to a child. It looked very abrupt no matter how you looked at it. You thought of something and suddenly looked at Du Xinxin, his brow furrowing instantly. Is it you? Du Xinxin looked up at them, looking confused and scared, and said pitifully, Xinxin doesn't understand what you are talking about. You don't understand. Ming Shuyue nodded and said nothing more. She would make her understand. Until Ming Shuyue left with Gu Yu, no one understood what had happened. Lu and Ran Pingon silently pulled their respective sons back, moving a little further away from Du Qinqin and the others. He Qinghui also took He Qingsui out under the pretense of getting a drink of water. Director Zhao trembled in fear. No, what do you mean? President Ming, come back and explain yourself clearly, otherwise I feel very unsafe. Du Qinqin cast a suspicious glance at Du Xinxin beside her. It really wasn't her fault for being this way. In the time before participating in the show, Li Songjia had often taken his daughter out, and she didn't know what they were doing. Furthermore, she understood that woman, Ming Shuyue. She wouldn't say such things without reason. Mom. Seeing Du Qinqin's gaze, Du Xinxin's heart skipped a beat. She hurriedly reached out to hug her arm, looking at her aggrievedly. Du Qinqin frowned, but she didn't pull her hand back. She didn't have much affection for the daughter she had given birth to, but she also didn't want her to do anything harmful. However, seeing that Du Xinxin, while standing, hadn't even reached her shoulder, and that her face looked even more like Li Songjia's when she cried, Du Qinqin's expression relaxed. It's nothing. She was so young, what bad things could she do? It must be that Ming Shuyue was deliberately saying that to target their Du family. Big sister Dehua. You're awake. The wounds on Little Dumpling's body no longer hurt. She had been staring longingly at the unconscious Dehua, and upon seeing her wake up, she hurriedly called out to her. Dehua struggled to open her weary eyelids. Little Dumpling's chubby white face loomed large before her, filled with worry. When Dehua tried to crawl up, she discovered that she was tied up with ropes. Little Dumpling looked at her, gritted her teeth, and even turned red in the face, but she couldn't help Dehua up. I won't get up, Jiao Jiao, don't pull me. Seeing her swaying as she stood in the car, Dehua hurriedly said, fearing she would fall. Little Dumpling pouted. I'm sorry, big sister Dehua, Jiao Jiao has no strength left. As soon as she finished speaking, her stomach rumbled on cue. She had walked in the forest for a long time without eating anything, and now she was very hungry. Little Dumpling aggrievedly reached out to touch her flat stomach. She wanted to cry but didn't dare to. She still remembered what the bad people had said. Big Sister De Hua, why are you here too? Little Dumpling tried hard to ignore the rumbling of her stomach and asked her, puzzled. Could it be that Big Sister De Hua was also looking for mushrooms in the forest like Jiao Jiao and was therefore captured by the bad people? De Hua's bound hands moved slightly. She lowered her eyes and said indifferently, my grandma sold me to them. She was even afraid that she wouldn't be obedient, so she fed her sleeping pills. Even though the human traffickers didn't have this requirement, her grandma was afraid that the traffickers wouldn't like girls just as she didn't, so to prevent her from making a scene, she had even prepared the sleeping pills in advance. A trace of mockery appeared in De Hua's eyes. How thoughtful her grandma was. It was a pity that she would never have the chance to enjoy it in this life. Even though she did the most work at home, it couldn't compare to a younger brother who hadn't even appeared yet. Just because a fortune teller said she was blocking the younger brother in the family, they sold her. De Hua closed her eyes in unwillingness and shed a tear. Hearing that De Hua's grandma had sold De Hua, Little Dumpling's mouth opened wide in shock. Seeing De Hua's tears, she wanted to take a handkerchief out of her bag to wipe them, but after searching for a long time, she couldn't find her little bag. Big Sister De Hua, Jiao Jiao's little bag is gone. Hearing her words, De Hua opened her eyes again and scanned Little Dumpling. She realized that the human traffickers had taken her bag. Seeing Little Dumpling's anxious appearance, she softly comforted her, maybe it fell on the road. Xiao Zhang, who was driving in the front, and Aunt Sun had known that De Hua was awake since Little Dumpling started talking. Only Little Dumpling thought that her voice was very quiet and that they couldn't hear her. Xiao Zhang glanced at the small yellow bag at Aunt Sun's feet, listening to Little Dumpling and the others talking while paying attention to the road conditions. Aunt Sun looked around vigilantly, seeing the rich and vivid expressions on Little Dumpling's face from the rearview mirror. This was the first time she had disobeyed the client's request. The moment she wanted to push Little Dumpling out, she suddenly thought of her cousin's nephew, who wasn't very bright. Little Dumpling was cute and exquisite. Taking her back to be a child bride for her nephew wouldn't be a deed as for the older one. Finding a mountain village to sell her into could also earn a profit. There were plenty of people who would buy. Aunt Sun withdrew her gaze and frowned deeply. Xiao Zhang, do you feel like something is very wrong? Sister Sun, what's wrong? This was his first time out on a mission. He couldn't mess it up. Aunt Sun sat in the car, feeling flustered and irritable, watching with vigilance and precaution. Her sixth sense had always been accurate. In the past, relying on her sixth sense, she had avoided quite a few arrests. De Hua lay on the back seat. At first, Little Dumpling could only touch the edge of the car seat with her bottom. When De Hua woke up, she turned her back to Aunt Sun and the others to talk to De Hua. With Xiao Zhang's sudden braking, Little Dumpling fell backward, her head hitting the back of the passenger seat with a thud. De Hua's hands and feet were tightly bound by ropes. Seeing Little Dumpling get hurt, she screamed in fright, Jiao Jiao! Little Dumpling's pain sensation was temporarily blocked by the system, so she only felt stars in her eyes and didn't feel any pain. Looking at the several Big Sister De Huas that appeared before her, she shook her head, feeling even dizzier. Big Sister De Hua, Jiao Jiao doesn't hurt. De Hua looked at Little Dumpling's swaying body, which looked like a roly-poly toy, and she was a bit skeptical. Aunt Sun was also startled by the thud Little Dumpling made. She turned her head and saw the dazed Little Dumpling. After watching for a while, she withdrew her gaze. Two children couldn't stir up any big waves, and the younger one looked so silly, so there was even less need to worry. Aunt Sun didn't take them seriously and was very confident. Sister Sun, what do we do now? Xiao Zhang's palms were sweating nervously. He was almost crying. Aunt Sun pondered for a while, then turned her head to look back again. She threatened them viciously. Don't make a sound later or I'll sell you both off. Hearing again that she was going to be sold, Little Dumpling shrank her shoulders in fear and nodded obediently, indicating that she would definitely not speak. De Hua's eyes were calm as she met Aunt Sun's cold and cruel gaze, and she nodded, we understand. Aunt Sun found a blanket to cover De Hua, hiding the ropes tied around her body. As for Little Dumpling, Aunt Sun stared at her for a while, but still didn't tie her up. She just threatened again. Did you both remember? If you dare to make a sound, I'll cut your tongues out. Little Dumpling was even more scared. She raised her hand to cover her mouth, looking at Aunt Sun with fearful wide eyes. De Hua simply closed her eyes. Aunt Sun sat back in the passenger seat, satisfied. Drive. The longer they were delayed here, the more dangerous it was. Although she was very familiar with the roads in these villages, she couldn't rule out the possibility of accidents, and she had always been cautious for so many years. Xiao Zhang obediently drove on. Feeling the car start moving again, De Hua opened her eyes and looked at Little Dumpling. There was some confusion in her eyes. Why was Little Dumpling's mood so stable, aside from being afraid of the threats from the woman in front? Jiao Jiao. Little Dumpling carefully glanced at the two people in front. Seeing they weren't looking over, she lowered the little hand covering her mouth and looked at De Hua to ask. What's wrong, Sister De Hua? Meeting her clear, innocent eyes, the words De Hua wanted to ask got stuck in her throat. Jiao Jiao was so innocent and cute. Perhaps it was because she wasn't very sensitive to the outside world. De Hua found an excuse for Little Dumpling and shook her head. It's nothing. Little Dumpling gave an oh and scratched her head in confusion. Gu Yu sat in the car, watching the trees flash by, absently flipping Ming Shuyue's hand over and over. Ming Shuyue glanced at him. What's wrong? Gu Yu's gaze drifted, refusing to focus on her. Do you think my emotions were very unstable just now? Ming Shuyue slowly pulled her hand back. No. Your emotions have always been unstable. Gu Yu turned his head to look at her, seemingly wanting to see something on her calm face. Facing his tangible gaze, Ming Shuyue calmly looked back. From the first time they met, she knew his personality had absolutely nothing to do with stability. Worried about little dumpling, Gu Yu didn't pester Ming Shuiyue for answers like he used to. He stared at the driver in front, wishing he could drive himself and speed off to find little dumpling immediately. Night fell. Not only did Gu Yu start to become irritable, but even Ming Shuiyue couldn't sit still. Watching the red dot moving on her phone, she gripped the phone so hard her fingertips turned white. Gu Yu tightly suppressed the emotions in his heart. Neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere in the car was heavy. Suddenly, Gu Yu's low, hoarse voice rang out in the car. She hasn't eaten all day. Although no name was mentioned, everyone in the car knew who he was talking about. Ming Shuiyue silently looked out the window, her expression deep as she watched the shadows of the trees merging into one. Little dumpling was timid and afraid of the dark. She must be terrified right now. The more she thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. Ming Shuiyue looked down at the tracking phone again, and her gaze froze. They had stopped. Aunt Sun looked at the small town ahead. Because it was in a remote area, only a few lights were on in the town at this time, and the whole place looked pitch black. Sister Sun, should we rest first? Xiao Zhang had been driving all day and quietly shook his hands. He had been on edge the whole way and was long exhausted. Aunt Sun gave Xiao Zhang a faint look. Find a place to rest. Xiao Zhang felt a chill down his back from her look, and upon hearing her words, he quickly nodded in agreement. I in the back seat, little dumpling curled up, hugging her legs. Her eyes were red, and she bit her lip hard to keep from crying out. Only when it got completely dark did little dumpling feel afraid, realizing she had been kidnapped by bad people and would never see her mom and dad again. Dehua panicked when she heard her soft sobbing. During the day, little dumpling had been happily oblivious, as if she didn't know about danger or fear, but after dark, her mood had plummeted, and she stopped talking to her. Jiao Jiao, what's wrong? Are you hungry? Dehua strained her neck to look at her, and in the darkness, even if she tried hard to open her eyes, she couldn't see the expression on little dumpling's face, only vaguely making out her movements. Little dumpling's tears fell in big drops onto her hands. She lowered her head and rubbed against her clothes. It was the scent she had insisted on wearing when Gu Yu sprayed perfume. It was Gu Yu's usual perfume, and smelling the familiar scent made her feel even more aggrieved. Mom said that no matter where Jiao Jiao was, she shouldn't be afraid, and they would come to pick her up and take her home soon. But now it was dark, and she still hadn't seen them, little dumpling thought, feeling aggrieved. Hearing Dehua's question, little dumpling was too angry to answer her. Jiao Jiao was going to be a bad kid now. Xiao Zhang drove the car to a dilapidated small inn. It was one of the few houses in the town with lights on. Aunt Sun gave it a look of disdain. The inn was a converted family house. Even the name was handwritten and pasted on the door, crookedly, as casual as a child playing house. Xiao Zhang got out and went in to take a look. There was only a middle-aged man inside. Seeing someone enter, he lazily lay back on his recliner and asked, "Eating or staying?" Xiao Zhang sized him up. Seeing his skin was dark like a local farmer's, he still didn't dare to relax. He rolled his eyes, rubbed his hands, and asked, "Boss, how much for a meal?" The middle-aged man turned back to watch TV and, without lifting his head, pointed to the menu pasted on the wall nearby. "Over there, look for yourself. Who's here? What do they want to eat?" A middle-aged woman with similarly dark skin walked out from the kitchen, asking briskly. Seeing Xiao Zhang standing in front of the menu, she paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "Young man, what do you want to eat? It'll be too late soon, and we won't be cooking anymore." Xiao Zhang carefully observed the two of them and, finding no issues, said, "Auntie, wait a moment. Let me go ask my sister." The middle-aged woman nodded enthusiastically. "All right, then go ask her." Xiao Zhang deliberately slowed his pace. Hearing the middle-aged woman vaguely complaining about the middle-aged man not closing the door so late, his tense heart relaxed. It seemed it was indeed an inn run by local farmers. As he turned to leave, the middle-aged man's eyes instantly turned sharp. He gave the middle-aged woman a look, which was the reason for the words Xiao Zhang had faintly heard. "Sister Sun, what do you want to eat?" Xiao Zhang knocked on the car window and asked in a low voice. Aunt Sun glanced at the two children in the back seat, afraid they might get sick from hunger, which would be a waste of effort. "How many people are inside?" Aunt Sun didn't trust Xiao Zhang to watch little dumpling and the others in the car, and now she didn't trust the information Xiao Zhang had gathered inside either. Xiao Zhang paused. "2 people. Aunt Sun looked at Xiao Zhang's overly young face and looked away in disdain. If her husband had come, she wouldn't have had to worry so much along the way. Xiao Zhang was inexplicably given a dirty look and didn't dare to speak, keeping his head down and quietly waiting for her instructions. "All right, untie the rope on the older one in the back." "All right, Sister Sunday." Xiao Zhang obediently opened the back seat and untied the rope on Dehua. Dehua moved her hands and feet, which had been tied all day, and got up somewhat uncomfortably. "Jiao Jiao." Dehua's first reaction upon getting up was to look at little dumpling. Little dumpling was tired and hungry from crying, and had fallen asleep leaning against the car window. By the moonlight, one could still see the tear tracks on her face. After being shaken awake by Dehua, she mumbled, "Sister Dehua, Jiao Jiao wants to sleep." Dehua had kept her ears pricked up the whole way listening to Aunt Sun and the others, and she knew that stopping now was for eating and resting. They couldn't miss this, or they would really go hungry tonight. Hardening her heart, she pulled her up. "Let's go eat first, then sleep." After a while, little dumpling rubbed her eyes and got out of the car, led by the hand by Dehua, with Xiao Zhang following them vigilantly. Aunt Sun walked in front, constantly keeping an eye on the surroundings. Once they entered the inn, she put on an honest, simple smile. "Sister, Bring us a few stir-fried dishes. The middle-aged woman stood up upon hearing the voice and greeted them enthusiastically. All right, please wait a moment, it will be ready right away. After saying that, she walked toward the kitchen with nimble movements. The middle-aged man put down the book he was holding and limped over to inquire, Big sister, where are you all heading so late at night? The moment he stood up, Aunt Sun moved to Little Dumpling's side, grabbing her arm, and looked at him with some vigilance. Something happened at home, we are going back to check. Seeing her vigilant expression, the middle-aged man took a step back and smiled. Big sister, no need to be afraid. Our inn has been open for many years. We are honest people. As he spoke, he sighed and looked at his leg. If it weren't for my leg injury. Aunt Sun followed his gaze to his leg. It was indeed an empty pant leg, and the expression in her eyes flickered slightly. Before long, the middle-aged woman came out with a smile on her face, carrying the stir-fried dishes. Sorry to keep you waiting. The rice is over by the television. You can serve yourselves. Hearing this, Aunt Sun's vigilance relaxed a fraction more. In the countryside, there weren't so many formalities. It would be strange if they provided top-tier service. After putting down the dishes, the middle-aged woman sat not far away, watching them, and asked with a smile, Would you like some drinks? Our fridge has everything. Aunt Sun pulled at the corners of her mouth and smiled at her. No, thank you. Xiao Zhang had been driving all day and was already hungry. Seeing the steaming hot food, he picked up a bowl and volunteered to go get the rice. The middle-aged man sat in front of the television watching TV. When he saw Xiao Zhang coming over with a bowl, his eyes darkened, and he glanced at the middle-aged woman without a trace of emotion. The middle-aged woman seemed to have just noticed the two children and said in surprise, Are these your daughters, big sister? You little ones must be tired from the journey. Let me get 2 bottles of milk for you to drink. Saying this, she didn't wait for a refusal and turned to get 2 bottles of milk. Our son bought these for us, they haven't been opened yet. She brought them to the table while smiling. Aunt Sun was still watching her with some vigilance. Both children were being held by her in a show of feigned affection. Little Dumpling felt uncomfortable from the force of her embrace and began to struggle. While Aunt Sun lowered her head to check on Little Dumpling, the middle-aged woman moved with extreme speed, pulling Dehua away and kicking Aunt Sun flying. Aunt Sun fell to the ground with a loud thud and cried out in pain. Jiao Jiao, crouch down. Little Dumpling crouched down skillfully. The next second, a small knife gleaming with a cold light flew over her head. Sister Sun. Xiao Zhang heard the noise, turned his head, and saw the knife that had been thrown after Aunt Sun fell to the ground. Ah! Xiao Zhang, who wanted to rush over, was punched to the ground by the middle-aged man, letting out a painful scream. Seeing that she hadn't hit Little Dumpling, Aunt Sun gritted her teeth, scrambled up, and tried to grab Little Dumpling again, thinking viciously, if I can't take her back to be a child bride for my nephew, then she can just die. Suddenly, with a bang, Aunt Sun's left leg was hit. This time, Aunt Sun could no longer stand up. She clutched her hit leg, rolling on the ground in pain and wailing. Little Dumpling crouched on the ground, dazed, staring blankly at Aunt Sun's miserable state as if she had been frightened. The inn door was pushed open, and a group of men in black escorted a man dressed in white inside. He bent down and picked up Little Dumpling. The familiar scent of sandalwood wafted from the man. Little Dumpling's large, dark eyes flickered. She looked up and saw the red mole between the man's brows, calling out timidly, Little uncle. Mu Yangqi's eyes curved, and he gently stroked her head. Little uncle is here, don't be afraid. Only then did Little Dumpling feel the fear. She buried her head in his chest, her little mouth puckered, and tears came instantly, pattering down onto Mu Yangqi's chest. Mu Yangqi continued to gently pat her back as he walked out of the inn, saying softly, Uncle is taking Jiao Jiao home. The remaining men in black stayed behind to guard Aunt Sun, and Xiao Zhang Dahua was foolishly dragged by the middle-aged woman, following behind the man. Seeing Aunt Sun's miserable state and Xiao Zhang vomiting blood after being beaten, she was so scared that it felt like her heart was about to jump out. She had never seen such a scene before. Sensing Dehua's trembling from fear, the middle-aged woman smiled friendly, revealing a mouthful of large white teeth. Little sister, don't be afraid, we are all good people. Dehua's heart tightened, but she still dared not look at her, only nodding gently. The car door was gently closed, and Mu Yangqi had someone drive to Liu Hotel. He then dug Little Dumpling out of his arms and chuckled twice. Little Dumpling looked up and saw that little uncle's clothes were covered in her tears. Forgetting her fear, she shyly covered her face. Mu Yangqi didn't speak, just patted her head. He then took out his phone and called Ming Shuiwe. After saying a few simple words, he pointed the camera at Little Dumpling, who was covering her face but had her ears pricked up high. There is a little kid secretly listening to us talk. Little Dumpling immediately took her chubby hands down and said, trying to deceive herself and others, Jiao Jiao is not secretly listening to you talk. While saying this, Little Dumpling nodded seriously with her chubby face, trying to prove that what she said was true. Mu Yangqi suppressed a laugh and nodded in agreement. Jiao Jiao is right, whoever is listening, it wouldn't be our Jiao Jiao. Little Dumpling's eyes lit up, but she still tried to maintain a stern little face and nodded heavily. Ming Shuyue's furrowed brows relaxed a little. Seeing Little Dumpling's lively little expressions and familiar gestures, her suppressed emotions gradually calmed down. Gu Yu was on the side, eagerly wanting to speak to Little Dumpling to personally confirm she was safe. Baby. Hearing Gu Yu's voice, Little Dumpling looked up at the phone in Mu Yangqi's hand and asked softly, Is Daddy calling Jiao Jiao? Gu Yu stared intently at Little Dumpling's little face on the screen, his eyes uncontrollably turning. Mu Yangqi nodded and placed the phone into Little Dumpling's hands. Although he had never met Gu Yu, hearing the man's slightly trembling voice coming from the phone, he knew they wanted to speak with Little Dumpling. Holding the phone that was larger than both her hands, Little Dumpling blinked twice and called out in a milky voice, Daddy, Mommy, it's Jiao Jiao. A smile appeared on Ming Shuyue's cold and tense face. We know it's Jiao Jiao. Are you hungry, baby? Just as Ming Shuyue finished speaking, Little Dumpling's stomach growled. The sound was exceptionally loud in the quiet car. Little Dumpling's face turned red, and she softly accused, "It's that bad person, she wouldn't give Jiao Jiao food." Jiao Jiao hasn't eaten in a long time. Mu Yangqi had been listening to their conversation with a smile on his face, but upon hearing this, his hand, which had been tapping on his thigh, paused. His pitch-black eyes were like two pools of cold water, and the corners of his mouth curled up coldly. Ming Shuyue's face, which had just softened, also turned icy, but her words remained very gentle. "Baby, go eat with little uncle first. Mommy will come to pick you up right away." After saying that, Little Dumpling started giggling again. "Okay." The hotel had already prepared the dishes Little Dumpling liked to eat. Mu Yangqi carried her out of the car, and the manager in a suit led the way tremblingly, with men in black guarding them as they entered the hotel. Carried by Mu Yangqi, Little Dumpling's big eyes darted around. Although she had just gone through a terrifying experience, she was light-hearted enough to temporarily forget about it. Mu Yangqi amusedly patted her little head that was looking around. "What are you looking at?" Little Dumpling scratched her face. "Jiao Jiao has been here before." Mu Yangqi nodded calmly. He knew who owned this hotel, so he wasn't surprised that Little Dumpling had been here. "Wait a minute." Mu Yangqi's hand, holding a spoon to feed Little Dumpling, paused. His eyes curved into a smile, making the red mole between his brows appear even more captivating. What's wrong?" Little Dumpling stared blankly, completely starstruck. Seeing Little Dumpling's dazed expression, Mu Yangqi couldn't help but find it funny. No one in the family was bad-looking, so he didn't know how she had developed the habit of being unable to move when she saw someone handsome. He raised his hand and lightly flicked her forehead. "Little dummy." Little Dumpling immediately covered her head and looked at him, laughing sillily. "Little uncle is so good-looking." "How good-looking?" Mu Yangqi felt like teasing her. He put down the bowl in his hand and asked her with a serious face but smiling eyes. Hearing his question, Little Dumpling's little bun-like face scrunched up, feeling very distressed about how to describe it. Mu Yangqi didn't rush her, slowly pouring a cup of tea, looking as leisurely as if he couldn't see Little Dumpling scratching her head in frustration. Suddenly, Little Dumpling's eyes lit up and her voice was crisp. "Little uncle is as beautiful as a fairy from heaven." Mama told Jiao Jiao stories saying that fairies in heaven are very, very beautiful. When little uncle smiles, he's just as beautiful as the fairies Jiao Jiao imagined. A smile played on the corners of Mu Yangqi's mouth, and his expression was pleasant, as if he was very happy to hear Little Dumpling's praise. Mu Yangqi praised her without changing his expression. "Jiao Jiao, you said that wonderfully." The men in black standing behind them kept their heads bowed low, not even daring to peek out of the corners of their eyes, though their hearts were filled with shock. Mu Yangqi had feminine features, and with a prominent red mole between his brows, his eyes curved when he smiled, making him look as kind and bright-eyed as a deity from heaven. However, those who had dealt with him knew that he wasn't as easy to get along with as he looked, and he even cared quite a bit about others' comments on his appearance. He remembered once a business partner said that President Mu was even better looking than a woman. President Mu was still smiling at the time, but that person died on the spot in a car accident on the way home that night. Now, hearing a little girl tell him he looked like a fairy, they were all afraid President Mu would twist the little girl's head off. Instead, they heard President Mu let out a chuckle and pick up the bowl on the table again to feed the little girl with extraordinary patience. No one would ever associate this appearance with that ruthless man. "It's time to eat now." Having laughed enough, Mu Yangqi turned her head back. Seeing the food in the bowl, Little Dumpling slapped her own head with a loud smack. Using quite a bit of force, Mu Yangqi lifted his eyelids, his brows slightly furrowed. "What's wrong?" Little Dumpling looked toward the door worriedly. "Big Sister De Hua hasn't eaten yet." Jiao Jiao forgot about Big Sister De Hua. Mu Yangqi reached out to rub her forehead, which had been slapped red, and said indifferently, "You're not allowed to slap yourself so hard next time." She wasn't bright to begin with. If she kept hitting herself, she'd really turn into a little fool. After saying that, he gestured to the men in black to bring De Hua over. Little Dumpling replied absent-mindedly, "Jiao Jiao knows." Amidst Little Dumpling's eager anticipation, De Hua was brought over by a middle-aged woman. After De Hua entered, she didn't dare to look around, nervously clutching her hands until Little Dumpling called out to her loudly, "Big Sister De Hua!" De Hua looked up in surprise, but before the joy in her eyes could surface, she met Mu Yangqi's gaze beside Little Dumpling. The joy faded, and she slowly lowered her eyes. Little Dumpling didn't notice the strange atmosphere in the private room. She slid off her chair to take De Hua's hand and happily pulled her to Mu Yangqi to introduce her. "Little uncle, this is Big Sister De Hua." Mu Yangqi smiled gently at De Hua. "Hello, I am Jiao Jiao's uncle." De Hua gave him a fearful look and said in a very small voice, "Hello." Little Dumpling had been crouching and didn't see it at the time, but De Hua had been pulled behind the table by the middle-aged woman and had clearly seen how terrifying it was when Mu Yangqi smiled and shot Aunt Sunday. "Big Sister De Hua, let's eat quickly. Jiao Jiao is so hungry." Little Dumpling naturally reached out her hands to Mu Yangqi for him to lift her onto the chair. Mu Yangqi scooped her up and placed her on the chair beside him, saying somewhat helplessly, "Time to eat, little princess." Little Dumpling only responded loudly after seeing De Hua sit down, "Ok away." After that, everyone was very quiet, except for the sound of little dumpling recommending this or that dish to Dehua. While eating, little dumpling didn't forget to tell Mu Yangqi to eat as well. Little uncle, you eat too. Mu Yangqi removed a grain of rice that had accidentally stuck to her face and lied through his teeth. Uncle has already eaten. Jiao Jiao, you eat. The middle-aged woman hesitated to speak. From the moment they received the news and set out until now, they hadn't even had a drop of water, let alone a meal. Except for those sent to capture Li Songjia, all the manpower they could mobilize had come to this small town. The dark mass of men in black had frightened many people in the town, so no matter where Aunt Sun and the others stopped, they would encounter their people. After a day of being scared and hungry, little dumpling's nerves had been tight and she was already exhausted. Now that she was full, she became sleepy, whimpering and refusing to sleep, but not saying why when asked. Little dumpling was so tired that tears fell every time she blinked. Mu Yangqi had no choice but to hold her and pace around the private room to coax her to sleep, his gentle voice deliberately softened. Go to sleep, Jiao Jiao. Little uncle won't leave. Smelling the scent on Mu Yangqi, little dumpling knew she was in a safe place. Her head tilted and she fell asleep on Mu Yangqi's shoulder. Feeling the fuzzy little head rubbing against the side of his neck, Mu Yangqi didn't stop pacing. After a few minutes, he shifted his posture to hold little dumpling in his arms. Little dumpling buried her head in Mu Yangqi's chest and soon let out tiny snores. Mu Yangqi sat on a large sofa holding little dumpling and looked up at Dehua, who had been sitting still, smiling gently. Do you mind if I ask you a few things? Dehua's hands at her sides tightened, and it took a long while before she spoke. No, I don't mind. Mu Yangqi sized up Dehua discreetly. The young girl's face was sallow, seemingly caused by chronic malnutrition. Her body was thin and weak, and her clothes looked ill-fitting, revealing bony wrists. Besides not giving you food, what else happened? Mu Yangqi was reluctant to ask little dumpling, worried it would stir up painful memories again. Since this little girl had been captured along with her, Mu Yangqi asked the question without any apology. Dehua knew she had been rescued because of little dumpling, so she frowned and tried hard to recall what happened along the way. However, because she had been drugged, many things were blurry and she couldn't remember clearly. Mu Yangqi was unusually patient with some things, and seeing Dehua struggling to put it into words, he wasn't in a rush. Before Dehua could figure it out, Ming Shuiyue and Gu Yu arrived. The two of them hurried in and pushed open the door. Even though they knew from Mu Yangqi that little dumpling was fine, they couldn't set their minds at ease without seeing her with their own eyes. Soon as Gu Yu entered, he saw little dumpling in Mu Yangqi's arms with her back to him, and for a moment, he didn't dare to step forward. Ming Shuiyue knew he was blaming himself and feeling guilty, thinking he hadn't taken good care of little dumpling. She had seen his torment all along the way. Although she didn't know why Du Xinxin had such great malice toward little dumpling, if this incident hadn't happened, another one would have to the very least. This incident allowed her to get a handle on Li Songjia and Du Xinxin, preventing greater dangers in the future. This was the biggest gain after the incident occurred. She absolutely could not let little dumpling suffer in vain. Her hand, hanging by her leg, was suddenly grasped. Gu Yu looked at Ming Shuiyue's cold profile in surprise, then gently squeezed back, following Ming Shuiyue as she walked in front of Mu Yangqi. Mu Yangqi observed the atmosphere around them with great interest. Until the two of them walked hand in hand before him, Mu Yangqi smiled with an ambiguous meaning. Meeting their worried gazes as they looked at little dumpling, he smiled. Jiao Jiao is fine, she was just too tired and fell asleep. Gu Yu looked eagerly at little dumpling's chubby side profile as she slept soundly. He hadn't seen little dumpling for almost a day, and he reached out, wanting to take little dumpling over. Mu Yangqi blocked him with one hand, his tone extremely natural. Jiao Jiao was frightened today and isn't sleeping soundly. It's better if I hold her. Gu Yu. If it weren't for the fact that little dumpling was snoring softly, he might have believed it. But to prevent the possibility that what Mu Yangqi said was true, Gu Yu reluctantly withdrew his hand. Not wanting to disturb little dumpling's sleep, he sat on Mu Yangqi's right, continuing to stare eagerly at the small portion of little dumpling's face that was visible. Ming Shuiyue, as if she had long expected Gu Yu to be rejected, sat on Mu Yangqi's left with a calm expression. Ever since Mu Yangqi met little dumpling, as long as she was in his arms, no one could take her back from him. Despite his gentle and approachable appearance, he was incredibly overbearing. Unless little dumpling wanted to leave his arms herself, Mu Yangqi wouldn't let go. Even if Ming Shuiyue, her own mother, asked, it wouldn't work. I and the Mu family, Mu Yangqi was the most unfathomable to them. He clearly had ruthless and cruel methods, yet he looked as kind as a deity. When someone asked him for help, he would smile and take your hand, only to push you into an even more painful situation. He didn't like noise and didn't like crowded places, feeling that Russia was uninteresting and lacked challenges, so he went to China alone to develop his own forces. Unsurprisingly, he succeeded. But because he hadn't returned home for many years, his relationship with the two elders of the Mu family was very strained, which was also the reason why Mu Yangqi was rarely mentioned in the Mu family. After things quieted down, Mu Yangqi didn't care about the couple's gazes. His smile deepened and his tone was gentle. Little friend, haven't you remembered yet? Dehua was trembling from his gentle tone, but with Gu Yu here, she wasn't as afraid. She still remembered the scene where Gu Yu made the grandmother collapse in anger. Thinking of the scene she had vaguely seen, Dehua's voice was no longer timid. Aunt Sun wanted to push Jiao Jiao off the cliff. Gu Yu's expression turned instantly gloomy when he heard what Dehua said. He desperately suppressed his emotions, forcing himself to stay calm and listen to the rest of what Dehua had to say. The arm Mu Yangqi used to hold little dumpling also tightened involuntarily, but a smile still hung on his face, while his eyes turned cold. Ming Shuiyue's face was icy, her eyes as cold as if they were frozen. Without a trace of warmth, Dehua felt the temperature around her suddenly drop. She carefully looked up at them, then quickly looked away, secretly thinking that Jiao Jiao was pretty and had a good temper, always smiling brightly at people. Why did her family members all seem to have bad tempers, even though they all looked very good? Seeing Dehua's head getting lower and lower, Mu Yangqi smiled and waved to a middle-aged woman. Take Dehua down to get some good rest. The middle-aged woman nodded respectfully in agreement. After Dehua left, Mu Yangqi gently stroked little Dumpling's smooth hair and asked, "What do you plan to do?" Ming Shuyue's voice was cold. "We will make Li Songjia pay the price. Let him know what should be done and what should not be done. Since he dared to do it, he must pay the price." Mu Yangqi chuckled, which sounded even more eerie in the quiet private room. "Then let me handle these two people who were caught." He would certainly be polite and act like a gentleman. The three of them sat like statues without speaking, just sitting quietly like that, until the alarm clock pointed to the time for little Dumpling to sleep. Mu Yangqi placed little Dumpling in the suite upstairs and then turned and left. "Jiyu, you finally had the opportunity to openly observe whether little Dumpling had any injuries." When he saw the red circles on little Dumpling's hands and her scraped soles, Gu Yu's eyes turned red with anger. He was angry at himself for not protecting little Dumpling well, and even more angry at himself for not finding little Dumpling the first time, making her suffer such great pain. Before he had a breakdown, Ming Shuyue patted his shoulder and said, "Go take a shower first." Gu Yu's emotions were interrupted halfway through their brewing. In the end, he didn't say anything else and obediently picked up his clothes and went into the bathroom to shower. When Ming Shuyue came out after showering, she saw Gu Yu squatting by the bed, staring at little Dumpling lying on the bed without blinking, afraid that little Dumpling would fly away and disappear if he blinked. Only after finding little Dumpling did Ming Shuyue have the mood to handle a series of things. First, she called the whole Mu family who had been waiting, as well as Elder Ming, telling them to go rest and that she would call them again when little Dumpling woke up tomorrow. Then she called Director Jiao, who had been waiting anxiously, and told him that the person had been found. Director Jiao understood the meaning in her words and immediately told the police who were still searching that little Dumpling had been found. The guests in the office had not left, just to get the news as soon as possible. At this moment, hearing Director Jiao say that the person had been safely found, everyone except Du Xinxin was overjoyed. The children chattered and circled around Director Jiao, asking, "Uncle, when is Jiao Jiao coming back?" Director Jiao twitched the corners of his mouth in silence. He didn't even dare to think about having little Dumpling come back. He only hoped that President Ming would be lenient toward their production team. Thinking of the netizens who were squatting on Weibo and asking constantly, Director Jiao logged on and posted a Weibo. "Little Jiao Jiao has been safely found." The production team suddenly turned off all live streams, leaving the viewers in confusion. They had no choice but to move their battleground to Director Zhao's page and the official Weibo account to wait. The moment Director Zhao posted on Weibo, netizens saw it the next second. Both those who followed the show and those who didn't rushed over to comment. Thank goodness they were found, but the production team staff is too unreliable. I hope they don't make such mistakes again. I'm tired of complaining. Start the broadcast quickly and give us an explanation. Safety. What kind of safety is that? We want to see the kids. Who took Jiao Jiao away? And what's going on with the staff? I hope the production team gives us viewers an explanation. What about the aftermath? Who on earth is bold enough to kidnap someone in front of the camera? If you don't come out, I'm going to start with conspiracy theories. Director Zhao let out a long sigh after reading the comments and said to the guests still sitting in the office, "Everyone go back and rest. The production team will send you back tomorrow." He didn't dare to let the guests stay in a remote place anymore. He couldn't handle another incident like this. Upon hearing this, the worry in Lulu's eyes dissipated, and she revealed a relieved smile. It's good that she's found. Then we'll head back first. Ren Pingon also nodded silently at the director and left. He Qinghui lingered for a while, as if she had something to say. Director Zhao closed his eyes in a headache, then opened them and said with a whatever attitude, "If you have anything else to say, just say it." He Qinghui was a bit hesitant, afraid that if she didn't speak up, Director Zhao would really get angry. She fidgeted and asked, "Director Zhao, are we not filming anymore?" Although an accident happened this season, they couldn't just stop filming because of one incident, right? President Ming was so busy that she surely wouldn't blame the production team for this. Besides, they had finally landed such a popular variety show. What would they do if they stopped filming? He Qinghui felt uncomfortable after thinking about it, believing it was because of little Dumpling that Director Zhao didn't want to continue filming, fearing he would offend the Ming family. President Ming and Gu Yu and the others were rich and powerful and didn't care about this variety show at all. But what about ordinary people like them? It was hard to get a hit show in their hands. She didn't want to give it up. Director Zhao blinked in disbelief and picked at his ear. Ha! What was she saying? Did he look crazy? Why would he continue filming after something like this happened? He used to think He Qinghui had some cleverness in the industry, but he hadn't expected her to be so muddled when it came to major issues. Director Zhao's face turned cold. "We aren't filming anymore." Fearing that her brain might conjure up something else, he added, "And we won't film in the future either." He Qinghui wanted to say more, but Director Zhao made an annoyed tisk sound and waved his hand at her, telling her to leave quickly. He had been tired all day and didn't want to say another word. Director Zhao made it clear he didn't want to talk anymore. He Qinghui gritted her teeth, dropping her disguise in front of everyone for the first time, and left the office with an ugly expression. The remaining Du Qinxin looked at Du Xinxin, who had been keeping her head down ever since she heard Director Zhao say Ming Jiao Jiao was found. She tapped her shoulder in confusion. "Xinxin." A few seconds passed, and Du Xinxin still kept her head down. Du Qinxin's patience was exhausted, and the impatience in her voice was about to overflow. "Du Xinxin, are you leaving or not? If you're not coming, stay here yourself." Director Jiao stopped his hand holding the cigarette, glanced at them sideways, then withdrew his gaze and took a deep drag of the cigarette. In the silence, Gu Yusheng stood up without warning, gripping her clothes tightly, her face twisted. How could she be found? I don't believe it. This must be fake. That day, they had clearly stated their request. After catching Ming Jiao Jiao, make her disappear from the world immediately. The other party had also promised with certainty, so, no matter what method Ming Shuyue used to quickly find Ming Jiao Jiao, she wasn't worried, because she couldn't be faster than Aunt Sunday. After all, saving someone couldn't be faster than killing someone. It must be that Ming Shuyue didn't find anyone and came to trick them on purpose. Du Qinqin was startled by her sudden standing up. Her brows furrowed, and before she could get angry, she heard what she said. In an instant, her calm heart began to beat violently. Du Qinqin stopped her from saying anything further, almost sternly. Shut up! Regardless of whether Ming Jiao Jiao's disappearance had anything to do with them, such words could not be said here. How could she have given birth to such a stupid daughter? This was going to ruin their Du family if it hadn't been for the accidental pregnancy back then, and the way Li Songzhe wept with joy after finding out she was pregnant, which made her soften her heart. She would never have given birth to Du Qinqin. Du Qinqin's face changed instantly. Without even saying goodbye to Director Jiao, she grabbed Du Qinqin and walked out. Director Jiao. The staff waiting outside saw Du Qinqin walking out with an ugly expression. They dared not stop her or ask, fearing they would touch this young lady's temper and get scolded. Du Qinqin walked with long strides. Du Qinqin was dragged along, stumbling forward. She frowned, wanting to pull her hand back in pain, but Du Qinqin held on tightly. When they reached an empty road, Du Qinqin finally let go of her hand, her eyes complex as if looking at a stranger. Did you do the matter of Ming Jiao Jiao's disappearance? No. Du Qinqin sobered up quite a bit in the night breeze. She looked at Du Qinqin innocently and confusedly, shaking her head repeatedly. Du Qinqin clearly didn't believe her but couldn't ask more here, so she flicked her hand and left without talking to her again. Du Qinqin followed behind, clearly absent-minded. It was her negligence. Even if Ming Jiao Jiao was really found by Ming Shuyue, so what? If she could kidnap her once, she could kidnap her a second time. As long as she insisted she knew nothing, no one could take her away. Du Qinqin was angry and puzzled. This was the first time she had wanted to do something and failed. Recalling her smooth sailing in her previous life, she felt a wave of panic. There were really too many changes in this life. Could she still live the life she had in her previous life? After the two left, Huang Er came out from behind a large tree. The village chief told them to go out less at night, fearing they would scare the celebrities who came to film the show, and that if they did, the production team wouldn't help them sell oranges in Yungan village anymore. The people in the village remembered this sentence firmly and didn't dare to go out at night. This was also the reason why Huang Er hid when he saw Du Qinqin and the others. But hearing them say that the little girl Ming Jiao Jiao was found, did that mean his daughter was also found? Huang Er excitedly pushed aside the other things Du Qinqin and the others said, eagerly wanting to find Director Jiao to confirm. The moonlight was hazy. The moon hanging high in the night sky was covered by clouds. Before long, the clouds scattered, and the frost-like moonlight illuminated Yungan village. Director Jiao had just come out to let the staff go back to rest. Just as he was about to turn around and close the door, he saw Huang Er rushing over. Huang Er turned off his flashlight, walked up to Director Jiao, and asked with eager eyes, "Did Mr. Gu Yu and the others find a Hua?" Director Jiao looked at this tall, sturdy rural man with an anxious look on his face and nodded. "Yes, Gu Yu and the others will be back tomorrow. You should go back and rest early too." Today, not only their production team but also Huang Er had followed them into the forest to search for a long time. Lying in bed, Ming Shuyue turned over in the dim light. Little Dumpling was sleeping between them. This turn brought her face to face with Gu Yu's sleepless eyes. She whispered, "Why aren't you asleep yet?" Gu Yu blinked, his voice hoarse. "I'm afraid." Gu Yu did not continue speaking. Ming Shuyue understood. She knew the anxiety in Gu Yu's heart. He lacked too much sense of security, and at this moment, any word spoken would be pale and powerless consolation. Ming Shuyue straightened up slightly, propping herself up, and leaned over Little Dumpling to gently press a kiss onto Gu Yu's face. She whispered, "We are all by your side, don't be afraid." Ming Shuyue's gaze was clear as she spoke this sentence, which was akin to a promise. Solemnly and earnestly, Gu Yu looked up at her, his beautiful eyes blinking once more. Even with all the anxiety in his heart, upon meeting Ming Shuyue's eyes that were as calm as water, it felt as if all his good and bad thoughts dissipated in her eyes. The next morning, Little Dumpling opened her eyes. She looked to the left and then turned to look to the right. She rubbed her eyes in a daze, and after confirming it was truly Mom and Dad, she covered her mouth in surprise, afraid of waking them up. After a while, she closed her eyes and lay quietly, but within 2 seconds, she opened her eyes again, completely devoid of sleepiness. Gu Yu felt something pressing on his chest in a daze. It didn't have much weight, yet it made him uncomfortable, and his tightly closed eyelashes trembled slightly. The glaring morning light made him frown slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes, adjusting to the environment. Little Dumpling was lying on his chest. Seeing Gu Yu wake up, she lifted her face and smiled at him. Her eyes were bright and sparkling, and with that pure, radiant smile, her whole face seemed to be glowing. The frown on Gu Yu's brow smoothed out instantly, the corners of his lips curled up, and he revealed a silent smile. Both of them tacitly remained silent. When Ming Shuyue opened her eyes, what she saw was the two of them looking at each other with silly smiles on their faces. Feeling helpless yet amused, her head felt a bit uncomfortable from going to bed too late last night. She sat up as she looked at their similar big eyes. Only then did the father and daughter, who had been staring at each other, realize she was awake. "Mom!" Little Dumpling called out to her in surprise, rolled off Gu Yu, and then rolled a few more times into Ming Shuyue's embrace. Ji Yu, you didn't mind either. Instead, he rolled over, following Little Dumpling to Ming Shuyue's side. He was as childish as a kid, bearing no resemblance to the volatile and explosive movie star rumored outside. Ming Shuyue was not flustered at all by the two pairs of bright, wide eyes staring at her. She first smoothed out Little Dumpling's hair, which had been tossed about all morning, then ruffled Gu Yu's straight black short hair, and finally said calmly into their sparkling eyes, "Get up." In the small town, even in the daytime, it was gray and gloomy. The young and middle-aged adults had all gone out to work, leaving the streets empty. Only a few middle-aged women had opened breakfast shops at home. A little girl hurriedly bought a steamed bun and ran into a school not far away. Dehua stared fixedly at the student running into the school gate, a trace of envy unconsciously spilling from her gray eyes. She had only attended the first grade before her grandmother at home used the excuse of being too busy to stop her from going to school anymore. She knew that the teachers from the school had come to their home to persuade them more than once, but her grandmother stubbornly refused to budge, instead throwing tantrums and demanding the teachers pay her money, while her father stood in the yard watching, silent and saying nothing. Just like that, gradually, the school teachers and leaders stopped coming, and she never went to school again. Nor did she see the classmates she used to go to school with. Gu Yu, holding Little Dumpling, glanced lightly in the direction of Dehua's gaze before looking away, smiling as he patted Little Dumpling's round head. Jiao Jiao's birthday is coming up, Ming Shuyue said, looking indifferently at the kind-faced man in front of her. Mu Yangqi's pitch-black eyes moved, and he said gently, "I know." Little Dumpling's birthday was a big event that their whole family attached great importance to. If he dared to forget, Elder Mu's cane would be crashing onto him within an hour. Moreover, he adored Jiao Jiao very much. Without anyone reminding him, he would prepare many gifts for her to unwrap every year in advance. Ming Shuyue raised her eyes. "You know what I mean." At that time, the Mu family, including Elder Mu and the others, would all come to attend Little Dumpling's birthday banquet. Every year at this time, Mu Yangqi would hide, either arriving late after it had dispersed or coming early and leaving beforehand. Elder Mu had declared that if he didn't see Mu Yangqi's shadow this year, he would send people to drag him over. And Elder Mu was a man of his word, which also meant he really would be dragged back and lectured. The mask on Mu Yangqi's face broke for an instant before recovering. He looked helplessly at the expressionless woman and sighed. "You were still cute when you were little." Although Ming Shuyue wasn't as cute as Little Dumpling when she was little, and liked to keep a straight face even at a young age, she would obediently follow behind them and softly call them brother. Unlike now, where she could say things so indifferently that they made people want to punch her. "I will arrive at the venue on time," Mu Yangqi compromised. He didn't want to get beaten up in front of Little Dumpling. After all, they all wanted to be the only uncle in Little Dumpling's eyes who could do anything. Ming Shuyue didn't seem surprised by this answer. Mu Yangqi looked at the expression on her face and felt his hands itching again. Ming Shuyue was a woman with a strong sense of purpose in everything she did. After conveying what needed to be said, she left with Little Dumpling and Gu Yu. Dehua and the middle-aged woman were sitting in the car behind. Mu Yangqi calmly watched the low-key black car moving forward. After a while, he suddenly smiled. His subordinate's scalp tingled upon seeing the smile, and he swallowed in fear, saying cautiously, "Boss, those two people have already woken up." After Aunt Sun and Xiao Zhang were caught last night, besides receiving a beating at the very beginning, they were taken to see a doctor in the middle of the night on Mu Yangqi's orders. Apart from some lingering pain on their bodies, they looked clean on the outside, and even their dirty clothes, which had been rubbed against the ground, had been changed. Mu Yangqi looked up, the corners of his mouth lifting. He closed his eyes, bathing in the cool morning sunlight. The golden halo shone through his profile, like the face of a bodhisattva emitting a divine radiance. "It's good that they've woken up." The subordinate didn't dare to look more, keeping his head down tightly, as if he had seen the Grim Reaper. Little Dumpling was in Gu Yu's arms, looking around at the back of the car. Gu Yu held down her wiggling little head to prevent her from accidentally bumping it. "What are you looking for?" Little Dumpling, her neck of fate seized, didn't give up and nudged the large hand on her head, telling him softly, "Jiao Jiao is looking for Sister Dehua." Sister Dehua had fallen asleep when they were in the car with the bad guys. Little Dumpling now had a bit of a psychological shadow from riding in cars and wanted to know if Dehua was safe. Gu Yu leaned lazily against the car seat, looking at the worry in Little Dumpling's eyes, and asked her slowly, "Do you like Dehua a lot?" Little Dumpling nodded vigorously. Sister Dehua had a very hard life but didn't become a bad person. She was a very good person. Gu Yu gave a soft tisk and said, "Got it." Then he looked out the window and said nothing more. Ming Shuyue glanced at him. She knew he wanted to help that little girl, Dehua. The outside world said he had a bad temper and no compassion, but in reality, he was the softest-hearted of them all. Even if he had suffered so much and endured so many cold looks in his childhood, he would not resent this world. As Ming Shuyue recalled the past with Gu Yu, she now found it hard to understand how she could have had the heart to say the words, "break up," back then. In early autumn, Yungan village already required extra layers of clothing. Director Zhao, wearing an ill-fitting jacket, looked out the window frequently. Having received news early in the morning that Gu Yu and the others were returning to Yungan village today, Director Zhao had specifically kept the production team for an extra day. "Director Zhao, is Jiao Jiao really all right?" Lulu couldn't help but shiver at the thought of having to face Ming Shuyue's distant and cold expression in a moment. Although President Ming was very beautiful, she really did not want to interact with Ming Shuyue alone. Director Zhao looked at the undisguised expression on Lulu's face, feeling speechless. Jiao Jiao is fine. If something had happened, Gu Yu would definitely not be returning to Yungan village. Besides, if something had really happened, he wouldn't dare stay in Yungan village to wait. Director Jiao looked up again at the guests sitting in a circle and was speechless once more. You don't need to wait here with me. If you want to go back, just have the staff take you back. He had told them yesterday to go back today, but who knew where they got the news from? One by one, they refused to leave and insisted on waiting with him for Gu Yu and the others. Director Jiao complained verbally but was moved in his heart. Having filmed so many episodes together, they naturally had feelings for each other. They were all unwilling to leave him to face this alone. They must have been won over by his personal charm. Lulu didn't think that much and spoke straight from the heart. Director Jiao, we aren't here to keep you company. We want to see with our own eyes whether Jiao Jiao is really all right. Ren Pingan's mouth moved, but he still couldn't stop Lulu from blurting out what was on her mind. Ren Pingan glanced at Lulu with his small eyes behind his glasses, wanting to say something but stopping himself. After getting along for these few episodes, he had come to understand Lulu's character. She was a straightforward and enthusiastic woman with no ulterior motives. She had truly earned the Best Actress award through her own acting skills. Director Jiao was a big director, no matter what. If someone small-minded encountered Lulu speaking like this, they would definitely hold a grudge. Connections were the most important thing in the entertainment industry. Lulu was simple-minded, so he was willing to help her. Who knew if he might one day encounter a situation where he needed Lulu's help? We are staying here because we are truly reluctant to part with Director Jiao and everyone else. After all, it will be difficult to meet again after today. Ren Pingan's eyes flickered, and he smiled to break the awkward silence. Director Jiao didn't take Lulu's words to heart. His ears were practically calloused from hearing false words in the entertainment industry. He didn't have any particular thoughts on what Ren Pingan said either. Everyone was working in the industry, so it was fine to give some face. There will definitely be opportunities to meet in the future. Director Jiao replied with a smile. Ren Pingan smiled and didn't speak again. It would be impossible for the group of people sitting there to appear on the same stage in the future without putting in some effort. Du Qinqin always only accepted high-end, influential programs. Given their current status, they wouldn't be able to get on such programs. Liu focused on filming movies and rarely participated in variety shows, so running into her would be even harder. Yiqing Sui followed the path of a singer, but based on her ability and vision, she couldn't participate in any big programs. And as for him, because he became popular after participating in this program, he was called back to host his original show and couldn't go anywhere else. As for Gu Yu, there was even less to say. Whether he retired from the industry or moved behind the scenes, it was not a level they could reach. Director Jiao was an international big-name director. If it weren't for his whim, they probably wouldn't have met at all. Liu and Ren Pingan both knew in their hearts that this was just polite social talk, to be forgotten after hearing. Yiqing Hui's eyes lit up when she heard this. She had always wanted to act and be a female lead. That would be much better than running around everywhere singing. Filming with Director Jiao also guaranteed quality, so she would definitely become famous. She wanted to ask Director Jiao if he could give her a role with a lot of screen time that was also likable, but she was afraid that if she said it out loud, others would compete with her for the role. Yiqing Hui held back the words that were about to spill out, thinking to herself that she would find Director Jiao privately to talk about it properly. Compared to the complicated thoughts of the others, Du Qinqin was simply annoyed. Regardless of whether Ming Shuiwei and the others returned or not, she was prepared to leave. Having slept in a simple house for several days in a row, she was about to collapse. It was finally over, but her good daughter refused to let her leave early no matter what. Du Qinqin was so angry she didn't want to see her, and at this moment, she sat a little further away from Du Qinqin. Du Qinqin didn't notice the distance between them, and even if she had, she wouldn't have cared. All she could think about was meeting Ming Jiao Jiao and the others in a moment. Gu Yu didn't seem as crazy in this life as in her past life, so she wasn't very afraid anymore. However, a single cold and distant look from Ming Shuiwei was enough to make her feel breathless. Leaving early would definitely make that woman, Ming Shuiwei, suspect that they had a guilty conscience, so they had no choice but to stay in Yungan village and wait. Thinking about how she couldn't get through to Li Songjia's phone several times in a row, Du Qinqin felt an inexplicable panic. Although the staff explained that the signal in Yungan village was poor because it was deep in the mountains, she couldn't set her mind at ease without seeing Li Songjia. Thinking of this, Du Qinqin's expression turned serious, and she secretly made up her mind that she must remain calm in front of Ming Shuiwei later. Ming Shuiwei and Gu Yu were unaware of the various thoughts and fears of the guests waiting for them in Yungan village. They were calmly looking at the bottomless, pitch-black cliff. A few minutes ago, as the car passed the cliff where she had almost been thrown off, Little Dumpling trembled in Gu Yu's arms. Gu Yu noticed something was wrong with Little Dumpling immediately. After being comforted for a long time, Little Dumpling finally complained to them with a look of terror on her face, angrily telling them about the incident where she was about to be thrown down. Jiao Jiao almost died. Little Dumpling said to them while lying in Gu Yu's arms, her voice soft and her face full of anger. In the past, at times like this, Gu Yu and Ming Shuiwei would smile and hug and kiss her with great tenderness. This time, however, the car was terrifyingly quiet. Little Dumpling didn't receive comfort from her mom and dad, and she looked at them aggrievedly with her large black and white eyes. Gu Yu's face was dark. Just hearing these words made his heart stop beating. He couldn't help but tighten his arms around Little Dumpling, only loosening them with an apologetic look when Little Dumpling cried out in pain. Gu Yu's voice was low and hoarse. I'm sorry. His arms circled her loosely, and he planted a precious kiss on her fuzzy little head as she nuzzled against him. It was he who hadn't fulfilled his duties as a father, who hadn't protected her well, and let her suffer so much. Gu Yu's eyes were slightly red, and his heart felt as uncomfortable as if it were clogged with silt. Mom. Little Dumpling felt a light touch on her face and turned her head to look at her, puzzled and happy. In Ming Shuiwei's eyes was the tenderness that she only showed when facing Little Dumpling. She didn't say anything, just coldly told the driver to stop the car. Seeing the car in front stop, De Hua and the middle-aged woman also got out of the car. The middle-aged woman looked at the people in front in confusion. Why stop here? After Dehua got out of the car, memories of what happened here flooded her mind. She froze, staring pale-faced at little dumpling, who was being held by Gu Yu in front of her. She then quickened her pace to walk beside Gu Yu. Not daring to reach out and pull them, she said quickly and in a low voice, Jiao Jiao will be scared if she stays here. Hearing her voice, little dumpling poked her head out and called out to her happily, Sister Dehua. Her voice was soft, sweet, and cheerful, showing no signs of fear whatsoever. Dehua looked up at little dumpling, observing her carefully to discern the emotions in her eyes. Seeing that they were making eye contact, little dumpling thought they were playing a game and widened her eyes, looking back at her. Seeing the clarity and innocence in her eyes, devoid of any trace of fear, Dehua took a step back and smiled at her, Jiao Jiao. Gu Yu did not interrupt their strange interaction, but he cast another glance at Dehua from the corner of his eye. This time, no one stopped him. Gu Yu walked slowly toward the cliff, observing little dumpling's expression as he went. If she showed even the slightest hint of fear, he would stop. While they were talking, Ming Shuiwe had already walked to the edge of the cliff. Her clear, shallow eyes were cast downward at the abyss beneath her feet, and she stood there quietly, lost in thought. Dehua watched the woman's tall silhouette standing before the cliff. Even though there was no expression on her face, the way she stood there so quietly was enough to make people feel afraid, as if she were brewing something. Gu Yu did not walk up to Ming Shuiwe but stopped a step behind her. He didn't understand why Ming Shuiwe insisted on stopping at the place where little dumpling had been scared, or why she had to bring her here personally. He desperately wanted to take little dumpling home, protect her, and never let her get hurt again. Although he hadn't wanted to bring little dumpling here, he respected her wishes, on the condition that he was the one holding her, not Ming Shuiwe. A few seconds later, Ming Shuiwe turned around and looked at little dumpling gently and calmly. Are you scared, baby? There was tension in little dumpling's eyes, but she wasn't trembling with fear like she had been in the car. Looking at Ming Shuiwe's composed and calm face, little dumpling slowly loosened her grip on Gu Yu's clothes. I in the quiet forest, her voice rang out clearly, Jiao Jiao isn't scared. Because Daddy and Mommy were there, they wouldn't let her get hurt. Little dumpling looked at them with trust and smiled heartlessly. Even when they returned to the car, the middle-aged woman still didn't understand the point of getting out to chat by the cliff. Although confused, she knew what should and shouldn't be asked, so she sat quietly beside Dehua as they drove back to Yungan village. Director Zhao checked the time for he didn't know how many times. From his initial nervousness to his current anxiety and worry, he was terrified that something else would happen to them on the road. Fortunately, it wasn't long before little dumpling's familiar voice came from the courtyard. Director Zhao stood up excitedly, not even minding that he had knocked over the water glass on the table, and quickly hurried out into the courtyard. Ming Shuiwe was still dressed in black, her expression indifferent, with no emotion in her cold, clear eyes. Little dumpling was lying on Gu Yu's shoulder, talking to Dehua. Since entering Yungan village, Dehua had kept her head down in silence, only responding when little dumpling spoke to her. The middle-aged woman appeared casual but was actually observing her surroundings with vigilance. Seeing them appear before him safe and sound, Director Zhao finally dared to let out the breath he had been holding. After looking them over, Director Zhao was at a loss for words. Fortunately, little dumpling turned her head to look at him and instantly smiled so hard her eyes crinkled. Uncle Director! Seeing little dumpling's energetic appearance, Director Zhao almost teared up on the spot. If he hadn't insisted on begging Gu Yu to participate in the show, how could such a precious little treasure have experienced such a terrifying kidnapping? Director Zhao offered a kind yet guilty smile, his voice trembling slightly. Welcome back, little Jiao Jiao. Uncle is sorry. Little dumpling looked at the strange expression on Director Zhao's face and scratched her cheek, but she understood the last sentence. It's okay. The teacher had taught them that when someone says sorry, they can say it's okay. Jiao Jiao is a good child. Thinking she was very clever, little dumpling proudly lifted her little head. Hearing this, it's okay, Director Zhao felt even more guilty. Just as he wanted to say something else, he was knocked off balance by several little rascals behind him. Jiao Jiao. He Qing Sui used the advantage of her long legs and good health to be the first to run in front of little dumpling. Relying on being sturdier than Lu Yuanjin, Ren Tu pushed Lu Yuanjin behind him once again. Jiao Jiao, you're finally back. Lu Yuanjin opened his mouth in shock for the first time, his lips moving but unable to speak. He looked down very slowly at his own thin arms and legs, and for the first time, the thought arose that he needed to eat well and wanted to outdo this fatty. Ren Tu Yuanjin pursed his lips and slowly walked behind Ren Tuesday. He tried to push Ren Tu aside, using force secretly, then pushing harder, but Ren Tu's round back didn't budge an inch. Lu Yuanjin kept a straight face. He felt that Ren Tu should really lose some weight. Ren Tu felt a chill coming from behind him. He looked back with his chubby white face and saw Lu Yuanjin expressionless, with a sense of resentment showing in his eyes. He tilted his head. Lu Yuanjin, what's wrong with you? For the first time, Lu Yuanjin abandoned the manners and qualities he had learned, turned his head away, and ignored him to express that he was truly angry. Who would have thought that when Ren Tu saw he wasn't speaking, he would just turn back and talk to little dumpling, completely uncaring about his coldness and his cold-heartedness. Just as Lu Yuanjin was about to explode with anger, little dumpling ran over and poked his puffed-up cheeks. Brother Yuanjin, what's wrong? Lu Yuanjin's anger deflated like a balloon being pricked. He turned his body to look at the fair, clean face in front of him, the rosy, healthy little dumpling. His expression didn't change much, but his tone was very worried. Jiao Jiao, are you hurt? His mom said Jiao Jiao had been taken by bad people, and that bad people hit children. He had had several nightmares while sleeping at night where he saw little dumpling being hit, waking up in a fright several times. Little dumpling was just about to say she wasn't hurt, but then she remembered the red scratch marks on her wrists and her scraped soles. Instantly, she became the one who was puffed up with anger. She held out her hand, which was still red and swollen even after a night, to show him, Jiao Jiao is hurt. He Qing Sui followed behind Little Dumpling. Wherever Little Dumpling went, she followed. After seeing Little Dumpling's injured wrist, she stepped forward dramatically, carefully cupping her hand, extremely nervous. Jiao Jiao, are you okay? Do you need to go to the hospital? Have you put medicine on it? Ren Tu was beaten to the punch by He Qing Sui again. He stomped his feet in dissatisfaction and also held up Little Dumpling's other hand. Jiao Jiao, I'll hold it for you so it won't hurt. Lu Yuanjin was beaten to the punch by the two of them again and silently retreated into his own world. Little Dumpling looked at the two of them, who were holding her hands as if facing a great enemy, and muttered to herself, although Jiao Jiao's hand is injured, it doesn't hurt. Jiao Jiao doesn't hurt, she told them honestly. Ren Tu and He Qing Sui certainly didn't believe it. How could it not hurt after being injured? They assumed Little Dumpling was only saying that so they wouldn't worry, and both wore pained expressions on their faces as if they were the ones injured. Liu Lu and the others followed behind Director Zhao, and before they could even say hello, several children rushed past them. Liu Lu had spent a long time mentally preparing herself indoors, but the hand she had just raised dropped back down. Amused by her son's frustrated expression, her tense heart finally relaxed. After everyone else had come out, Du Qin waited a few minutes before walking into the courtyard arrogantly with her arms crossed, looking nonchalant. She was extremely dissatisfied, feeling like she was being treated as if she had come out specifically to welcome Ming Shuiyue. Du Xinxin followed quietly behind, neither speaking nor joining the group with He Qing Sui and the others, unusually quiet as if she had no presence at all. For a moment, the small courtyard was filled with the laughter of children and the conversation of adults. Director Zhao was flattered to be chatting with Ming Shuiyue. Seeing her usual indifferent expression, he learned during their conversation that President Ming had no intention of blaming him at all. Director Zhao was moved to tears, thinking that the couple were truly wonderful people. Du Xinxin waited obediently for a while, but noticed that Ming Shuiyue hadn't even glanced their way once, as if they were insignificant people, and the words spoken before they set off were as if they had never been said. Although she couldn't gauge her thoughts, Du Xinxin couldn't help but feel smug. She had said that woman Ming Shuiyue was just bluffing her. Clearly, she had no evidence at all. Fortunately, she was smart enough not to lose her composure, and Ming Shuiyue couldn't find any dirt on her. Jiao Jiao, I'm just glad you're back safely. Du Xinxin hid the smugness in her eyes and spoke to Little Dumpling, pretending to be concerned. Hearing her speak, Little Dumpling furrowed her tiny brow. She already knew from 001 that it was Du Xinxin who had people kidnap her. Seeing the black aura above Du Xinxin's head at this moment, she silently turned around and hugged Ming Shuiyue, using her actions to show her dislike for Du Xinxin. Even while talking to Director Zhao and the others, Ming Shuyue's attention had been on Little Dumpling. She noticed when Du Xinxin came over to speak to Little Dumpling, but she hadn't expected the usually well-behaved Little Dumpling to turn and run away. Ming Shuyue narrowed her eyes, her amber eyes reflecting the sunlight as she stared quietly at Du Xinxin. Only when Du Xinxin guiltily looked away did Ming Shuiyue bend down to pick up Little Dumpling and comfort her, but before she could move, Gu Yu had already hugged Little Dumpling first. What's wrong, baby? Gu Yu asked, lifting her up with concern, clearly having an issue with Ming Shuyue's attitude of ignoring their daughter. Little Dumpling wrapped her arms around Gu Yu's neck, wanting to secretly tell him about the bad things Du Xinxin had done, but then remembered what 001 said about not being able to tell others yet. She lowered her head in disappointment and said gloomily, "It's nothing." With his daughter in a bad mood, Gu Yu lost the desire to catch up with others. Furthermore, if it weren't for Little Dumpling being happy to see those other children, they wouldn't have been making small talk with Lulu and the others. He and Ming Shuyue were not exactly conversationalists. "We're going back to pack our things." Gu Yu nodded at them while holding Little Dumpling, and led Ming Shuyue toward the house where they were staying. All right, I'll wait for you here." Director Zhao waved at them with a beaming smile. President Ming is such a good person. Director Zhao sighed again as he watched the family of three walk away. He decided to wait for Little Dumpling to pack her things before heading down the mountain together. Most of the day had already been wasted, so a little more time wouldn't hurt. Director Zhao was very open-minded. He turned and said to the few people gathered in the courtyard, "You've seen them, so you can rest easy, right? You should head down the mountain." Otherwise, with so many people on the mountain, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. The sooner he got one person off the mountain, the better. In the end, Lulu and He Qing Sui chose to stay behind and wait with him for Gu Yu and the others, while Du Qinxin had already had enough and insisted on leaving this time no matter what. Ran Pingon thought about it for a while and also went back first. They couldn't help much by staying here, and the program he hosted required him to go and adapt to new procedures in advance. "I don't want to. I want to wait for everyone to go back together." Amidst Ren Tu's heart-wrenching screams, the car slowly drove away. Gu Yu and the others didn't know what was happening over there. Looking at the dilapidated house in front of her, which looked even worse than it did in the videos, Ming Shuyue regretted letting Little Dumpling, who had been raised in luxury, come to participate in the program. In this environment, Little Dumpling hadn't complained or demanded to go home. Ming Shuyue felt even more heartbroken for the small, fair, and tender Little Dumpling curled up in Gu Yu's arms. Little Dumpling, who had inexplicably received a kiss from her mother, lifted her face and smiled sweetly at her. She was as soft as a sticky rice ball, and Ming Shuyue kissed her face again. Little Dumpling giggled foolishly after being kissed by her fragrant mother. Hee. Gu Yu looked at Little Dumpling, who was lost in her own world in his arms, with annoyance. He patted her bottom and heartlessly set her down. "Jiao Jiao can pack her own clothes, right?" Little Dumpling looked confused. "Ha!" Gu Yu huffed, absolutely refusing to admit that he was jealous, and jealous of two people at that. But despite saying that, when it came time to pack little dumpling's clothes, Gu Yu automatically started putting things away and packing them into the suitcase, fully embodying the image of a devoted family man. Just as Gu Yu closed the suitcase, the dilapidated door was knocked on. Mr. Gu, shall we take De Hua back now? The police officers who had been ordered to Yungan village to investigate hadn't been able to help much, but they didn't dare to leave rashly. They had to keep the people from De Hua's family under control to prevent them from running away. Upon hearing the police officer's voice outside the door, Gu Yu's expression immediately turned cold, thinking of the number that kept calling persistently even after being blocked on his phone. Yes, take her now. He didn't want to see Gu Xiao. He hadn't been able to help much this time either, just as useless as the truth that had arrived late a few years ago. De Hua and the middle-aged woman were waiting in the courtyard. De Hua kept her head down. The relaxed expression she had occasionally shown in the car was gone, replaced only by heaviness and despair. Looking at her, the middle-aged woman felt that her thin, small back had bent even further. Big sister De Hua, Jiao Jiao is taking you home. Little Dumpling came running out, skipping and hopping, and happily held her hand. Behind her was Gu Yu's helpless voice. Be careful, the road here is uneven. The smile De Hua had just shown Little Dumpling vanished, and she even wanted to pull back the hand that Little Dumpling was holding. Such a beautiful life was not for her. The bodyguard behind them carried 2 suitcases. De Hua was dazed and loosened her hand. They were going back, right? A bright little son like Jiao Jiao really shouldn't stay in this dark village. She withdrew her hand in disappointment and smiled bitterly. Taking her home? What kind of home did she still have? That was no longer her home. Yet, the next moment, she was firmly grasped by Little Dumpling again. Let's go, taking you home. Gu Yu walked behind them and looked at her lazily. He knew that old Mrs. Huang didn't like De Hua and was a bit strict with her in daily life, but it was impossible for her to go as far as selling her own granddaughter. Huang Er even felt that De Hua was saying this on purpose just to leave with Gu Yu and the others, and the point was to force them to let her go. The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. Huang Er frowned. Since when had De Hua become so unreasonable? Gu Yu raised an eyebrow. He hadn't known about this matter. Looking down to see Little Dumpling with an indignant expression, he thought with rare surprise, could his simple-minded daughter know about this? The simple-minded Little Dumpling pointed at old Mrs. Huang and shouted loudly, You are bad! Selling Big Sister De Hua to a big bad person, Big Sister De Hua's grandmother is also bad. Upon hearing what De Hua said, old Mrs. Huang looked at them in a panic and retorted loudly, De Hua, you can't just spout nonsense. I am your grandmother, how could I sell you? That's against the law. Huang Er nodded in agreement. Since that incident happened, no one in the village dared to sell children anymore. Watching Huang Er's face, which showed absolutely no belief in her, the lingering attachment De Hua had for him as a father vanished. Without a word, she rushed into old Mrs. Huang's room. The dilapidated door was pushed open with great force, slamming against the wall and making a loud sound. This noise startled the old woman. Before she could recover from the shock that this dead girl De Hua dared to barge into her room, her expression quickly shifted from anger to fear in the next second. She hurriedly chased after her and scolded loudly, De Hua, what are you doing? How could this dead girl know that she hid the sleeping potion in the room? No, it's impossible. By the time old Mrs. Huang chased inside, De Hua had already pried a small packet of yellow substance from the gap beneath her bedboard. Old Mrs. Huang's face was filled with shock, and she reached out to grab her, but De Hua relied on being small and agile to slip past her hand. This is the sleeping potion my grandmother uses. De Hua's clear voice rang out in the courtyard, and old Mrs. Huang collapsed to the ground, her heart dead with despair. There was only one thought in her mind. It's over, everything is over. Everything happened too quickly. Before Huang Er could react, De Hua had already brought out that small packet of things. De Hua, what is this? Huang Er was stunned. His tanned face showed disbelief, and his eyes widened. De Hua ignored him and handed the item in her hand to the police. The police officers, who had thought they were just coming to go through the motions, instantly turned serious and cautiously took the sleeping potion that De Hua had mentioned. Little one, is everything you said true? You must not lie to the police, uncle. De Hua nodded seriously. The square-faced police officer looked at De Hua with sharp eyes, and only softened when he saw that there was no guilt or wavering on her face. We will investigate this thoroughly. To think such a vile incident occurred in the village under their jurisdiction, it was simply disregarding them. At this moment, the middle-aged woman brought out the video where Aunt Sun and the others confessed how they contacted old Mrs. Huang. The 2 police officers watched the video with ugly expressions. The square-faced police officer walked up to old Mrs. Huang with a tense face. Come with us. After old Mrs. Huang was taken away, her weeping and cursing still lingered in the courtyard. Huang Er stared blankly at the police car driving away outside the gate, not understanding how a perfectly fine home could end up like this. Ji Yu covered Little Dumpling's ears with a look of distaste, not letting her hear old Mrs. Huang's disgusting curses. Ming Shuiwe unconsciously tapped the watch on her wrist. Although there was still no expression on her face, Gu Yu knew she was tired of waiting. Let's go. As he said this, he bent down and picked up Little Dumpling. Before leaving, De Hua took one last look at Huang Er, but in the end, she didn't say anything and followed in Gu Yu and the others' footsteps without looking back. Huang Er chased forward a few steps, his eyes brimming with tears. De Hua. Before getting into the car, Gu Yu stopped and asked, You can still regret it now. De Hua shook her head firmly. I don't regret it. Gu Yu nodded and didn't say anything else. Director Zhao was waiting for them at the entrance of the village. Seeing De Hua following behind them, he looked behind her in confusion. Why was it only De Hua who came down to see them off? When he saw Dehua getting into the car too, his jaw almost dropped in surprise. How could Gu Yu bring a child back after participating in a show? Director Zhao rubbed his chin and looked at Dehua's old clothes and thin frame again. How did he not know that Gu Yu had such a loving side? However, it was clearly a good thing for this child, Dehua, to follow Gu Yu and the others. This child was lucky. Going back with Gu Yu and the others, no matter how bad it got, it wouldn't be anywhere near as bad as here. Looking at them, Director Zhao actually felt a bit envious. Yiqing Sui ran off the car and hugged Little Dumpling, kissing her on the cheek reluctantly. Jiao Jiao, we have to say goodbye. Little Dumpling touched her cheek where she had been kissed and chuckled. Goodbye, Sister Yiqing Sui. After saying that, she stood on tiptoe and kissed Yiqing Sui on the cheek as well. Yiqing Sui, having been kissed, also laughed. The two children held hands, laughing face dash to dash face. Liu Yuanjin's eyes showed envy. He also wanted to kiss Jiao Jiao, but Uncle Gu was staring at him with a terrifying gaze next to Jiao Jiao, so he didn't dare. Liu Yuanjin lowered his head, feeling aggrieved. A little brat still wants to kiss his daughter? Don't even think about it. Gu Yu triumphantly withdrew his gaze. It was good that he knew to be afraid. Only after Little Dumpling finished saying her reluctant goodbyes to her little friends did Gu Yu pick her up and put her into the car. Ming Shuiyue opened her eyes and saw Gu Yu placing Little Dumpling's bag beside her, making it easy for her to reach, and then setting up Little Dumpling's exclusive water bottle. Fearing that Little Dumpling might want to drink water on the road, a hint of helplessness appeared in her eyes. Are you done? Gu Yu only got into the car after putting all of Little Dumpling's things away, his eyes curving. All done. I was wrong, I won't dare to do it again. Please let us go. Ah! Mu Yangqi sat upright on a chair, with a steaming cup of tea placed on the table in front of him. Looking at his expression alone, one would think he was as relaxed and at ease as if he were at home. Boss, everyone has been pushed down. A man in black bowed respectfully toward the man and said in a low voice, Gu Yu closed his eyes, as if the piercing screams in his ears were not screams but elegant music, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Continue. The man in black bent his waist even lower. Yes. Having received the order, the man in black pulled Aunt Sun and Xiao Zhang up. They only had ropes tied to their feet and were left hanging over the cliff. When they were pulled up, Aunt Sun was still awake, but she was so scared that it was as if she had lost her soul. Her whole person was numb, with only her eyeballs moving. Xiao Zhang had fainted the moment he was thrown down, and at this moment, he was still unconscious when pulled up. Aunt Sun cried silently, tears streaming down. For the first time, she felt that her strong mental fortitude was useless. It would have been better to have fainted like Xiao Zhang. When she was pushed down again, only regret remained in her heart. She didn't know when that thin rope on her feet would snap. She didn't want to die, but rather than being tortured like this, she would rather that man just give her a quick end. Unfortunately, Mu Yangqi could not hear her inner thoughts, and even if he did, he would only smile in astonishment. How cruel it would be to let someone quickly depart from this beautiful world. Keeping them for a few more minutes was also a kind of pleasure, of course, his pleasure. Gu Yu called in advance to have someone pick up Dehua. He said that since he promised to help Dehua, he would truly see it through to the end and not just do a half-hearted job. In the following days, everyone was busy preparing for Little Dumpling's birthday banquet. Old Madam Ming and Elder Ming even flew back overnight from Russia, worried that Ming Shuiyue and Gu Yu were too young and would be careless, messing everything up. The two elders subconsciously ignored the fact that Ming Shuiyue had attended countless banquets since taking over the company, and Gu Yu had also attended numerous banquets of all sizes in the entertainment industry. Even at the very worst, there were professionals to handle things. Ming Shuiyue didn't expose their thoughts and stayed home with Little Dumpling, waiting for them. Grandpa, Grandma. When it was time for bed in the evening, Little Dumpling stubbornly refused to sleep. Struggling to keep her eyes open, she insisted on waiting for old Madam Ming and Elder Ming. Outside the door, Elder Ming crouched down and opened his arms to welcome the little cannonball rushing toward him. Grandpa's darling. Little Dumpling's crisp laughter drifted through the air along with her white princess dress as she threw herself into Elder Ming's arms. Soft and squishy like a sticky rice ball, Elder Ming's heart melted as he held the little dumpling he hadn't seen for so long. Old Madam Ming rolled her eyes at Elder Ming and snatched Little Dumpling away, her tone frighteningly gentle. Darling, did you miss Grandma? Little Dumpling's eyes curved into crescents as she replied loudly, I did. Have you been eating well? Has Mommy hit you? The two elders standing at the doorway might as well have asked directly if Ming Shuiyue was treating her well. Ming Shuiyue watched them calmly. She was used to being the scapegoat for so many things throughout the year. President Ming indicated that she was already used to Ita Gu, wearing gray loungewear, frowned almost imperceptibly, then smiled and said, Dad, Mom, let's go inside to talk. It's a bit chilly out here. As he spoke, he rubbed his arms, looking like he was indeed very cold. Elder Ming couldn't get enough of looking at his granddaughter's vibrant little face. Only after hearing Gu Yu's words did he realize that Little Dumpling had run out wearing only a dress. He hurriedly took Little Dumpling back into his arms. Grandpa forgot. I'll take baby Jiao Jiao home right now. Elder Ming, in a rush, left everyone behind and walked away carrying Little Dumpling. Old Madam Ming didn't have much dissatisfaction with Elder Ming snatching the child from her hands. She had other matters to focus on now. Old Madam Ming deliberately waited for Gu Yu to walk ahead before pulling Ming Shuiyue to lag behind them, asking in a low voice, Is that child Gu Yu not in good health? Otherwise, why would she, an old woman, not feel cold, while Gu Yu, a young man, was already complaining about the cold? As she finished speaking, a chilly wind blew. Ming Shuiyue paused for a moment. Gu Yu's health was actually more than excellent. His health is very good. The old lady glanced at Gu Yu in front, who was tall, straight, broad-shouldered, and narrow-waisted. He certainly didn't look like someone in poor health. She couldn't ask too much about matters between the young couple. Hearing her daughter say he was fine was enough. After setting her mind at ease, she hurried off to catch up with Elder Ming. She couldn't let the old man become more important than her in Jiao Jiao's heart. As the old lady quickly passed by her, Gu Yu suddenly turned his head, staring at her nonchalantly, his voice lazy. What were you two talking about just now? Ming Shuyue looked at his hair, ruffled by the wind, which appeared even softer under the lights, and pursed her lips. Nothing. Gu Yu didn't believe her. Really? Really? Gu Yu narrowed his eyes, gave a light chuckle and drew out his tone. Then, I'll believe you. Ming Shuyue nodded. As long as he believed her, that was fine. The next second, Gu Yu suddenly took her hand, interlacing their fingers, and slowed his pace. He relaxed completely. Whatever was said, he would just believe her. Even if one day someone told him they had caught Ming Shuyue cheating, he would calmly say that he forgave her, and oh no. Gu Yu was angered by the image in his own mind. If that day ever really came, he would die to show Ming Shuyue. That wouldn't work either. If he died, wouldn't that just give Ming Shuyue and the third party more opportunities? Out of the corner of her eye, Ming Shuyue saw the man's conflicted expression as he frowned and pursed his lips from time to time. She stopped walking and tugged on his broad warm hand. Gu Yu was held back by her gentle tug and stopped involuntarily. Ming Shuyue, what's wrong? Gu Yu kept a straight face. It's nothing. After saying that, he held Ming Shuyue's hand in return and quickened his pace back to the villa. Thinking about how he hadn't taken his health seriously over the past few years, Gu Yu's expression turned grave. He had to have the housekeeper boil some nourishing soup to strengthen his body, so he could live long enough to keep an eye on Ming Shuyue. What did you say? Songja is missing. Du Qinqin stood up and asked loudly, her face full of disbelief. Oh wonder she had been wondering why old Master Du and Du Yang were waiting at her and Songja's home. Usually, they would rather walk around this villa. How come no one notified me about such a big thing? Du Qinqin frowned deeply, her tone filled with accusation and dissatisfaction. She didn't dare say it to old Master Du, so she looked blatantly at Du Yang, who was sitting in a wheelchair. Who are you talking to like that? What use is there in telling you? Old Master Du sneered, his eyes full of pressure as he looked at Du Qinqin. Du Qinqin opened and closed her lips in unwillingness, but ultimately didn't dare say anything more, stomping her feet in anger. Du Yang didn't mind Du Qinqin's accusations at all. Instead, he comforted her guiltily. It's my fault as a brother for not keeping an eye on Songja. We have already sent people to look for him. From the moment Du Qinqin walked in and saw them, her heart skipped a beat. When Du Yang mentioned that Li Songja was missing after she sat down, her face suddenly turned pale. The first person she thought of was Ming Shuyue. This must be Ming Shuyue's doing. No wonder Ming Shuyue had been so calm in Yungan village and didn't take them seriously. It turned out she had already taken control of Li Songja. She feared they already knew, didn't she? The people from the Du family saw her clearly distracted and pale appearance and only thought she was frightened. No one knew she was afraid that Li Songja, in his madness, would expose her. Du Qinqin dug her nails into her flesh, trying hard to calm her emotions. If Li Songja was smart enough, he definitely wouldn't expose her. After all, she could foresee the future, and was the only one who could save him. The Du family searched the world for him. Old Master Du was furious, believing this was a sign that they didn't take the Du Corporation seriously. To blatantly kidnap a member of the Du family in a city was clearly a provocation. Li Songja was openly invited into a car and sent to Mu Yangqi's villa. Along the way, they didn't even bother to blindfold him. They might as well have said, even if you know, there's nothing you can do about it. Locked in an exquisite and luxurious room, Li Songja's first reaction wasn't fear, but rather wanting to know if Ming Jiao Jiao was really dead. It would be even better if it could make Ming Shuyue weep bitterly. Very soon, his immersion in his own delusions was broken. Li Songja stood up abruptly, slowly pushed up the glasses perched on his nose, and stared at the painting framed and hung on the wall. It was... When he first entered the auction, this starry sky painting was bought by a mysterious person for 10 million. At the time, everyone was gossiping and couldn't guess who had taken it, but he never expected to see it here. Li Songja frowned. Could it be that Ming Shuyue hadn't been the one to invite him? Because it was his first time attending a high-end auction, he remembered it very clearly. Ming Shuyue hadn't come that day at all, so the mysterious person definitely couldn't have been her. If it wasn't Ming Shuyue, then who was it? Li Songja's stomach let out a loud rumble. He stared at the locked door with an ugly expression. Since yesterday, no one had brought him any food, and there wasn't even a glass of water in the room. Just as he was about to get up and knock on the door, the sound of a lock opening came from the entrance. Li Songja sat back down, wanting to see who had captured him. After the man in black opened the door, he stood behind Mu Yangqi. The entire process was terrifyingly quiet. Mu Yangqi was still dressed in white, wearing a string of Buddhist prayer beads on his wrist. His expression was gentle as he slowly walked over to the sofa in the room and sat down, smiling lightly. Mr. Li, could it be that you are so hungry that you've lost your wits? Li Songja didn't know who he was, but he had indeed fainted from hunger in the past because he couldn't afford to eat. Hearing the double meaning in the man's words, his expression stiffened. That was his most embarrassing time, and he didn't want others to know about his past. A cold glint flashed in Li Songja's eyes, but the moment he lowered his head, he smiled again, resuming his usual hypocrisy. It hasn't reached that point. May I ask who you are? Mu Yangqi closed his eyes, his fingers turning the Buddhist beads in his hand almost imperceptibly. Time ticked by, but Mu Yangqi showed no intention of speaking. Li Songja's temple twitched. Ever since he started working at Du Corporation, no one had dared to disrespect him like this. Who exactly are you? Do you know who I am? Going against Du Corporation won't end well for you. Li Songja sneered, making a threat. Mu Yangqi still didn't react. It wasn't until the old clock on the wall pointed to 12 that he opened his eyes, as if he had only just heard Li Songjia's words, and asked curiously, what kind of not ending well would it be? Li Songjia thought he was being toyed with, until he saw the sincere curiosity in Mu Yangqi's eyes as he looked at him. Mu Yangqi glanced at the door and told him with a smile, if you don't say it now, you won't have another chance. Li Songjia fell silent. Is this man fucking crazy? During his few minutes of silence, Mu Yangqi's clear, cold voice rang out again, this time with a hint of regret. You've lost your chance. He had wanted to hear what new tactics there were so his subordinates could learn, as he was tired of seeing the common ones. As soon as his voice fell, the crisp, powerful sound of a woman's high heels stepping on the floor grew closer, and the door was opened once again. Li Songjia looked up and met Ming Shuyue's eyes, void of emotion and so calm it was chilling, and his heart suddenly began to pound violently. It really was you, Ming Shuyue. Why did you capture me? Li Songjia looked at Ming Shuyue at the door with triumph in his eyes. He knew it had to be Ming Shuyue. So the situation now was that Ming Jiao Jiao was dead, right? Ming Shuyue glanced at him lightly. Secretary Wang behind her immediately placed a document into her hands, head bowed, not daring to look too much. Ming Shuyue tossed the document onto the table. It wasn't too heavy or too light, sliding just right to the table in front of Li Songjia. There was only the sound of the clock turning in the room. Li Songjia frowned. President Ming, what is the meaning of this? At this moment, he picked up his hypocritical smile again. Ming Shuyue looked indifferently at the document in his hand, her voice calm. The answer you want is in there. Li Songjia's eyelid twitched. He flipped through it in shock and suspicion, his face growing uglier the more he read. What does this mean? I don't understand. It actually contained the transfer records of his payments to Aunt Sunday. He had clearly used Li Gui's card, so how could it have been tracked? Aunt Sun had been in this line of work for a long time and had plenty of ways to find out who the other party was. Neither side were good people, so when Aunt Sun was caught, she naturally spilled everything, even confessing clearly without needing to be forced. Coupled with having Secretary Wang keep an eye on all of Li Songjia's actions at all times, it was enough to prove that the mastermind behind the scenes was Li Songjia. Ming Shuyue raised her eyes, looking at him for the first time since entering the room. We knew from the moment you first contacted Aunt Sunday. Li Songjia unconsciously tightened his grip on the document, feigning calm. I don't know what you are talking about. He had never added any of Aunt Sun's contact information. They were only... Could it be? Li Songjia looked sharply at Ming Shuyue, as if wanting to confirm something with her. Ming Shuyue folded her hands on the table and lightly curled her lips, smiling faintly and coldly. That's right, that project was never abandoned. Li Songjia went completely insane. Impossible. You must be lying to me. Su Chong had said that he had tampered with this project, so it was impossible for it to be successfully developed. Ming Shuyue stood up unhurriedly. You can watch Ming Corporation's press conference tomorrow. After saying that, she turned to leave, but stopped after a few steps. I forgot. I'm afraid Mr. Li won't be able to see it tomorrow. The woman's tall, slender figure moved further and further away. Li Songjia forced himself to calm down. This must be something Ming Shuyue was saying to trick him. Su Chong had clearly just contacted him not long ago in a flash. Li Songjia remembered that Su Chong had never called him, nor had he ever sent a voice message. A chill ran down Li Songjia's back, and he sat stiffly in the chair, his mind a jumbled mess. After enjoying the wonderful changes in Li Songjia's expression, Mu Yangqi followed in Ming Shuyue's footsteps, leaving a leisurely sentence before he left. I am Ming Jiao Jiao's uncle. After finishing, he didn't care about Li Songjia's reaction and caught up with Ming Shuyue, his voice clear and gentle. Why the rush? Ming Shuyue's cold voice rang out. Jiao Jiao needs to take her afternoon nap. The sound of their conversation gradually faded. Li Songjia kicked the chair in front of him away, tearing the document in his hand to shreds. His face was twisted. Why hadn't Ming Jiao Jiao died? Why hadn't they killed Ming Shuyue's daughter immediately after taking so much of his money? Li Songjia had thought Ming Shuyue would keep him trapped in this villa, but he hadn't expected the police to arrive not long after. How could something go wrong with the company? Old Master Du frowned deeply, his serious aged face full of disbelief. Although he had let Li Songjia manage some projects at Du Corporation over the years, he was still the one watching over the company, and all the power was in his hands. It was impossible for any major problems to arise. Master, the police are here. The housekeeper ran over in a panic, pointing nervously outside. Du Yong turned his wheelchair with a sullen expression and looked at the housekeeper, watching him calmly. Let them come. Our Du family walks the straight and narrow. We have nothing to fear. Du Yong had exceptional trust in old Master Du. During the years he was in a deep sleep. Although Du Corporation hadn't grown, the accumulation of generations meant that at its peak, it could even contend with Ming Corporation. This proved that Du Corporation could surpass Ming Corporation. Hello, we have received a report. Even after the police left, Du Yong still couldn't believe it. A conglomerate as large as Du Corporation was now nothing but an empty shell, and they were even facing jail time. Dad, what is going on? Du Yong could no longer control his expression and shouted out. Old Master Du wheezed heavily. The butler hurriedly stepped forward to help him catch his breath and call for someone to bring the medicine for Old Master Du to take. As soon as Old Master Du caught his breath, he heard Du Yang's questioning and became enraged. He had worked hard for most of his life. It was impossible that he would end up in such a state. What's going on? You'll have to ask your good uncles that. During the years Du Yong was in a deep sleep in the hospital, the company was left to be managed by relatives of the family. He held dirt on them, so he wasn't afraid they wouldn't obey obediently. Thinking of this, Old Master Du personally made a phone call and asked, What is going on with the company? It was unclear what the other party said, but old Master Du's expression grew increasingly ugly. Finally, his eyes rolled back, and he actually fainted. Sir! Dad! The Du family was in complete chaos. At the Ming family old residence, old Madame Ming elegantly set down her teacup and glanced at Elder Ming, who was refusing to let go of little dumpling. What did I say? If we hadn't come back, who knows how careless they might have been with Jiao Jiao's birthday banquet. In the 2 days since they returned, other than the one time they saw Ming Shuyue that night, for 2 whole days, they hadn't even seen a single strand of her hair. With how busy she looked, it didn't seem like she could spare any time to organize Jiao Jiao's birthday banquet. Elder Ming nodded with a smile. You're right. He actually knew the reason his daughter was so busy these past 2 days, but trying to finish it before Little Dumpling's birthday was still a bit too rushed. Little Dumpling was eating snacks made for her by the kitchen, her little feet dangling. Seeing a fishing competition on TV, she became interested. She shook Elder Ming's hand and pointed at the TV. Grandpa, let's go fishing too. How could Elder Ming not agree when meeting those moist, bright black eyes? He dotingly replied repeatedly, all right, Grandpa will take our Jiao Jiao fishing. Since she was small, Elder Ming had never refused any of her requests. It was just that the little one was very sensible and rarely took the initiative to ask for anything. Now that Little Dumpling said she wanted to go fishing, he quickly had someone get everything ready. Is Grandma going fishing too? Little Dumpling had changed into long sleeves to protect against mosquitoes and looked up at old Madame Ming with her pink, tender little face. Old Madame Ming's heart softened as she looked at her. She hugged Little Dumpling and kissed her several times before saying, Grandma isn't going. Jiao Jiao, you have a good time with Grandpa. She had to stay home to decide on matters regarding the birthday banquet. She didn't trust anyone else to handle it, she had to review everything slowly, and only after it was up to standard could they start the arrangements. Furthermore, since it was being held at the old residence, it had to be even more grand. Little Dumpling didn't throw a tantrum after being refused. She responded softly, kissed old Madame Ming on her smooth cheek, and then left the house. Not far from the Ming family old residence was a place where the elderly nearby often went fishing. Today, Elder Ming didn't take Little Dumpling to fish at home, but instead brought her to that fishing spot. Grandpa, are we lost? Little Dumpling, wearing a cute sun hat, looked around and said worriedly. Elder Ming laughed. We aren't lost, we'll be there soon. Little Dumpling stopped talking and obediently rested on Elder Ming's shoulder, curiously observing the place she had never been to before. Old Ming, haven't seen you in a long time. How do you have time to come fishing today? They hadn't walked long before a cheerful voice came from not far away. Little Dumpling turned her head, and the old man before them was sitting by the river, looking at them with a kind expression. Elder Ming put Little Dumpling down. At this moment, his usually stern face wasn't quite as stern as he introduced her to him. Old Shen, this is my granddaughter Jiao Jiao. The old man called Old Shen had noticed the pink and tender little ball in Elder Ming's arms the moment they got out of the car. He had even suspected that he hadn't brought his glasses today and was seeing things. It wasn't until Little Dumpling was put down and looked at him with her large, sparkling eyes that old Master Shen reacted. He stuttered a bit. Old Ming, is this really your granddaughter? Who didn't know Old Ming? He was always pulling a long face, glaring at this person or that person. Which child in the courtyard hadn't been scared by him and run home to complain? How could such a stiff, unyielding old man have such a soft and cute granddaughter? Heaven has no eyes. Elder Ming nodded reservedly yet proudly. Of course she is my granddaughter. Old Master Shen put down his fishing rod and crouched down in front of Little Dumpling, feeling a bit nervous. Jiao Jiao, right? I am your Grandpa Shen. Next time come play at Grandpa's house, and Grandpa will give you a gift. It's all Old Ming's fault. He brought such a cute little dumpling and didn't even say anything beforehand, causing him to have brought nothing with him. Grandpa Shen, Jiao Jiao doesn't want a gift. Little Dumpling wasn't scared even while her little hand was being held. Instead, she tilted her head and earnestly told him not to give her a gift. Old Shen was charmed again. His son, who was well into his 30s, was never home and was a confirmed bachelor, let alone ever giving him such a cute granddaughter. Old Ming, this isn't kind of you. Why did you only bring Jiao Jiao out now? No, I have to post this to the group chat and tell them. No wonder Old Ming hadn't come out to fish or play chess with them for so long, no matter how many times they invited him. It turned out he was at home taking care of his granddaughter. Elder Ming coughed guiltily. Old Shen, let me explain. If those old men in the group chat knew how adorable his granddaughter was, how many more grandpas would be popping up in the future? The kindness on Old Shen's face vanished completely, and he pointed at his phone expressionlessly. Too late. He had already sent the photo of Little Dumpling to the group chat. In a moment, that group of old men without grandsons or granddaughters would be here immediately. Elder Ming's expression stiffened. He hadn't expected old Master Shen to be so fast. Fortunately, the butler had finished setting up Little Dumpling's exclusive fishing rod in time, and the two of them gathered around Little Dumpling again. Jiao Jiao, come to Grandpa Shen's side. There's definitely fish here. Old Master Shen pointed at the fishing spot beside him with a look of certainty. Elder Ming mocked him. Give it a rest. You said the same thing last time, and that day you were the only one who went home empty-handed. He looked at Little Dumpling and smiled gently. Jiao Jiao, come to Grandpa's side. There are lots of fish here. Old Master Shen also laughed, completely disregarding their decades of friendship. That fish you caught last time wasn't even caught by you. Elder Ming glared. You hypocritical old man. Just because you don't have grandsons or granddaughters at home, you put on a kind face to coax other children. Don't think he doesn't know what you're like. Old Master Shen ignored the glaring Elder Ming and held Little Dumpling's hand, speaking to her in a slow voice about the precautions for fishing. He spoke seriously and meticulously, not treating her like a 3-year-old child at all. Little Dumpling listened, feeling dizzy, and could only nod. Old Master Shen looked at Little Dumpling's bewildered face with a kind, chuckling smile, his eyes crinkling with amusement. It doesn't matter if Jiao Jiao doesn't know. Later, Grandpa Shen will catch a big fish for Jiao Jiao to take home. Little Dumpling shook her head, clenched her small fists, and said seriously, Jiao Jiao will catch a big fish for Grandpa Shen to take home. Little Dumpling's voice was loud and crisp. Old Master Shen hurriedly moved her little pink chair to his side. Grandpa Shen believes in Jiao Jiao. Let's start fishing then. Little Dumpling nodded with a serious look on her little dumpling-like face, sat down next to Old Master Shen, and stared intently at the fishing rod. Elder Ming's temple twitched. His granddaughter, whom he loved so much, was just snatched away like that? He must let Jiao Jiao know who is the most impressive one. Elder Ming silently found a fishing spot he liked. This quiet demeanor made Old Master Shen glance at him in surprise. Old Ming was the most competitive among them. To see him so willingly go fishing today, it seems having a child in the house is a good thing. It can even change a personality like Old Ming's. Grandpa Shen, did Jiao Jiao catch a fish? Suddenly, Little Dumpling's soft, sweet voice rang out. Old Master Shen snapped back to reality and looked at the fishing rod, which was shaking violently. He hurriedly said, Yes, yes, yes. Let Grandpa Shen help you pull it. Old Master Shen didn't dare let Little Dumpling do it herself. A child had little strength, and it wouldn't be good if she accidentally fell into the river. Soon as Old Master Shen grabbed the fishing rod, he was pulled off balance. He immediately frowned, and it took him quite a while to pull it up. Then, the whole scene fell silent. In the silence, Little Dumpling tugged on his hand and asked in confusion, Grandpa Shen, is this a fish for Jiao Jiao? Old Master Shen swallowed hard. This is most certainly a fish. Elder Ming looked at Little Dumpling, then at the fish on the ground. Did his granddaughter really catch this? The fish lying on the ground was nearly half the size of Little Dumpling. Because it lacked water, its mouth was opening and closing, and its scales shimmered in the sunlight. This was a big fish they hadn't seen in all the time they had been fishing here. As expected of my granddaughter, catching such a big fish on her first time out. Elder Ming had the butler put the fish into a large bucket they had just found, then proudly took several photos and sent them to the group chat. Old Master Shen, why isn't Jiao Jiao his granddaughter? He must not have beaten his own son enough. The first person to see Elder Ming's post was Gu Yu. He had returned home to handle some matters over the past 2 days, and he hadn't turned off his group chat notifications, so he received Elder Ming's message immediately. Gu Yu looked at the photo of the old man comparing the fish with Little Dumpling, feeling both amused and helpless. He zoomed in to carefully examine the expression on Little Dumpling's face, and only felt relieved when he saw she wasn't scared. Gu Yu, Jiao Jiao is truly amazing. Old Madam Ming, oh my, you gave me a scare. Our Jiao Jiao is much more amazing than some people. Ming Shuiwei was the last to see it. Her hand, which had been rubbing her temples, paused, and the corners of her lips curled up involuntarily. Secretary Wang, who had been earnestly trying to persuade her to rest, shut his mouth. He didn't know what had triggered President Ming, but ever since she returned from Yungan village, she had been collecting information on the Du Corporation. She had barely had any time to sleep in the past 2 days. Even he was terrified by this intensity of work. Secretary Wang. Secretary Wang snapped back to reality and jumped in surprise. President Ming. This is the fish Jiao Jiao caught. Ming Shui's voice was as calm as it usually was when working, but the content of her words shocked Secretary Wang again and again. Was President Ming showing off her child to him? Secretary Wang tried his best to put on an official smile. Truly amazing. Ming Shuiwei put her phone away with satisfaction and sent a red envelope in the group chat. Elder Ming only put his phone away after seeing them all react. The corners of his mouth curled up wildly. He wished he could tell the whole world. See what I told you. There definitely are fish here. Old Master Shen also had a smile on his face. Seeing the lively, jumping fish in the bucket, he smiled as if he shared the honor. Elder Ming didn't keep a straight face while with his old friend, looking at him with disdain. Then why haven't you caught a single fish until now? The smile on Old Master Shen's face stiffened, and he stubbornly said, So what if I didn't catch any? Didn't Jiao Jiao catch one? The 2 old men were bickering. Little Dumpling looked at one and then the other. Jiao Jiao will go to Grandpa's side to fish. So you 2 don't fight. Before Old Master Shen could speak, Elder Ming had already picked up Little Dumpling's chair and walked over to his own fishing spot. After placing it down, he patted it. Jiao Jiao, come to Grandpa's side. Little Dumpling smiled happily. Okay. The sun hung overhead. Throughout the afternoon, Little Dumpling was either by Old Master Shen's side or called back to Elder Ming's side. After several busy hours, only Little Dumpling's portion of the bucket contained fish, and they were all high-quality big fish. Old Master Shen and Elder Ming looked at each other, and this time, neither of them made a sound. Jiao Jiao, come again next time. Old Master Shen said, carrying the fish he had received from Little Dumpling, looking longingly at her retreating back. He had never caught such a big fish in his life. Thanks to Little Dumpling, he would walk back slowly. Little Dumpling waved at him. Okay. Ming Shuyue and Gu Yu met at the entrance. Neither of them expected such a coincidence. Jiao Jiao looked around, walked up to Ming Shuyue, reached out to hook her fingertips, and said in a low voice, "Are you done?" Ming Shuyue looked down at their joined hands. Gu Yu even gave them a gentle shake. She looked up into his deep eyes. "I'm done." Gu Yu chuckled. "I'm done too." Gu Yu's low laughter rang in her ears. Ming Shuyue's expression softened, and she smiled too. The next day was Little Dumpling's birthday banquet. Except for the wealthy families in a city and the friends Little Dumpling had met on the show, no one else received invitations. This time, old Madame Ming organized it with extra grandeur. Whether it was the invitations or the banquet decorations, everything was done according to Little Dumpling's preferences. No one dared to say that the childish hand-drawn designs didn't look good. A little girl's birthday is being held so grandly. She is not an ordinary little girl. She is the only little girl of the Ming family, and she's not the same as the ones in your family. It's being held at the old mansion. The level of importance attached to this goes without saying. Stop talking. From now on, just treat her well whenever you see her. That's right. I heard the Du Corporation was finished because they offended her. I'm afraid there will be no Du Corporation in a city from now on. Wealthy socialites and ladies in gorgeous evening gowns gathered together, whispering to each other. For so many years, the Ming family rarely held banquets at the old mansion. This birthday banquet was sufficient proof of the importance the Ming family placed on Little Dumpling. This was also the reason why a child's birthday could make all the wealthy families in a city attend. With the Du Corporation gone, the Ming family had truly become the master of a city's economic lifeline. No one dared to offend the Ming family at this time. Jiao Jiao. He Ching Sui and Ran Tu ran out as soon as they got out of the car, shouting loudly when they saw Little Dumpling waiting for them in the distance. Ching Sui and Ran Tu shouted at the same time, then exchanged a glance, secretly competing with each other. It ended with Ching Sui, who had longer legs, reaching Little Dumpling first. Ran Tu stopped in his tracks, looking gloomily at the two little girls hugging each other. How could he Ching Sui, a girl, run so fast? Sister Ching Sui. Little Dumpling also happily hugged He Ching Sui, jumping up with joy upon seeing her familiar friend, her already round and pretty face looking even more adorable. Happy birthday, Jiao Jiao. He Ching Sui was holding a small gift, lifting the little box with some embarrassment. This was a gift she had searched for a long time. Everyone at home said this gift wouldn't do, that it was too cheap, but she insisted, feeling that Jiao Jiao would like it. He Ching Sui lowered her head slightly, looking a bit nervously at Little Dumpling, who was dressed like a little princess. Meeting her clear black and white eyes, she instinctively pulled back the hand holding the gift a little. Mom and Dad were right. Her gift wasn't good enough for Jiao Jiao. Suddenly, her hand felt lighter. Little Dumpling had happily taken the gift, smiling brightly, her eyes looking as if they were filled with stars. Thank you, Sister Ching Sui. I really like it. He Ching Sui's dejected expression brightened up, and she nodded vigorously. As long as you like it. And my gift. Ran Tu rushed over, holding the gift he had prepared, his tone excited. Ren Pingon was still holding a gift prepared by their family, following helplessly behind his chubby son, whose body had become more agile after losing weight. Jiu, you had someone collect all the gifts to save Little Dumpling from getting tired arms from holding them for too long. Little Dumpling tilted her head and smiled, revealing her off-white teeth. Thank you, Uncle Ren. Ren Pingon smiled gently. You're welcome. He glanced calmly at the empty space behind He Ching Sui. It turned out He Ching Sui had come alone. It seemed He Ching Hui had not been invited. It was just unclear how He Ching Hui had offended the Ming family. Subsequently, Lu arrived late with Lu Yuanjin. They had been in a car accident on the way, but fortunately, no one was hurt. Little Dumpling had just taken a few steps with her friends when a familiar man's voice came from behind. Baby Jiao Jiao. Little Dumpling turned her head, and before she could tell who it was, she was picked up. Mu Yangyu's handsome face came into view. Little Dumpling exclaimed in surprise, then came to her senses and hugged him, calling him softly, "Second uncle." Mu Yangyu. Elder Mu was so angry he wanted to hit him with his cane. What if he scared Jiao Jiao with his reckless behavior? Mu Yangyu ducked his head. Behind him, the group from the Mu family looked at him disapprovingly. He was acting boisterous and not like an adult, and even the elegant Madame Mu was looking at him with a stern face. Miss Wan Yi let go of Mu Yangyun's hand, lifted her skirt, and ran toward Little Dumpling, saying in broken Chinese, "Jiao Jiao, happy birthday." Miss Wan Yi was a bit distressed. The gift they brought had been taken inside as soon as they got off the plane, and she wouldn't be able to see Jiao Jiao receive it. Little Dumpling hadn't yet recovered from the surprise when she saw Miss Wan Yi, who was dressed grandly and looked as beautiful as a princess. Her eyes lit up, and she called out in pleasant surprise, "Sister Wan Yi." When Ming Shuyue came out, the first thing she saw was Miss Wan Yi, and she looked unsurprised at Mu Yongyan, who was smiling at the corner of his mouth. Mu Yongyan met Ming Shuyue's consistently calm eyes, and for some reason, he could see a look of as expected in them. Ming Shuyue and Gu Yu walked up to the two elders to offer support, but Elder Mu waved them off. Their health was good enough that they could run several laps around the castle. Why would they need anyone to support them? If it weren't to keep up appearances, he would have wanted to throw away his cane. The guests in the hall were all curious about who could make Ming Shuyue come out to welcome them personally, but for the sake of appearances, no one could bring themselves to sneak a peek, so they could only chat absent-mindedly with the people around them. Little Dumpling was nimbly snatched from Mu Yangyu's arms by Elder Mu, who glared at him in annoyance. Mu Yangyu touched the tip of his nose awkwardly and followed obediently behind. Ming Shuyue led Elder Mu and the others into the hall. At this moment, everyone in the hall stared at them blankly, especially at Madame Mu's striking green eyes. Those who could attend this birthday banquet were no ordinary people. Although the Mu family was very low-key domestically, they were famously powerful abroad, whether in arms or business, and even more famous than the Mu family were their green eyes. Seeing little Dumpling being carried in by Elder Mu, the hearts that were already cautious became even more so. Who would dare to make a move against the Ming family? This wasn't just courting death, this was begging to die. Dad. Ren too didn't understand the thoughts of the adults, and seeing little Dumpling being carried inside, he eagerly pulled on Ren Pingon, wanting to follow. Ren Pingon withdrew his gaze and looked at his goofy, chubby son, sighing that the foolish have their own blessings. What virtue or ability did his son have to be accepted as a friend by the little princess, who was pampered by the Ming family? Although they were left behind, they didn't dare to have any complaints, especially since President Ming had nodded at them when passing by. What virtue or ability did he have to be remembered by the chairman of the Ming group? Ren Pingon turned his head and met Lulu's eyes, their thoughts identical. They had to be careful, and even more careful tonight. They could not afford to offend anyone inside. Jiao Jiao's family is all so beautiful. He Ching Sui sighed as she watched the group from the Mu family. Even the backs of their heads were round. Ran Tu nodded and said as a matter of course, yeah, no wonder Jiao Jiao is also so good-looking. Lu Yuanjin nodded in agreement. If you looked closely at Jiao Jiao's eyes, you could see green pupils. They were very beautiful. When the group from the Mu family disappeared onto the second floor, someone's wine glass fell to the ground with a crisp sound. It was as if the people in the hall had come to their senses, and they all gasped. Some regretted not pestering Ming Shuiwe like Gu Yu had. A small celebrity climbing high by marrying into the Ming family had already made many people jealous. Now that they were told the Mu family and the Ming family were one family, how could they not regret it even more? Gu Yu and Ming Shuiwe came back down after taking the guests upstairs, leaving Elder Ming and old Madam Ming to keep her company. They all wanted to help little Dumpling decide what clothes to wear and what jewelry to match in her room. Ming Shuiwe had just gone downstairs when she was anxiously called aside by the butler. Seeing how the butler looked like he wanted to rush up and drag her over, Ming Shuiwe patted Gu Yu's hand to signal him. Gu Yu understood and whispered, "You go." The butler wouldn't be this flustered if there wasn't something urgent. The second Ming Shuiwe and the butler disappeared from the hall. Someone with a wine glass stepped up in front of Gu Yu, their tone sour. "Gu Yu, right? A small celebrity. I don't know what methods you used to charm President Ming so completely." They were almost outright saying that he wasn't qualified to attend such an important banquet. Gu Yu lowered his head, glanced lightly at the man, then suddenly chuckled softly and said slowly, "Maybe President Ming likes tall ones." The man glared at him in anger, feeling unconvinced. He tried hard to stand straight. He had height-increasing insoles in his shoes. It was impossible for him to be inferior to some lousy celebrity. After trying hard for a long time, he confidently looked up, his face turning alternating shades of green and white. Gu Yu stepped back, his eyes devoid of emotion, and said indifferently, "Excuse me, President Ming does not like the scent of others on me." Though devoid of emotion, it was exceptionally infuriating. The man with the slicked back hair gritted his teeth as he looked at Gu Yu. "I don't like men." Gu Yu nodded and said earnestly, "I don't like them either." The man with the slicked back hair angrily took his drink and left. Not long after, another person approached. He wore glasses and wasn't as direct as the slicked back man, instead saying ambiguously, "President Ming still likes obedient men as much as ever." Gu Yu frowned. In the years that Ming Shuiwe and he had been broken up, he had kept a close watch on her. It was impossible for her to have had the chance to meet other men. The man with glasses inadvertently swept his gaze over Gu Yu's slightly furrowed brow, feeling smug. This was news he had stumbled upon. Ming Shuiwe had dated a boyfriend a few years ago, and rumor had it that boyfriend was only able to date Ming Shuiwe because he was obedient. If it weren't for the fact that Ming Shuiwe didn't like him, he could have been much more obedient than Gu Yu. The man with glasses maliciously scrutinized the expression on Gu Yu's face, afraid of missing anything, to his disappointment. Although Gu Yu's expression was poor, he surprisingly did not go to confront Ming Shuiwe on the spot. A woman as cold as Ming Shuiwe certainly wouldn't like that kind of behavior. The man with glasses' eyes flickered as he said again, "I heard that boy was President Ming's first love. I really don't know who was so lucky." Gu Yu's slightly furrowed brow suddenly relaxed, and a smile even appeared on his face. Anyone could see how happy he was. The man with glasses? At this moment, Ming Shuiwe appeared at the entrance of the hall with a calm expression. Gu Yu walked over a few steps, looking at her with sparkling eyes. Ming Shuiwe looked at him in confusion for a few seconds, then looked at the clearly stunned man with glasses, wondering what they had said to make Gu Yu so excited. Gu Yu took her hand, his pair of pitch-black eyes staring straight at her. "Who is your first love?" Ming Shuiwe raised an eyebrow slightly, seemingly not understanding the significance of his question, but still replied, "You." Gu Yu let out a low chuckle and suddenly kissed the hand he was holding. The man with glasses was at a distance neither too close nor too far, just enough to hear what they said, especially since Gu Yu had no intention of avoiding him. The man with glasses slunk away with his tail between his legs. The entire process was quiet and seamless, taking less than 2 seconds. Ming Shuiwe let him hold her hand, merely lifting her chin slightly to ask what was going on with the man with glasses. Gu Yu smiled, his eyes curving, and looked at her with increasing tenderness. This meant he didn't want to tell her. Being looked at by Gu Yu with such a smile made even Ming Shuiwe's usually cold and indifferent features soften with a hint of a smile. The butler received news that Colonel Gu is arriving soon. As soon as these words were spoken, the smiling expression on Gu Yu's face immediately vanished, replaced by a blank look. What is he coming here for? Seeing Ming Shuiwe's calm eyes, he changed his tone. Let him come if he wants to. Ming Shuiwe held his hand in return, her tone as calm as ever. If you don't like it, the Ming family won't welcome him. The sourness in Gu Yu's heart was swept away, and he smiled again, saying nonchalantly, "It's fine." That dark past with the Gu family was truly in the past for him. This time, he had his own family, they were all standing by his side, and he was very happy now. Whether Gu Xiao was considering the big picture or had forgotten the existence of his younger brother, when he watched coldly as he was bullied and isolated by the Gu family without offering any evidence, he had already treated them as strangers. Now, he was no longer afraid to face them because he had family behind him who always supported him. Jiu Li arrived with Gu Xiao. Gu Li spotted Gu Yu and Ming Shuiyue at a glance, left Gu Xiao behind, and complained to them, "It's all Big Brother's fault for dawdling on the road, causing me to be late too." Gu Yu shoved his hands into his pockets and looked at her lazily. "You aren't late." Gu Li was interrupted by him and glared at him dissatisfied. "Where is Jiao Jiao? I brought her a lot of gifts, she will definitely like them." "Jiao Jiao is upstairs and will be down soon." "President Ming, hello." Gu Xiao greeted Ming Shuiyue with a cold expression. "Hello, Colonel Gu." Ming Shuiyue shook his hand coldly. Gu Yu rolled his eyes and didn't speak to Gu Li again. "Gu Yu has a bad temper. President Ming, please bear with him." Gu Xiao, whether he didn't care or was pretending not to see Gu Yu's eye roll, continued talking to Ming Shuiyue instead. Ming Shuiyue raised her eyes indifferently to look straight at him. "Gu Yu has a very good temper." Gu Xiao paused, withdrew his aura, and his eyes became murky and unreadable. "You are right. When Gu Yu was young, he had a very good temper. Every time he returned home, he could see little Gu Yu running towards him at the door, softly calling out, 'Big brother.'" Gu Li sensed that the atmosphere between them was wrong and felt anxious. She had talked to him endlessly before coming, so why was Big Brother still like this? Just when Gu Li was anxious and didn't know what to do, the lights dimmed, and only a single spotlight shone on the staircase. "I am the quiet," an exclamation was heard from somewhere. Following the light, Little Dumpling was seen wearing a dreamy, custom-made pink princess dress, with a dazzling, blindingly bright gemstone crown on her head, slowly walking down. Her entire body was adorned with precious, rare collectibles. Little Dumpling had originally been curiously observing the people below, but suddenly being stared at by everyone, she stopped on the steps, feeling a bit nervous. Jiu Yu and Ming Shuiyue stood in front of the crowd. They didn't carry her down, but instead used their eyes to gently and firmly encourage her, telling her that they were always there and not to be afraid. The nervousness in Little Dumpling's eyes faded, and her round, large eyes curved into crescents. She turned her head to look at the Mu family standing behind, as well as Elder Ming and old Madam Ming. Miss Wan even wanted to go up and hold her hand to help her downstairs. They all had different expressions, but what they had in common was the love and trust in their eyes for her. Following Little Dumpling's gaze, the people in the hall finally noticed the group of bigwigs behind them, and the quiet banquet hall became even quieter. This time, Little Dumpling did not hesitate again. With firm and slow steps, she walked down step by step. When she reached the last step, Gu Yu stepped forward and took her hand to guide her down. Little Dumpling tilted her face up, the light catching her eyes, and she smiled like a little glutinous rice ball. "Thank you, Daddy." Gu Yu's eyes were filled with tenderness. "You're welcome." Ever since Gu Xiao saw Little Dumpling smiling with her eyes curved, he had been stunned. It was too similar, especially when she smiled. She was simply a miniature version of Gu Yu. Ming Shuiyue took Little Dumpling over, her features softening considerably. She stood in the center of the light, her tone firm and solemn. "Welcome everyone to Jiao Jiao's birthday. I am here to share some news with everyone. Jiao Jiao will be the next heir to Ming Corporation." She did not say, "Thank you all for coming," but instead openly told them that it was their honor to be able to attend. As these words fell, the silent hall was immediately filled with many low murmurs of conversation. Everyone was discussing the fact that Ming Shuiyue had announced her successor on the spot. Not to mention that Ming Jiao Jiao was only 4 years old, and President Ming was still so young. She might have other children in the future, so wouldn't she regret this later? The heated discussions did not change Ming Shuiyue's decision. After the announcement, Ming Shuiyue carefully carried Little Dumpling off the stage. Gu Li rushed up immediately, even pushing Gu Yu behind her. "Jiu Yu. Jiao Jiao." Little Dumpling heard the voice, looked up and blinked, as if she hadn't processed what was happening. Jiu Li hugged her tightly. "I missed you so much, baby." Little Dumpling blinked blankly again, wrapped her arms around her neck, and called out in her soft, milky voice, "Auntie, yes." The sight of them being so affectionate made Gu Yu suppress his annoyance repeatedly. A vein pulsed on his forehead, and his dark eyes stared at her gloomily. "Can't you give birth to one yourself?" Gu Li didn't even turn her head to look at him, saying perfunctorily, "I can't have one, so I will cherish Jiao Jiao like my own daughter from now on." "Gu Yu?" Before he could say anything, Gu Xiao also came over. It was rare for him to show his emotions, and a hint of confusion was faintly visible on his face. Jiu Li held Little Dumpling and turned to introduce her to Gu Xiao. "Big brother, this is Jiao Jiao. Isn't she cute?" Little Dumpling curiously rolled her big eyes to look at him, not afraid at all. Jiu Xiao felt as if his throat was stuck. He wanted to speak but couldn't. "I am Jiao Jiao." Little Dumpling introduced herself like an adult, looking at him with adorable softness. A trace of a smile actually appeared on Gu Xiao's usually stern, unsmiling face. He said to her earnestly, "Hello, Jiao Jiao. I am Gu Xiao." He paused and added, "And I am also your uncle." Little Dumpling didn't call him immediately. Instead, she turned to look at Ming Shuiyue and Gu Yu. When Gu Yu met Little Dumpling's inquiring big eyes, it felt as if a warm current passed through his heart. No matter how much he disliked Gu Xiao, this was an unchangeable fact. Jiu Yu nodded slightly. Only then did Little Dumpling call out to him, "Uncle, yes." Gu Xiao responded with some excitement. He wanted to take out a gift for their first meeting, but it had already been brought in earlier. The usually cold-blooded Colonel Gu touched his pocket, feeling slightly annoyed. Except for the time she walked down the stairs, little dumpling spent the entire evening in the arms of either the Mu family or the Gu family, never once touching the ground. The level of pampering was so exaggerated that many people secretly clicked their tongues in amazement. Gu Yangqi hid on the balcony, watching the scene downstairs with a smile. His leisurely time didn't last long before Elder Mu found him and struck him a few times with his cane, leaving a few faint gray marks on his pristine white clothes. Elder Mu put down his cane heavily and glanced at him sideways. For the sake of you rescuing Jiao Jiao in time, I won't hit you anymore. Mu Yangqi looked down at the marks on his clothes, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Everyone knew he was a germaphobe. The old man might as well have hit him directly. The banquet didn't last long. When it was time for little dumpling to sleep, Ming Shuyue ordered the guests to be sent off. These wealthy elites had never encountered such treatment before. They were angry and frustrated but still had to leave with a smile. The next day, because things in Russia couldn't go on without him, Mu Yongyan was chased back by Elder Mu, Madame Mu, and the others. They, however, stayed in China for a few more days to see the magnificent landscapes of the motherland. As the poor person who was abandoned, Mu Yongyan's fiancée turned her head away guiltily when she met his gaze, showing no intention of going back with him at all. Goodbye, big uncle. Mu Yongyan squatted down and gently kissed little dumpling on the cheek, his voice clear and gentle. Goodbye, Jiao Jiao. Miss Wan Yi's ears twitched when she heard Mu Yongyan's voice, but she still didn't say she wanted to go back. She had heard from Jiao Jiao last time that China had many fun and delicious things, and she wanted to go see them with Jiao Jiao. Mu Yongyan helplessly carried the small gift little dumpling had prepared for him and returned to Russia. Afterward, little dumpling was busy and having a great time. The adults all joked about letting her be their tour guide, so little dumpling diligently learned from the butler what a tour guide was and dutifully took the family members out. Leaving early and returning late meant Gu Yu hadn't been able to talk to little dumpling properly for several days. Gu Yu leaned on the sofa, eyes closed, head tilted back. Gu Yu, where is Jiao Jiao? Guli looked behind him, and when she didn't see little dumpling, the smile on her face faded. Ji Yu spoke lazily, his tone tinged with a hint of jealousy. You have to make an appointment in line if you want to see her. Guli? Without Jiao Jiao there, she wouldn't meet with Gu Yu alone. She was afraid they would start fighting, so, as soon as Guli's but touched the chair, she immediately stood up and left gracefully. President Ming, Du Xinxin has already been sent to the psychiatric hospital. Secretary Wang adjusted his glasses and reported calmly. Ming Shuyue didn't even lift an eyelid. She didn't speak, continuing to look at the contract in her hand. Secretary Wang knew that it was a contract to acquire Du Corporation, and he felt even more admiration for Ming Shuyue. A city had undergone earth-shattering changes in the past few days, yet the mastermind behind it all was as calm as if she knew nothing about it. Thinking of the look in Du Xinxin's eyes at the psychiatric hospital, Secretary Wang shuddered. I just received news that Du Xinxin is waiting for you downstairs. Secretary Wang spoke again. Ming Shuyue signed her name on the contract. Du Corporation was hers now. After signing, Ming Shuyue finally looked up and said indifferently, let her come up. A few minutes later, Du Xinxin rushed in, stomping in her sky-high heels. Even with thick foundation, the exhaustion on her face was visible. She no longer had her usual arrogant and proud demeanor. Was it you? It must have been you, Ming Shuyue, who framed our Du family. Du Xinxin screamed at Ming Shuyue, on the verge of a breakdown. In the past few days, Du Corporation had been sealed off. Li Songjia had been sent to prison. The old man had been so angered that he was hospitalized and still hadn't woken up. Du Xinxin had been accused of having a mental illness and was forcibly sent to a psychiatric hospital, and even the house they lived in had been auctioned off. People who usually fawned over her avoided seeing her. She had waited downstairs at Ming Corporation for days, enduring the scrutinizing gazes of passers-by. All of this was caused by Ming Shuyue. Ming Shuyue listened to her accusations calmly and without ripples. She waited until she was finished before standing up and saying, I don't know what you are talking about. After saying this, she turned and left the office. She had overestimated Du Xinxin. She had actually expected her to say something worthwhile. Secretary Wang quickly called people to escort Du Xinxin out and then hurried to follow Ming Shuyue. Standing at the entrance of Du Corporation, Du Xinxin gripped the voice recorder in her hand tightly and slammed it onto the ground in anger. To the entrance of the psychiatric hospital, the director was waiting. Seeing the car stop, he jogged over to open the door. President Ming. Ming Shuyue nodded coldly. The director immediately led her inside, walking through a long corridor and stopping at the end. The white door was opened. The room was pitch black, and a nurse groped around to turn on the lights. Du Xinxin was lying on the bed. The light stung her eyes, causing a tear to fall. She turned her head, saw Ming Shuyue, and sneered, what you're doing is illegal. For no reason, she had been locked in a psychiatric hospital, and they had produced so-called evidence. She had never undergone any tests at all. The director immediately led everyone else out, leaving only Ming Shuyue and Du Xinxin. Ming Shuyue looked at her indifferently and said, daydreaming about having the ability to foresee the future, as Ming Shuyue coldly recounted one thing after another. Du Xinxin's face grew paler and paler. She didn't know how Ming Shuyue knew these things. Ming Shuyue watched her expression, and the conjecture in her heart was confirmed. A chill spread through her entire body. After taking a deep breath and calming down, she realized that no matter what heaven-defying ability she had failed now. After confirmation, there was no need to continue listening. Ming Shuyue turned and walked to the door. Du Xinxin wanted to pick up the cup on the table and throw it at her, but she was tightly held back by the bracelet on her hand and couldn't move. It shouldn't have been like this. You all deserve to die. Why is it different from the previous life? Ming Shuyue's footsteps paused. So, had they all died in the previous life? Du Xinxin thought her words had taken effect and was about to say something more when Ming Shuiwei left steadily. Du Xinxin screamed and sat on the floor, murmuring, "It shouldn't be like this, it can't be like this. Mommy, you're finally back. Jiao Jiao and Daddy have been waiting for you at home for a long time." Little Dumpling's soft little body threw itself into Ming Shuiwei's arms, acting like a spoiled child softly. Jiu, wearing an apron, chased after her, looking at Little Dumpling with feigned anger. "What would you do if you fell running so fast?" Little Dumpling buried her face in Ming Shuiwei's arms, rolled her eyes, and said righteously, "Daddy made yummy food, and Jiao Jiao called Mommy back to eat." Ming Shuiwei watched them sparring, and the chill in her heart completely dissipated. No matter what happened in the previous life, in this life, their family was together and doing well. "Let's go home and eat." Ming Shuiwei interrupted them with a smile. If they kept talking, it would be dark soon. Little Dumpling hugged her and answered softly, "Okay." Gu Yu raised an eyebrow and smiled too, picking up Little Dumpling. "All right, let's go home." The setting sun shone on them, and their shadows on the ground outlined the image of their family of three, closely connected together. End of the full text.